Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's a house!
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working. Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Have you lost the last 3 brain cells, or do you just have cabbage for brains?
Huh?
What's going on, freakazoids? Well, we got another Tyler Robinson hearing coming up here in a minute. Hold on, the screen's going to turn dark for a second. I gotta fix something. Gray, the screen turned dark. I know, I just told you it was going to turn dark. Thank you. Wow, how the hell is it going, everybody? Well, it's not, on my end it said it was supposed to be at 11, so they may have changed it. Oh, yeah, they did. Shit. Wait. Friday? No, it's 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time to 4 p.m. So, I'm not sure what that means. I mean, it says other places it's in an hour and a half, which would mean, you know, that would make it noon, which would make the 3 p.m. that you said make sense, except over here on this computer, on the the invite right from the court says January 16th at 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. So maybe it's changed. I don't know. And it's 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Judge Graff, Friday, January 16th, 2026. What do you guys think? Should I come back later? I mean, it's, if it is an hour and a half, then it's like we're just sitting around. Hello? Yeah, doesn't say, that's not what the schedule says for me. I'm going to look it up again. Let's see. 4th Judicial District. January 16th. This is like 1 p.m. I don't know if 1 p.m. might be their local time, which would make that noon maybe my time, because I think it's an hour different. But man, this whole invite says a different time. Yeah. That's what 11 a.m. Pacific time would be in 40 minutes. I mean, I'm not making this up. It's like right here. See this? Right on the screen. I mean, it literally says, let's see, January 16th, 4 p.m. Or, I mean, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's what it says. But Eastern Standard Time would be 2, and then Court TV says it's going to be live in 96 minutes, so that would mean that it's another hour after that. I don't know what cases in the future will be interesting. Yeah. I guess we don't know until the case happens. I mean, I think, Lisk will be interesting, but everybody and their dog's going to be covering that one. Even though we've covered it since, like, years, 7 or 8 years, 9 years, something. So it's 11 a.m. So that means it should start here in like 35 minutes, right? Yeah. Okay, so I've got it right here. I've had it. I don't know where people are getting the 3 o'clock and why Court TV they're an hour behind. Maybe I should let them know. I don't know what that means. I mean, there's an interesting case that we're just covering. I mean, it's similar to the Tepe case. It probably won't get anywhere near the coverage. Lisa Valens, there was the case that we covered last night. Let's see. Today's hearing is going to be about, I think, removing one of the prosecutors for conflict of interest. I'm having golf. I golfed about 3 weeks ago or something. Not enough time. Yeah, Trinette and Christopher Lopez. It's almost just like the Tepe case. Maybe. I mean, we don't know at this point, but there's 2 parents killed. A family member, Lisa Valenzuela, sent me a link that said that they think they know who the shooter is, but they say it's not an ex or anything. So, it'd be interesting to see what the hell that is. And so in that case, you had the 2 parents were killed. And let's see, then they have 2 children that are over the age of 20, and then a foster child living there. They all survived, and they live upstairs, and then came downstairs and found the parents shot and dead. And then they called 911, and 911 was sent out, and they were dead on arrival. I don't know, that's not really probably not a complicated case. I like cases like, in terms of interest, like Koberger or some of the other ones. They got to be complex, and you're putting a puzzle together. Wow, 101 people. Yay. Thanks for the 101 who showed up. It's just amazing. God. Let's see. I'm guessing there is going to be video on that one. Yeah, there's going to be surveillance footage for sure. Just hold on. Now, last night on the show, we went over this long dissertation of how the FBI, was manufacturing the case. It was actually so idiotic that at a certain point I was just laughing. I mean, it was ridiculous. There wasn't one good point in the entire thing. Yeah, we went over that last night, Lace. Yeah. The aunt said that Tyler Robinson is the killer of Twigs. Let's see. Yeah, Twigs, yeah. Here, hold on a second. All right. Now, the timing I have is it's supposed to start at 11. Okay, Court TV says it's in 89 minutes. I mean, 11 is in 29 minutes for me. So they're an hour different than I am, and I don't know. I'm not 100% certain, but the invite that I'm looking at is that. Now, I don't know. Maybe there's an hour delay or something. I mean, I don't know what. I'm not sure. Let's see. Happy Friday. Yep. Does every place out there say the same thing? I wonder if it needs to be delayed. Well, no, but my invite says 11 to 4 Pacific Standard Time. Hey, thanks, old grandma. So this says today, 1 p.m. Mountain Time. Somebody's saying. Yeah, it does say that. That's what's interesting in the. If you go to the Utah State Court site and you type in his number, it shows up as 1 p.m., which is, that would be Mountain Time. That would make it noon my time. However, the invite doesn't say that. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw that show last night, but we went over this, it was like I don't know, it seems like it was 20 pages long, but maybe it wasn't. It was just really dense material of an argument. And their whole premise is that because we haven't seen something, therefore it's not true. We haven't seen this footage and we haven't seen that footage, therefore it's a cover-up. Or it's fake. And it's just, it's absurd, Of course they have evidence of every single thing that they mention, because if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to put it in a document. Yeah, we know, Go, except on my invite it says 11 to 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thank you, Judy. I'm just trying to get some verification information. January 13th. I'm just trying to get the verified information. Sorry for not being entertaining. Alright. To watch your videos on the case. Yeah, it's really simple. The case is really simple. And, you have some of this, some of it's theories, like, oh yeah, when he was wearing the maroon shirt, Tyler Robinson is doing a dry run. On my channel's the one that figured out that that was after 10 o'clock. That it wasn't 8 in the morning, which Candace Owens said it was, because that wouldn't make any sense. He was over here walking at 10 something, not 10, 9:50-ish in the morning, he's walking over here. And then it made sense that he continued around and went over here. So that was the beginning. And, this whole part's the beginning. So you see him over here and there. Maybe that's what the guy meant when he said the beginning of the end of the dry run. But that's not, there's no end. It's just there. And then he likely walked over here, because there's nowhere else to go other than through this tunnel here. I mean, it's possible he walked over here and then went up by the RO2C building and went over like that. We don't know, but that doesn't make much sense. Then he walks through here, and then he goes all the way over, checks everything out, and then makes his way back to his car. And that's where he puts the dark shirt over the top of his maroon shirt. Hey, thanks, April. And there's two different spots you can park that are really well hidden from cameras. One's right there, and one's right here. That somebody else mentioned. When I went there, I parked right there, and it was just crazy how it's so perfect. There's no surveillance cameras. And literally right where this car is right there. And there's just nothing. There's nothing. So, and there's a tree there, and then on the right side, passenger side, you could get out. This is just speculation, but the entire area is totally covered except for this one. So if you open up the door there and you stood right there and changed clothes, put the rifle in your pants, nobody's going to see you unless somebody came around this corner, and then you could just sort of quickly turn and do something else. Then after he does the dry run, he makes his way back to his car, in my opinion, and then drives over to this location, which is very similar. If you go down to the street view here, right there's a fence, and then there's a fence on this side. There is a place there, but again, if you open up your passenger side door, it's blocking whatever you're doing. And then down there's no cameras that could film you because of all the trees, etc. So in that location, he could get into, of course I'm speculating, I'm just basing it on where we see him moving around. So from here, you would just walk like this, and then he walks this direction, and then we have him on camera, filmed by this house right there, walking down the street. And then he obviously turns in here, because this camera on this house picks him up walking this direction, and then this camera picks him up walking like this, hesitating right here, going onto the grass, and then we know that he must have made it over this little bridge right here and into the parking lot, because momentarily he is spotted right here at the top of these stairs going down into this tunnel. Then he goes into the tunnel underground, makes his way up a set of stairs, and those are the ones that they used to identify him. The parents saw it. Then he exits out this direction, and then he likely walks down this utility road here, then cuts across right there. He probably was on the sidewalk starting right here, and then he walks up just like this, goes up this little set of stairs, just that set of stairs right there, and then walks up just like this, and then cuts across this grass. He probably came in right through here. So from above, after he went up these stairs right there, he goes up these stairs, and then kind of makes his way along the side of the Losi Center building, and then walks this direction. And he probably passed right underneath where he jumps off later. Then he goes around, and then he enters the building right here. And that's probably right around 12:03 or so when he goes through there. And then at 12:15, they see the same individual walking up the stairs right here. And then at 12:17, he climbs over this wall right there. And then at 12, I think it was 22, gets up and runs across. And then sort of lays down a little bit, shimmies over. And then at 12, 23, 27, 28, that's when the shot happened from right there. Boom. You know, just shot Charlie Kirk right under the tent there. Then he stands up. And then at 12, 23, 34 is right in this position. Then runs around over here. Lays his rifle down for a moment. Lowers himself down. Picks up the rifle that's wrapped in a black towel. Jumps down right there. And then he runs across over, or doesn't run, he sort of quickly walks over here, trying to hide the rifle as he's walking, wrapped in a black towel. Then he makes his way across the street over here, and somewhere in there is where he dumped the rifle and the towel and changed clothes. And then after that, I think he may have actually came right back down, but it's lower down there. There's a drop off. And then this is totally different now. It doesn't look like that. He goes right through there and then maybe up over this bank behind the ROTC building. And then you see him back behind here on the TMZ shot. And takes him a little longer than you'd think. So he may have put something in here. And then comes running out here. It looks like he has a maroon shirt on. And then I think from there, this camera again is going to pick him up walking this direction. They just haven't shown us that. And nor had they ever shown us that. That was just somebody out there sleuthing, getting the video. See, there's a lot of video that we have that law enforcement never would have shared with any of us. Every bit, actually, of the non-campus related stuff is all stuff that other people got. So he makes his way back up here to his car, takes off the dark shirt he's wearing. He could still have his jeans on in that image. I think he might even be in his shorts, but he may have switched all the way into his jeans and the maroon shirt over here. And then he drove over, and we see him in that mall. Hey, thank you, Myalea. Appreciate it. She's expecting a person that would kill a random stranger to behave like normal because... Who's she? Who are you talking about, Susan? Oh, Candace? Well, I don't know. I mean, I hope... It's weird. Candace Owens just keeps getting more and more viewers. But she's becoming crazier and crazier and crazier. I think that's maybe what she's selling. I think she's selling just a fanciful story. It's almost like watching... you know, one of those fantasy movies that you just kind of, oh, wow, it's so great, man. Have you seen so-and-so? Harry Potter, you know. It's not real, but, man, you want to go watch the next one, right? Thank you, Susie Clue. Where are you? The train wreck effect. People don't want to watch her but can't help. Yeah, right. Exactly. And it's weird. She just laughs her way all the way to the bank. I mean, imagine if I was her right now. My channel would look like a slot machine. But instead, you know, people are helping support the channel, but it doesn't look like that. People don't, for some reason, people get more excited on crazy stuff like that. It's weird. And see, my channel is one of the few YouTube channels that literally sticks with the facts, and we look into stuff too. Like sometimes facts don't work, you know. Like a fact that's put out there doesn't work in a case, and then you go, wow, and then eventually you see that get fixed or something. So it's not like I don't look into things. People think that, Gray, you just take the narrative put out there. Sure. I mean, originally, you take the facts of a case, right? And those are what law enforcement puts out there. And you put it out there and you see if it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, then there's problems. If it makes sense, then it probably is the truth, and that's the reality. Okay? I know what you're saying, Mark. Yeah. I mean, I think people think that way. I think it was a while ago when I heard somebody or saw many people type in, "I love a good conspiracy." That's when I went, oh boy. I always feel embarrassed when any of the freaks type something like that in. It's like, oh, I love a good conspiracy. Well, okay, but they're almost never true. They're so rare. Yeah, hold on. Oh. Candace doesn't understand the concept of Occam's razor. Right. Hey, hold on a second. All right. I was just letting Court TV know about their timing here. I mean, I don't know if they're off or I'm off, but all I know is my invite says it starts in 11 minutes. If it doesn't, we'll just hang out here, I guess. As soon as someone attacks a widow, I'm done. Yeah. No, but I mean, Turning Point USA is behind it, you know? So, of course, she's aware, you know? She's the ringleader. Look at her yucking it up. How dare her ever smile after the killing? You know, after somebody dies, you guys, if you're a family member, you are not allowed to smile for 6 months. Or you might be filmed smiling at some point, and a nut job will say, look, that person's in on it because they smiled. Yeah. Charlie would be horrified at how... Yeah, well, the thing is Candace Owens is acting like she's some savior of some sort of Charlie Kirk, when in reality, she's effectively... I can't say it's destroyed, but has really damaged Turning Point USA. And I think Turning Point USA should sue Candace Owens. 100%. I mean, and I... even if it's sort of bad PR or whatever, she deserves to be sued. She is an abomination. Literally, after Charlie Kirk died, Turning Point USA had this huge upsurge, and people were like, you know, I mean, I watched Charlie Kirk often, just his little short videos on YouTube for a long time, and sometimes his full stuff. I wouldn't say I was like, you know, every second, but you saw him on Fox News all the time, and I watched probably, 100 of his little short videos, and then probably 5 or 6 of the long form things over the years. And I always thought he was really good, you know. And you could see that he would be somebody that people would be afraid of if you're on the other side of being somebody that could influence people. But he was just a huge figure. Look at that crowd that was there in Orem that day. You know, even people that didn't disagree were there, and he welcomed that. He liked having debates with people. And see, the difference between, like, for example, when on here, we get these trolls that come in. They're not just people that are disagreeing. They're, like, intentionally trying to come up with an absurd premise. So sometimes we remove those people. And it's not because, oh, Gray, they just had a different opinion. It's because their opinion was abhorrent for a reason. You know, like they literally didn't care about facts, logic, or reason or anything. They just say it to be a troll, you know, to create a, I don't know, just an atmosphere of craziness, I guess is a term to use. But after Charlie Kirk was shot, there was this huge insurgence, just like, wow. I mean, all these chapters were, you know, requested to be started, and it was this huge movement going on. And Candace Owens wasn't a part of that movement at all. And so she thought, man, I want to start my own movement. Yeah, the Crazy Town movement. So let me pretend that I'm helping Charlie Kirk, but destroy his legacy while doing so. That way, I can pretend that I was the truth. But what she doesn't realize is that when reality hits the fan and people, there'll be no movement started by Candace Owens. Let's put it that way. She'll always have this huge crowd of idiots that watch her show and think it's the greatest thing in the world. She'll always have that. But there'll be no movement created because she is false. You know, she always does the biblical thing, beware of false prophets. Well, that's what she is. She's a joke, okay? Oh, I had a dream. I was Charlie's David. Yeah, but David was Jewish. You remember that part? I mean, I was, yeah. Candace Owens hates Jewish people, okay? Let's be honest. She hates them. And you know what's funny is she's created a lot of hate for Jewish people. And I bet you a lot of people who hate Jewish people have never had anything bad ever happen to them in their life by a Jewish person. They just listen to people like Candace Owens and believe her. Yeah, they're just sick people, man. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. Surprise, Candace. Yeah, right. Surprise, Candace. It's not always about you. But hey, guys, if you're watching the show and you want to help support the channel, maybe get some channel memberships for people or whatever, that would be fantastic. All right, I guess we got to test this out here in 4 minutes. Maybe I can go there now just to... Okay, well that one says webinar is not started yet. So I guess we'll just have to wait. I don't either. You know. Yeah, I've been saying this about Candace Owens way before all the other people that now have made an industry of combating Candace Owens. I've been saying it, since the very beginning, right after Charlie Kirk died, within about a week, I could see that she was. And I'd say it on my show many times, and I lost a lot of subs because of it. Because Candace Owens is God. She has dreams and everything. Yeah, I tell you what, I think most of the people that cheer on and are really for Candaceoans are actually not conservative people. They are people on, you know, I think they are like sort of activist left people who are in there cheering her on, knowing that it's sowing a division. I mean, not a lot of them. I mean, I would say like 40 or 50%, not just, you know, I think there are conservative people, obviously, that are in there that are crazy. I mean, if you go look at the chat when Candace Owens is doing her show, it's the most disgusting thing you've ever seen. I don't even know how YouTube allows the comments that are being made in there. But it's pretty good technique, right? Like you have somebody that's creating division. I would think conservatives would want to do the same thing. Like if you had somebody that was creating division on the Democrat Party, you'd want to kind of bolster the person who's doing the dividing and keep it going, right? Really? Okay. Well, let's say that. Maybe there's an hour of time when nothing's happening. I don't know. Webinar is not started. Huh, I guess that's possible. That they start in there and then it's not live for an hour or so, I guess. I guess the worst case scenario is that we'll sit here for another hour and then we'll join in on, you know, these on one of the pool camera presentations. When was she doing that, Mel? When was she doing? When was Candace talking about the Koberger case? That's crazy. What the hell would she know about that? You know, that's one of the problems you have whenever there's a crossover, true crime and a political, like, you know, Trump assassination, the two different ones there, the attempt, and then Charlie Kirk. And just sort of other things that are like that. You get a whole host of uncritically thinking. A lot of times you get the contingent of special forces people who have no clue what to do in a true crime case or anything. And then their instinct seems to be to make it into a conspiracy right off the gate. And some of them actually see the reality and go a different direction. But you get a whole contingent of those people. Now, while we all, I mean, I absolutely love military and appreciate their service and everything. A lot of times you get these people that come in, and I'm not talking about Paramount Tactical. He's actually one of the few logical thinkers that was ex Special Forces. The rest of them come in there and just are crazy people. I mean, literally crazy people. You look at it and then you get people like Candace Owens who try to jump over and pretend that they're doing this really great investigation, and it's not reality, man. We've been doing this for 10 years on YouTube, live stream for 8, and covered thousands and thousands of cases, literally like thousands. And you know, you just see what the reality is. And you know how to work through things and put it together. And that's what we do here. I haven't watched Candace, her last like 6 or 7 shows. I just, like, what's the point? Oh, right before he took the plea. Oh, okay. Well, she doesn't know what she's talking about. I was hoping she did something more recently. right, Karen from Germany. Karen Kiramunz. Sounds like a soccer player, right up there with Karl-Heinz Rummenigge. Little Pierre Litbarski, remember him? And Horst Rubesch. Uwe, that was actually, I think that guy was Uwe Stilika. I think he was Russian or something. Well, yeah, the audio should be good. I mean, let's just put it this way. If anybody in the chat has no problem with the audio, then that means you're having a problem. Okay? Because it can't work for somebody and not for other people. So what I would do is just refresh the video. You know, the weirdest part is whenever Candace is playing an interview, like she's playing a clip, just watch her face. Don't watch the interviewer, the person she's playing. Just watch Candace's face. That's where you see the crazy. The little crazy part on the side where her face just starts, you can see these, like the hamster wheel spinning in there, just, oh God. Yeah. That's what you watch. Don't watch the person that she's interviewing. Hey, thanks, Tammy McDonald. No, I think if Turning Point USA does not sue Candace Owens at some point, then they just really screwed up, because I think it would send a message, and it would be great to go to court too and literally prove everything that she said is complete bullshit. You know, the thing is conspiracy theorists are hard to argue with. They're very difficult to argue with because they'll just claim something, and to disprove what they're saying would take an extraordinary amount of, like, a connection to somebody to be able to ask the question. You know, she just claims it without having any proof of anything. All right, I'm going to try this again. Well, I guess they're off on their website. Okay, so it must start at 12, not 11. See, my invite says 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Friday, January 16th, Pacific time. That's what it says. Their website, however, has an hour later. Yeah, but why would she want to get sued by them? Yeah, maybe she would get discovery and different information and prove different text messages, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. She says that? Yeah, she does think she's a prophet. Remember, I told you guys that, Candace Owens is a true narcissist, like the literal definition of one. She thinks she's a higher being. I knew she was going down that route at the very beginning after Charlie Kirk, when she started saying, Charlie had a dream, and he said this, and wow, he was going to be, and then I had dreams, and too, and I'm Charlie's David, and I had, just going on and on about the dreams. And it's weird how that moves people. When I hear that, I just go, cuckoo. Yeah, a little bit like Lori Daybell. All right. Should we run through this? I mean, I could do this again. It's crazy. So when I went out there, I parked my car right here, and then I walked over to this house, knowing that that's where the surveillance was. The guy actually came out of the house and said, "Hey, do you want to see the more of it? They only got this little bit." So and then I go, "Oh crap, I don't have a thumb drive." I wasn't even really thinking about it like that. And then he goes, "Oh, you can have this one." The guy was so nice. So he gave me the entire footage of, like, you see the hold on, my phone's ringing. Just a second. All right. What kind of vehicle? A Ford Mustang? No, what the hell was that? Jeez. Mustang, or jeez, what the hell, man? Why can't I remember that, man? My short term. That's weird. If I remember something, then I remember it, and then all of a sudden I don't remember it. What? Yeah, Dodge. That's right, a Dodge. Dodge Challenger. Man, I don't know why. I was thinking it was a cop car too, like Dodge Charger, but then it was the Challenger is the other one. But for some reason, Ford was in my head, so I couldn't get rid of it. Anyways, you see the Challenger driving up like this, and it drives all the way past the camera and goes like that. Then you have Tyler Robinson walking this direction, wearing the maroon shirt. But this is like 2 hours later. It's not like he parked the car there or something. And so this was at, well, not 2 hours, about an hour and a half. So it was 8:23 when the vehicle drove this direction. And then I think after that he went onto campus, walked around for a little bit. And then eventually he came back and parked, maybe right here. And then wearing the maroon shirt, walked like this. And then I have footage of him walking all the way over to here until he's out of sight to there. And so I was the first one to get that information. Then he walks all the way around, and then we see him on other footage from this house. And Candace Owens had claimed that that was 8:08, but I think it's 10:08 because the shadows completely matched up. I did a whole experiment using 3D Studio Max and their time system, and the shadows matched up perfectly for 10:08, and that would make, and I walked this entire route, and it took 10 minutes to walk from right here to right there. So it's literally exactly the same amount of time. And this is when he isn't in, doesn't have a gun in his pants. And then you see him walk over here and he starts veering off to the right. And so I think he went the same way, and he went, this is the dry run at 10:08, and then he probably made it back to, I bet he came back on the same camera. Now it's also possible he went some other way up here and we just don't know of it. He could have came back on the same camera, walking the same direction, and then back up this direction. I think this camera right here on this house has Tyler Robinson on it multiple times. I think it's a huge evidentiary video collection. This one's going to have the Challenger driving by it multiple times. It's going to have Tyler Robinson walking, I think, at least 3 or 4 times. So when he runs by the camera right over here after the shooting, and he comes out right there, well, where do you think he went? Because right before he went this direction. So obviously he turned right and went this way, and he's going to pass that very same camera again. And he's probably wearing the maroon shirt and maybe the jeans, or he could even have shorts on at that time, and he's just making his way back to his vehicle. It was said in the beginning there won't be any plea deals. In this case, I don't know. Yeah, well, it could be that the prosecution won't make a deal. I bet you Tyler Robinson's team would want to make a deal. Yeah, so now it's okay. Well, the invite says 11 to 4 Pacific Standard Time. The website, when you go there, says 1 o'clock Mountain Time. And so that would probably mean that that's accurate, not their invite. All right, so we're going to have to, guess we got to wait another 47 minutes. But hey, in the meantime, if you guys want to help support the channel, that would be great. It's going to be a long one here. Maybe some channel memberships. Put a question in a super chat. We can go over that. You know, like other channels. Yeah, I mean, if I could predict, and they were open to doing a plea deal, I mean, of course, the prosecution is going to say that. But I think, you know, it's possible they might be open to one in, you know, it would just have to be similar to Kohberger's deal, where it's just a god-awful deal for the killer, you know. Life in prison without parole with no chance of appeal. That would be... But I'd like it to go to trial because I want to see all the evidence. Don't you? Just like the Kohberger case. That's why in that one we've all been relegated to having to purchase all the evidence that they had after the fact. I don't know. Want the option for a possible plea deal change of a new prosecutor? Well, sure. I mean, it might be somebody would be more amenable to doing it. Yeah, everybody wants it to go to trial. I'm just saying it wouldn't shock me a bit. This case is overwhelmingly bad for Tyler Robinson. And I could see they'll try the same thing. They'll try to get really key pieces of information thrown out. And once that doesn't happen, they'll have to, you know, they'll probably make another attempt. Oh, which one? The one in the Washington area? I bet she was found safe, but there's no way that there wasn't some nefarious stuff going on in the background. Yeah. Man, you guys, let's get some support for the channel going. We got to have it worth sitting here for hours. All right, so if you have the ability to, please help support the channel. I know, that's what I said, Susan. I don't respect Bill Thompson's decision in the Kohberger case. I think, you know, he should have at least required Kohberger to tell a version, whatever it is, even if there's lies in there, whatever. He should have been required to tell his story. He probably wanted to tell it as part of the deal, just so it'd be documented. But they might have thought there might be a problem with that, because if he put stuff in there that didn't happen, then later they could say, see, he falsely, you know, maybe he didn't want that on record. I don't know, but... Well, they're having a preliminary hearing in this case in May. Coming up, you know, so that's going to be really interesting. If that one, I hope to God the May hearing is televised, because that one is going to all the evidence that the state has will be, or a huge portion of it will be presented. Perfect example of plea deals keeping the important details under wrap. Right. That shouldn't have been. I think a lot of the details are coming out. The only problem is a lot of the key information that we all wanted to see was created by the FBI, and they're not giving out anything. They haven't. They will give it though. I bet you to Dateline or somebody. Yeah, well, they have a preliminary hearing in May, so but the defense is going to try to push it out forever, with different hearings to try to get rid of this piece of evidence, another hearing to get rid of that one, another hearing to get rid of this one, and it kind of depends on. Like, I would think the prosecution currently has every bit of information that they're going to use. Because this isn't really this in-depth, way complicated thing that goes on and on and on. They probably have already put together the entire case, all the surveillance, everything. They've probably handed it over to the defense team, and the defense is going to try to go through and see if anything was improperly obtained. Can we delete? Have this removed from the trial? Can we have that removed from the trial? Yep. But you notice the difference? Like if Candace was doing her show, I don't know, you guys. That's just really frustrating. Shouldn't be allowed to plea deals to avoid harsher punishments. Yeah. Well, maybe they're willing to do trade-offs for the cost. Hey, thanks. Was it Rose Stinky? Rose Stinky. I thought roses smelled good. Thank you. Looks like you got a standard poodle back there. All right, well, we've only got another 40 minutes to go now. Hey, thanks, Melanie. Maybe I'll try that again. Do it from Street View again. It makes it kind of interesting. All right, so here we go. This is the dry run. He comes around, walks all the way around like this. Comes around the corner, goes this direction. Oops, right to there. Then turns left. This camera over here obviously picks him up, but we haven't seen that footage. It's obvious though. He walked right down here, and then he turns left here. This is when he has the maroon shirt. Then he walks down here. He's picked up on that camera. Likely went through the tunnel, so he would be on that camera, and went and checked out the scene. Now, it's very possible he came back the exact same way. We just don't know. And if he did come back the same way, then he walked by that camera again, and then he makes his way down over to his car. Maybe. This is where I think he parked the car. Then he drove the car from there over to here, and this is where, it's just speculation of where the car was. And then here's where he put the dark shirt on, the jeans, the rifle down his pants because it was already separated. The scope had already been sighted in and is still connected to the barrel. Puts it down his pants, and however he did that, we saw videos out there. Then from there, he goes this direction. And then he turns left, walks there, and then he's filmed on this camera, limping down the street. And then we know that he turned here because there's a fence and a dead end there. So he went here, he turned left here. And he walks down this street. Then this camera right there picks him up, walking, limping. This camera on this building picked him up walking and limping. And then he comes right there, he turns and backs up, and then he goes again. He looks like he was about to change his mind because it's go time. The second he steps onto that grass, he's on campus. Then he goes over this little bridge here. It could be that campus starts right over the bridge, this creek. So this property there might be this person's. But anyways, he goes over the bridge, walks this direction. He goes into the tunnel, and that's right around 11, I guess 53-ish, and he sat there for some minutes on his phone. They say he eventually put the phone back in his front pocket, right pocket. Then he goes through the tunnel, and then on the other side of the tunnel, you go up the stairs. Now those are where the still frames came from. They came out. He walked all the way down here. He walks up this little cement path right there. And that continues on to right there. And then that makes it so he only has to go up this one small set of stairs. And he goes maybe across the grass or stays on the cement. Walks up this sort of sloped hill here. And then from there, he cuts across right in front of the Losi Center building. The camera that is right here, right on top, right at this corner here, filmed the whole thing. In fact, it's the same one that I have right there. So imagine this camera picking him up, walking like this, wearing dark clothing, limping the whole time. He's going to be limping because he still has the gun in his pants. This is what law enforcement has. They have him walking right here. Then they show him go into the Losi Center building. Then that's at 12:02 ish, right? When he shows up on this camera at 12:02, probably goes in here at 12:03. Then 12 minutes later, they see the same individual come up here, limping as he's walking, and he makes his way over to this area right there. Using Google Earth, that area is right here. He walks over to this area, steps over the wall, and he kind of crouches down, gets low, and that's where he takes the pants. He must have to lay down. So he lays down probably, and he takes the gun out of his pants, and both parts, however he had it set up, and then he used the screwdriver to put the gun together. He didn't worry about the scope. It was just putting the gun together. Now it's possible at that time he left the screwdriver accidentally on the ground, but at this point, it's 5 minutes later, so at 12:15 he comes up the stairs. Then he's standing right there, and at 12:17 steps over. 12:22 he runs across over to this area, and we see video taken down over here of him up on the top of the roof sitting there. People are like, hey, there's somebody there. I saw him run across over to there. And then at 12:23, 27 to 28, it's right in between, that's when the shot happened. And Charlie Kirk was killed. And then he gets up and he starts running this direction. And he makes his way to the corner of the building here, jumps down, and his glasses fall off. He puts those back on his head. And he has the rifle wrapped in a towel, and he's making his way up as he struggles to put the glasses back on his head. Then he makes his way over here. Then he starts walking with the gun swinging in synchronicity to his legs. And then he's going over here, stands there, then he goes across the street and into this wooded area. Now what law enforcement has is this. They have this shot right here. So they were able to see him from here run across the roof, We've seen that. Goes around over here. Comes down. I was like, what is that dark thing? He jumps down right here. Then he goes over here. We've seen this all. And then he makes his way right here. What we haven't seen, though, is that they have him go across the street and then not show up down here. They didn't see him go over here, so they know he went into that wooded area there. And so because of that, law enforcement, and not only because of that, they shut down this whole area as they were doing their investigation. And we know that he went into the woods there. He deposited the rifle and the towel, and that's where he also changed clothing. Now, he didn't leave the clothing there. He put the dark shirt in his backpack. And then I think from there he went through here. This doesn't look like this at all. If we went to a more recent time, yeah, they actually don't have. It doesn't look like this even now. See, this is June of 2025. This is gone. None of that's there. There's a parking lot. So from there you could go over to here and then up this bank. You know, step over the wall. It's kind of this thicker stuff, but you could easily do it. And then make your way over to here by the ROTC building. And then that's when he goes down this path here. And you see him walking behind there. And then you see him running out of here. Like that. So then obviously after that, he goes back up the street again. Because he came from that direction. So that means he's on this camera again. And then Tyler Robinson's text messages. They're just, you know. I mean, I believe the text messages 100%. I think they're real. I think what happened is Tyler Robinson began texting Twigs when he realized that the likelihood of him getting his rifle back is almost nil, and he wanted somebody to talk to. He was getting really nervous. I think if he was able to get that, or had he never dropped off that rifle, he may not have ever texted Twigs. They might have talked about it at some point, but he was sitting around there. And, just based on the way Tyler Robinson talks, and the way, there's videos out there regarding the roommate, one of the friends who says, yeah, that's how they talk, etc. I just think it's real, and we're not seeing the whole conversation. There's a whole bunch of dots in the documents. All right, I'll try it again, you guys. If you're out there and you have the ability, if you could help support the channel, my channel relies on the people watching the shows, since there's virtually no ad revenue on these live streams. So if you can find your way to help support the channel, because that's it. That's all I got. That would be great. Thank you. Let me see. I was going to go back to, I think it's the 16th when those came out. Yeah, there we go. 6, 5. Right, well, here's that part I was just telling you about. Yeah, you just got to watch my show more, you guys. You'll actually see it. I cover all the stuff. Nobody, I have 150 people watching the live streams at night because everybody's watching sensationalism somewhere else. Law enforcement officers followed the suspect's escape path to the northeast end of campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered the wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. The rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. You know what's weird is we don't know when they found that rifle. They might have found that rifle quickly. The guy that wrote that paper last night thinks, oh, no, they must have found it later because Tyler, he's not saying that. They might have had it the whole time in there. Like, they went back into that wooded area. They see him on video. I bet you within an hour and a half, they may have had the rifle in there. We don't know. But anyways, the rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time of and immediately after the shooting. No shell casings were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired. Each round in the rifle contained an etched inscription as follows. Notices bulge, OWO, what's this? Hey fascist, catch. Oh bella chow, bella chow, bella chow, 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 chow. If you read this, you are gay, LMAO. That's something Candace says all the time. She's like using that little phrase. It's stupid. The gay part. The rifle, ammunition, rounds, and towel were sent for forensic processing. DNA consistent with Robinson was found on the trigger, other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casing, 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges, and the towel. Right? And apparently they also have a screwdriver that Cash Patel mentioned, and his DNA is on that. Now, you don't have to mention everything in the probable cause. They could have merely mentioned that Tyler Robinson's DNA was found on the towel and parts of the rifle. That's it. They didn't need to put in the cartridges or anything like that. Yeah, but sometimes I start at like 6. Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating. Even if I came on earlier, you'd be watching one of the others, you know. It wouldn't matter what time I came on. Man, is anybody hearing what I'm saying? We're really struggling again tonight, or today, you know. We've been on here for an hour and a half, and we're currently just I don't know, man. If I was Candace Owens, I could retire in that hour and a half, you know. I'm not. Let's see. Law enforcement was unable to immediately locate the shooter, so they published photos of the shooter from UVU surveillance cameras and asked for the public's help to identify him. Meanwhile, law enforcement continued to try to identify the shooter through other means. On the evening of September 11, 2025, as law enforcement continued their investigation, Tyler Robinson went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated the following to police. On September 11, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo. So this is what the mother said. This is all document. Like, she said, God, I saw that photo in the news, and I thought it looked like my son. So I actually called up Tyler and asked him, I said, "Wait, where have you been?" And he said he was sick at home, and sick, and he also was at home sick on the 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband, so she goes, "Hey, you know what? He says he was sick on the day of the shooting, and look at this picture. Doesn't this look like our kid?" And the father agreed. See, that's how it went. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or two, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans-right oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male, who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue. And it might be, he probably knew that he was going there and had already surveilled the area and knew it was stupid because he knew how easy it was for him to get up there. That's what I think is what he was saying. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance... See, what they're going to be able to show is... I'm not sure if they'll be able to prove what date this conversation took place. But they're probably going to be able to prove that Tyler Robinson was there doing, surveillance missions, practicing what he was going to do. There was even somebody that said they saw him there, and he went onto the roof and went all the way out to that same spot a week before. And it had been mentioned that it was going to be there, the event there, about 2 weeks before that. I mean, before the shooting. So he definitely could have heard about it, drove over there, planned it out. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff. At Robinson's father's request, the family's friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in. Robinson explained there are too much evil. Okay, they talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff. The family friend spoke to police and reported telling Robinson that it would be best if he brought all the evidence. And then on that video, they're like, how would he know to ask that? Well, he's an investigator. He's a retired sheriff. What was it? A retired deputy sheriff. I don't know if you just type in. I don't know if that works. Maybe that's not going to work, I don't think. Let me try it again. I think I have to turn this thing on here let's see if it works. I don't know. People don't seem to be sharing links and stuff, so I don't know. What are you referring to, Tammy? I don't know what you're talking about. Membership on YouTube? I don't think that doesn't make any sense. They're only $4.99. You might be looking at something. I think you're thinking of the dollar sign. The 3 is actually a dollar sign. I don't know. It just doesn't make that doesn't happen. And that's a YouTube issue. I don't know. Does that work? I don't know. I have it turned on. I don't know what's going on. Oh boy. Another struggle. Yeah, it's still not started. Alright, well, when you see somebody, then put it in there. Yeah, that could be what it is, Tammy. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. That ought to keep other people from helping. Just got here. What time is the hearing scheduled? Well, it was scheduled for 11, but now there's two different things. 11 to 4, but now it says 12. So I guess it's coming up. Anyways, I'll be back in a minute. Forget that. Alright, let's see. Oh, still hasn't started. All right, so this is the following exchange took place. This is their text messages. So when I read this, it's like, I'm still okay, my love. That means they've probably, it says, after reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" And then we don't know if there's conversation in between, but it says, "I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you." So now he's talking about it because he's sort of in panic mode because the place that his rifle is at is being protected by police. And in fact, they probably already have his rifle at this time, except you would think if anybody walking near the scene towards it, you would be a little bit more, investigating, like, wait, why are you coming here? It's okay, Tammy, don't worry about it. It's just, I don't know, maybe just send an email when you get something like that. Because as you can see, it's just... anyways. Twig said, Robinson said that, and the roommate said, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The roommate, Twig, said, "I thought they caught the person." Robinson said, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude." Now, in that document we read, the guy pretended that somehow Tyler knew it was whatever the hell that guy's name is. I don't really give a shit. But he didn't know what his name was. He just knew it was a crazy old dude. That's because he's probably monitoring Twitter, etc. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point, the woods, shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. So this might have been, later in the evening, but at this point they probably already had the rifle. Now, maybe when he went back originally, it was earlier, and they hadn't found it yet. But in this case, he says there's one vehicle lingering. He doesn't mention that he ran into an officer, but they also don't give us everything in here. And then the roommate said, "Why?" Twig said, "Why?" And then Robinson said, "Why did I do it?" And see that? I've always told you guys that portion right there is why I believe this is a true, or really helps the authenticity of this. Because see this whole part up here by Robinson where it says, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out." And then the roommate said, "Why?" And then because Robinson had just typed in a whole bunch of different stuff, the roommate said, "Why?" Robinson said, "Why did I do it?" Because he didn't know what the why was referring to. There's a whole bunch of stuff up here. And the roommate said, "Yeah. So why would you, if this is all fake, would you really put that in there? Think that ahead. Oh, yeah. Hey, put something in there where you were confused and you didn't know what I was referring to." See, that to me is a very strong indication of authenticity. You hardly hear anybody bring that point up. In fact, I've never heard anybody else bring that up. Robinson said, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence," which is not true because he probably forgot about the screwdriver. And he forgot about likely, I bet you he has DNA on the corner, I think it's let's see what corner that is. I think that Tyler Robinson left DNA on right here on the northeast corner of the Losi Center building. That's what I think. Still says it hasn't started yet. Yeah, we need something in here. But it's always good for a person to start it, Mark. So maybe that could be somebody like you. But man, we're just really struggling in here. So if you guys have the ability to, if you could please help support the channel, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, KMTX. Man, I got to switch over to conspiracy theories. That's how you survive. At least I'd have a lot of people watching. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week. So that shows you, remember how he was there a week before? I mean, that fits perfectly to that. And that's probably when he had his conversation with his parents. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as... And by the way, see these dots, these 3 dots up here? Those 3 dots mean there was other conversation, and they're just continuing on. See, all they put in here were probable cause information portions related to the rifle. It says, I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man, the rifle? And there's ... Only thing I left was a rifle wrapped in a towel, ... And then there's, you know, who knows what was said in between there. And it says, remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, and they did show up on there. I'm going to have to leave it. That really sucks. So at that point, we're told that he's going to leave it. Judging from today, and this is kind of a sick comment, I think that was my grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Robinson says, delete this exchange. Robinson, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's very unique. So this is probably like way late in the evening or the next day. I don't remember when the image of the gun was put out there. Okay, it looks like I'm in there. Alright. Wait, okay, I think I have to hit the join, but hold on, let me turn down this stuff. Alright, hey, thanks. Sherry C. and 95 Burns. Justice for Charlie. Thanks for your coverage, Gray. Hey, no problem. Does everybody see what I'm saying a minute ago about that little part where Tyler was confused? Why would you put something like that in a script? Oh, to make it more authentic. Okay, come on. Then you're way overthinking it at that point. Thank you, Tammy McDonald. Oh, thanks, Sharon, for the coffees there. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you very much. All right. Well, this is what we're at right now. I don't know what's going on. Let me just keep that over here for now. And then ... delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's very unique. He's calling me right now. He's not answering. That matches what the dad said. Since Trump got into office, and this ... So there must have been this other stuff, like, talking about his parents, blah, 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 blah. And then at some point he goes, yeah, since Trump got in office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. Yeah, meaning probably even the first time, 2016. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. Or used to be. And then it says, you are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried about you, Twig said. Don't talk to the media, please. And they haven't done that. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you a question, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Well, he probably did that. But Twigs has done exactly what Tyler Robinson said. Hey, thank you very much. Perpetual Concepts and 95 Burns. Let's see, 95 Jay Burns. Okay. Let's see, graduated from high school in 95 or born in 95, and your first name starts with a J and your last name is Burns. Boy, I am what a super sleuth, huh? Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This is a true crime channel that uses logic, reason, and common sense to figure out what happened in true crime cases. Thank you for watching. All right, isn't that great? I need to have something like that for my intro. Yeah. Or just have that on there every once in a while. Yeah, Paulette and Jessica, they love that thing. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I mean, I do have it right here. See, it's going. It's doing something. He's the only one there, apparently. It's right at that time right now.
One app, one platform for you to do all your messaging, all your communication with your team.
Connect.
That's the Court TV feed. I'm just waiting for this one over here. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see it there. All right, well, I guess we'll just in case, we'll keep that one open over there. What do you mean they say nothing? You mean the idiots that show up underneath?
Court is now in session.
Okay.
Calling case 251-501-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, Chris Ballard, Chad Grunander, and Jeff Gray for the state.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, Stacy Visser, here on behalf of Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, counsel. Mr. Robinson, good afternoon as well. All right. Before we turn to the defense's motion, The court would like to address 4 preliminary matters. First, in regards to the transcript from the December 11th hearing. Counsel, I would appreciate your input regarding the transcript from the December hearing. The transcript has been designated as private, and copies are available to the parties. Consistent with the court's prior handling of the October 24th transcript, the court intends to release a redacted version of that transcript, but I want to get your input before making a decision.
Judge, we intended to do that as well. We haven't stipulated, we haven't come together to stipulate on a version of that transcript that should be redacted. We certainly can do that, and we're happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. McBride.
We will meet and confer with Mr. McBride and his colleagues on that.
All right. How much time is needed by the parties?
2 weeks.
That's fine. A couple weeks.
All right. A couple of weeks, and
I
then
wonder
we
why
can
it's not
address that.
live on the
Next, I want to turn to
online.
address media coverage and place on the record the potential consequences of any willful violation of the court's December 23rd, 2025 standing decorum order. Under Utah Code Section 78B-6-310, if the court finds a person guilty of contempt, the court may impose a fine of up to $1,000, order incarceration in the county jail for up to 30 days, or both. Any alleged violation will be carefully evaluated, and the court will impose only those sanctions which are appropriate and proportional under the circumstances. The court will make specific findings on the record before imposing any sanction. In addition, the court may impose the following remedial measures if warranted. First, immediate suspension of video transmission of the hearing, with proceedings continuing on audio-only basis for the proceeding where the violation occurred, and disqualification, if necessary, and narrowly tailored of the news organization that filed the request in order for electronic media coverage of court proceedings for the hearing in which the violation occurred from providing full camera operator services in this matter, where the court determines that such a measure is required to ensure compliance with the standing decorum order and to protect the rights of the parties. Counsel will be allowed to provide their input before the court makes any final determination regarding sanctions. I want to emphasize that these measures are not intended to have a chilling effect.
Here, we can play this other one. Like Court TV's version is
responsible news gathering.
I got more stuff moving around.
And the court remains fully committed to the presumption
of
open proceedings under applicable rules. Rather, they're intended to protect the constitutional rights of all parties while preserving the integrity, openness, and fairness of these proceedings. Third, at this time, I wish to address.
Here, let's just do this.
If any willful violation of the court's December 23rd, 2025 standing decorum order. Under Utah Code Section 78B-6-310, if the court finds a person guilty of contempt,
I had better audio.
May impose a fine of up to $1,000, order incarceration in the county jail for up to 30 days, or both.
I'll make it louder.
Any alleged violation will be carefully evaluated, and the court will impose only those sanctions which are appropriate and proportional under the circumstances. The court will make specific findings on the record before imposing any sanction. In addition, the court may impose the following remedial measures if warranted. First, immediate suspension of video transmission of the hearing, with proceedings continuing on audio-only basis for the proceeding where the violation occurred, and disqualification, if necessary, and narrowly tailored of the news organization that filed the request in order for electronic media coverage of court proceedings for the hearing in which the violation occurred from providing full camera operator services in this matter, where the court determines that such a measure is required to ensure compliance with a standing decorum order and to protect the rights of the parties. Counsel will be allowed to provide their input before the court makes any final determination regarding sanctions. I want to emphasize that these measures are not intended to have a chilling effect on open and transparent courts or on responsible news gathering, and the court remains fully committed to the presumption of open proceedings under applicable
I think
rules.
Fox has.
Have you seen anything like this at the drugstore? No, you haven't.
What the
Look,
heck is
Optic
that?
is making
How do I get out
the
of here?
most beautiful
Hold on. I think if I just open it again.
lens, which means it's clear up top. I've
we
got
have to watch a
magnification
commercial?
in the bottom, only where I need it. So if I'm
Wow.
looking at my cell phone or reading a book, I'm going to be looking driving a car
Yeah,
or
that
watching TV.
sucks.
I don't have to suddenly put my glasses on to read something because I'm
It's not my intention to cause you any embarrassment or discomfort. I simply want to ensure that the guidelines for today's proceedings are clear. Mr. Yulberg, during today's hearing, what is your
It
primary
didn't say
role?
press skip.
To
That's why I didn't
provide
be able to hit it. I know how to do
video
it.
coverage of the proceedings for the public.
All right. Have you read the December 23rd, 2025 Standing Decorum Order?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the guidelines as they relate to your responsibilities today?
I do.
Do you need any additional time to review the December 23rd, 2025 Standing Decorum Order, or any time to reposition the camera to ensure full compliance with those guidelines?
Do I need more time? I'm sorry, was that the question?
Do you need more time to review the decorum order? And I'll pause there because that was a compound
Okay.
question. Sorry about that.
No, I've read it, I fully understand it, I'm good to go.
All right, to the second part, do you need any additional time to reposition the camera to ensure full compliance with those guidelines?
No, I think we're in a good position now.
All right. Mr. Yulberg, do you anticipate any difficulties complying with the December 23rd, 2025 Standing Decorum Order?
I do not anticipate any problems.
All right, and is there anything that the court can clarify to
Yeah, lots
assist
of people
you?
say lots of things just
No, I think we're good to go.
somebody
All right,
said.
thank you, Mr. Yulberg.
Thank you.
Before I
I'll
let
say,
you go, I'll turn to counsel.
2027.
Based off the questions asked, I turn to you if you have any input or questions.
Nothing from the state.
Thank you.
Somebody said.
Your Honor.
All right. All right. And the court, I appreciate your cooperation, and it's my hope that we all do our
cares?
very best today together.
Lawyers don't have any other idea than anybody else. We've all seen this a
And finally,
thousand
before we turn
times.
to the issue, the motion before the court, to the state, could you please provide a brief update on the status of discovery disclosure?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't have the percentage of materials that we have that have been disclosed, but I think we're above 90% at this point. There still is discovery coming in, there are reports and so forth coming in from various entities. So I think we're moving expeditiously towards completing at least this initial batch of discovery. Of course, discovery will be ongoing probably for the duration of the proceeding, but we have provided nearly all of what we have to date.
All right. And to defense. Any
So he's
input?
right there, I guess.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
He doesn't show
Thank
up
you,
on
counsel,
that.
for your patience as the court
That
covered
WebEx,
those
yeah.
preliminary issues. Let's turn to the defense's motion to disqualify the Utah County Attorney's Office. Ms. Nestor, or, sorry, Mr. Novak.
That's fine, Your Honor. That's okay. We actually have some preliminary things we want to discuss with respect to the posture of this motion. And I also think at some point the court needs to decide at what stage the hearing on this motion remains open and becomes closed. So I'm going
Absolutely.
to bear that in mind in terms of my preliminary statements, if I may. When we filed this motion to disqualify, and when I say we, I mean Mr. Robinson's counsel, we fully expected that what the Utah County attorneys would do is refer the motion to the Attorney General's office so that the Utah County attorneys are not in the position of representing their own interests as potentially conflicted attorneys and a potentially conflicted office, and representing the state's interest in the prosecution. We heard informally from the state's attorneys that they were preparing a response and when it would be provided. And then what we received, and again, I'm bearing in mind that we're in an open hearing at the moment, was a brief where I'm going to say the unsworn representations of two attorneys from that office are basically integrated into points and authorities. We don't have affidavits from Mr. Gray or from the other attorney. We have argument. We noted in our reply that we were surprised, that's in footnote 2 at page 4, that the Utah County attorneys were representing themselves in connection with a motion alleging that they have a conflict of interest and that the state was not being represented through the Attorney General's office. We did some further research on this, and you know, we have some case law that we can provide the court. I suspect that the court is very familiar with the fact, just from its own experience, that in appropriate circumstances, the Attorney General's office can either, one, represent the state in what was a county prosecution with respect to a disqualification motion so that the boundaries are clear, or if there's an ultimate finding or conclusion that there is a conflict of interest, take over the prosecution or assign it to another county. So we're very concerned that we're getting off on the wrong foot, if I can use that metaphor, because we have officers of the court who are both representing their own interests in continuing to be the prosecutors in this case and representing the state in a situation where there should be what I would call, at least temporarily, conflict counsel. I'm not sure that's the term the Attorney General uses, representing the state's interests. There's a Supreme Court decision which is called State v. Jimenez, Jimenez, which I can provide a citation for. There are subsequent cases, but it's pretty clear that this is the type of a case. I'm not saying that Jimenez compels that action, but it seems to me to strongly suggest that where there is a showing, I'm not sure what the threshold showing is. I don't want to say it's a prima facie showing or a reasonable concern, but where there's a showing that there very well may be concerned a conflict of interest that hasn't been handled by a particular state attorney's, county attorney's office, that what's in the interest of
I'm gonna try a different
litigation, of the public, of the parties, is for the Attorney General.
I'm gonna try a different one here. Hold on.
That even going forward with an evidentiary hearing,
That's better audio.
where members of the Utah County Attorney's Office are both litigating as representatives of the state in a prosecution and essentially defending their own propriety of proceeding in this prosecution, is problematic. As far as being prepared, we're of course prepared to go forward with an evidentiary hearing, but we think that it's improvident, and we think that what material that
we already heard
it's
that part.
clear they haven't even tried to address by way of a screening, which of course is a term of art, because their position is no screening was necessary. We're not even here to discuss whether the way in which a particular attorney was screened off was adequate. Their position, as their own advocates, is we've already decided no screening is necessary. So what we've been told by the Attorney General's office, Ms. Nestor can represent to the court exactly what she was told, but basically that there has not been consultation. And while that is Mr. Gray's prerogative, we think it's wrong, and we think that this court needs to exercise its authority to intervene and say, in this case, for this kind of a motion, the court needs to hear from a representative of the state who does not even appear to have a conflict of interest. So that's our preliminary statement about these issues. And again, I hope I've avoided saying anything that should have been said in a closed hearing. I think I was pretty good about that. So that's where we are before we even get into the litigation of it. And I don't want to be formalistic, and I'm certainly not trying to be confrontational, but I think actually what we think the court should do is the court should strike the Utah County Attorney's response to our motion and direct the Attorney General to take up the responsibility for responding to our motion in whichever way clearly non-conflicted attorneys representing the state think they should, how it should be responded to. And if I've muddled, I always say this, Your Honor, if I've muddled anything or confused anything, please say so, and I'll try to clarify.
Thank you. I do have some questions for you as it relates to this. I wish to consider all the authority that you wish to cite to. I mean, obviously, you came into this hearing knowing that this is something you're going to present, and this court wants to be efficient with time, but thorough. Yes. And not jumping to conclusions. Can you give me all the authority that you wish for me to consider in considering your request today?
Yes, and I think what we could also do, which maybe would be more helpful to the court, is that we could file a short brief on this particular issue, because I will acknowledge that while we were surprised that the brief was filed by the same lawyers who are alleged to have this conflict of interest, it took us a little bit of time to, and we wanted to get that filed in time for today's hearing because the court set the hearing. It took us a little bit of time to think through these issues. So there are Utah authorities, there are authorities from other jurisdictions, there are also ABA guidelines on the prosecutorial function, which we think—
Not sure why it just dropped like that.
There should have been what I'll just call a referral
I can
to the
boost
Attorney
it up.
General's office for this particular motion. I can stand here and I can give the court case names and numbers and sections from the ABA standards, but it was not our goal to, of course, put the court on the spot and require the court to, go back into chambers, think about it for, some pressured period of time and come back out and make a decision. So if it would benefit the court for us to file something, and I don't mean in a month, I mean very soon, so that the court has thoughtfully presented points and authorities, we're happy to do that. As far as I know, the only people who've traveled out of town for this hearing are Mr. Burt and myself. So I'm thinking about the convenience of witnesses in the court and counsel. It's important that we do this in a way where the court has the opportunity to make a thoughtful, reasoned decision, as Your Honor always says. So that would be our proposal, is that if the court is open to receiving authorities, that we recess this hearing for, whatever meets the court's schedule, whether it's a week or 2 weeks or a few days, and we can provide the court with something, and we'll come back. But we do think this is a serious issue, because I think the question of who litigates this issue on behalf of the state is in itself wrapped up in this conflict. And we want everybody to get this right.
Thank you.
Once.
My question for you is, knowing this, why didn't you file a motion prior to today's hearing, knowing that the court would be in this position based off your request to prepare the court, prepare opposing parties,
Right, exactly.
and to
What a
be
joke.
efficient in our use of time? I'm trying to understand. I understand what you're saying, and I understand that things evolve, but I'm trying to understand why that wasn't filed in advance of the hearing to put the court on notice at the very minimum, and just to allow the court to do what the court does.
I hear what the court's saying, and I think we can take responsibility for not sufficiently presenting the authorities that we think compel what I've just suggested should happen. We noted in our reply brief that the county attorney should not be representing themselves. And that's probably an inadequate message to the court. But we did file a motion to disqualify. And inherent in a motion to disqualify based on the conflict of interest, we anticipated would be that the state attorneys would seek representation from a clearly non-conflicted, appropriate prosecutorial authority, which, as I've done further research, and Mr. Burt and Ms. Visser and Ms. Nestor and I have all done further research, literally
It's just all about delay.
Earlier this morning, we think it's pretty clear that this court has the authority to make that, I'm going to call it a referral. I think it's an order referring it to the Attorney General if the Utah County attorneys choose not to do so. And the additional information, which we did receive today, I'll just tell you that, was that there had not been any communication between the county attorneys and the Attorney General's office concerning this issue. So I'll fall on my sword. If the court thinks I should be sanctioned for not bringing this up sooner, I hear the court, but we are we're juggling many aspects of this case all at the same time, some of which the court is aware of, some of which the court probably is not aware of, but the court can imagine.
No, and I appreciate that. It's not the intent to sanction you. I understand that issues come up, and there's a lot going on, and so the court appreciates your candor and representation today. So these items can evolve, and so the court is not finding fault with you. It's just hoping that as it requires a lot of time and resources for you and for fellow attorneys and for the opposing party and for other parties, we just might want to make sure we make the best use of our time when we're together.
I hear everything the court is saying. I take it to heart. I understand what the court's saying, and we are cognizant of the time that the court devotes to preparation for these hearings. So that's all I can really say.
Sure. And also for Mr. Robinson himself and the victim representative, Ms. Kirk as well. We just want to do our best, and I understand, and I'm not finding fault with you, sir, or your team. We've all been in court. We all know what happened, so I understand. I'll turn to the state. Oh, and I'm sorry, is there anything further that you wish to represent?
No, I could provide the court with more citations, but I'm just wondering if that's really the best way to give the court a list of verbal citations. I think with all consideration for, and we probably have, with all consideration for the fact that the court wants to be thorough and careful, and we do as well.
Passive aggressive.
We don't want to shoot from the hip, but I think that we just
because if you don't let us delay,
we needed to bring
you're not being
to the court's
thorough.
attention in a much more fulsome way. Once we understood not only the way this was developing, but frankly the way the Utah Supreme Court, the ABA guidelines, courts of appeal subsequent to State v. Jimenez, and the information that we received today from the Attorney General's office, which isn't a secret. It's just we had a conversation and we learned that there hadn't been any consultation. If there had been consultation and the Attorney General had said, no, we think you're good to go, then that would be different. And that's what we learned this morning.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and take those authorities right now. If you'd like to list them, court is ready.
So the second one would be State v. Robertson, and that is also a Utah case, 886 P. 2nd 85. There's the ABA prosecution standards. I would refer the court to section 3.1.7 and 3.2.5. And those are, I think, the places to start.
Is there any Utah rule on point that addresses this issue?
So the case of State v. Jimenez, which I referred to, which is the Supreme Court, does actually cite a statute.
Okay. Anything further that you wish for this court to consider at this point in the proceeding as it relates to this issue?
No, and depending upon the statements of counsel, we may have some response if the court permits it.
Of course.
Right.
Thank you. Turning to the state. Mr. Gray.
Your Honor, I'm not sure why this is coming before us today. If it was such a surprise to them more than a week ago, I don't know why they wouldn't at least notify the court. I, too, represent the state. I'm an elected official, constitutionally elected to represent the state. Where does this end? I don't know these cases. I'm very interested to see whether or not they refer to trials. I know that the Utah Attorney General's office, they've done the same thing that we have in Rule 11 motions, where one counsel on the team examines their boss, in fact, on the matter. So I just think this is ambush and another stalling tactic to delay these proceedings. There's no reason that they could not have at least filed the motion and asked for time to brief it. And where does it end? Do we get to respond to their motion to have the Attorney General's office respond, or does the Attorney General's office have to respond to that one too? I'm not, well, anyway, I've stated my, it should have been done far earlier if that was their case, if that was their claim. And if I could just turn the time over to Ryan in case he has something else.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Yeah,
Mr.
I do.
McBride.
And excuse me, this is, we're tag teaming this somewhat because it's a surprise to us as it is to the court. But in the 5 minutes I've had to read Robertson and Jimenez, which could have been provided to me before this hearing, it looks like those cases don't stand for conflict of interest cases. They're actually, does the Attorney General's office have authority to prosecute cases that occur within a prosecution district or county attorney's jurisdiction? And the answer is yes. It's not about taking conflicts from the few minutes I've had to read those cases. I do want to state...
Busted. That's funny.
This is, of course, the first time this has been raised to us. The defense has known that we were going to respond to this motion for some time. We requested an extension for our filing deadline back in December. The defense agreed to that extension. Our reply was filed January 5th. The defendant's reply was filed thereafter. And in that reply, the tone of that reply is mentions that they thought that perhaps a special prosecutor would be appointed to handle the conflict case. But in the alternative says, we'll be able to, we want to subpoena witnesses to establish the facts that are laid out in the state's opposition motion or memorandum. And that was what we understood was going to happen today. You have a family member of a prosecutor who has been subpoenaed. An affidavit has been supplied to the court. We believe that affidavit is adequate, but it wasn't adequate from the defense perspective, so they subpoenaed that person. Prosecutors have been subpoenaed for today's hearing. We have 2 investigators that have been subpoenaed for today's hearing. And we are ready to go, Your Honor. I think that the motion or the request the defense has made assumes that a conflict does exist and that there's an inability of the party who has been accused of a conflict to defend themselves. And I just don't think that that's true. If there is a conflict, which is the question that this court is to decide, the case will be referred. until that conflict has been established, the case is properly in the jurisdiction that has statutory authority over that offense. And until that conflict has been established, the Utah County Attorney's Office has this case and can defend its involvement in this case. I got just a moment to review my notes and see if there's other points we want to make on this.
Of course.
There is one other point I wanted to make, which is the idea that the case would be referred, that alleging a conflict would cause a special prosecutor to be appointed. That really assumes that there is a conflict, and until that conflict has been established, there is no duty for the case to be referred to another jurisdiction or another special prosecutor to handle. And it raises some of the issues that have been brought up in some of the case law regarding creating or alleging conflicts. There's a lot of case law that talks about how it can be a tactic to try and remove cases from one prosecutor's authority to find a more lenient prosecutor, find a more favorable prosecuting authority that's not going to seek, for example, in this case, the death penalty. And there's a lot of case law that talks about you can't call opposing counsel as a witness in a case unless they're absolutely necessary. And the reason is because it can be a forum shopping effort. And we're concerned with that same kind of motivation or tactic that could be used in this case or other cases like it. Anytime you, as opposing counsel, you don't like the offer you're getting, the way the prosecution is being handled, you allege a conflict of interest, and all of a sudden the county attorney's office has to spend $10,000 to hire a special prosecutor just to handle that one issue, regardless of whether or not it's supported or whether or not a conflict exists. That's a concern we have. Your Honor, we're ready to go forward today. We think the evidence that will be presented today will illuminate the issues adequate that Your Honor can make a decision about whether or not a conflict exists. And we don't
I would
need to
go.
delay this
I would do
proceeding
it
any further.
If I was the judge.
We're confident the court will see the facts as they are and be able to make that determination.
Mr. McBride, so the motion has been made by defense to continue this hearing to allow the filing of a motion addressing more fully this issue. And to that request, what is the state's reply?
We object to that
Yeah.
motion to continue or to strike. We ask the court to go forward today. We think the motion is untimely. The court has, or the prosecution has subpoenaed witnesses, and every delay that happens, the witnesses that we have now family members of the prosecution being subpoenaed. These people are ready to move forward and get this out of the way. The longer we delay this, the more anxiety that this procedure has.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McBride. To defense, any response?
Yes, John, thank you. First, I want to say this is not about seeking a lenient prosecutor. This is not about tactics at all.
Of course not.
And it was actually...
Of course it is.
The county attorney's office who informed us back in October that there was a family member of a prosecutor who was present at Utah Valley University.
I figured that was a
at
son
Charlie
or
Kirk Rally,
a child or something.
and experienced and witnessed certain things. We didn't make this up out of whole cloth.
Who cares?
We didn't grab onto some piece of discovery and say, a wedge, a tactic. The Utah County Attorney's Office informed us in late October that we needed to know about this, and we informed them, fine, that's your position, it's not a conflict of interest. We think it is, and we intend to litigate it. So it's not a tactic, it's not something that we've
Hold on.
made up out of whole cloth because, like I said, we found a needle in a haystack. It's something that they properly brought to our
The Egyptian
attention,
plane, yeah.
but we firmly believe that the law supports the conclusion that that particular prosecutor should have been screened off. There's good case law on screening, which we did fully cite in our briefs in a timely way, and there was no effort to screen off that prosecutor, and that has now created a problem for the whole office. That is not made up out of whole cloth, and like I said, it's not about tactics or lenience or delay. This isn't delaying anything, at least on our part. The other thing that I want to point out is to say that until this court decides there's a conflict of interest, somebody else shouldn't be handling this issue is circular. Because by that point in time, the court would have already allowed the conflicted attorneys to represent the state in a hearing on their potential conflict. So I actually think the way you avoid that circular argument and the sort of harm that arises if the court were to find that there is a conflict is to...
He's sort of making it seem like the judge, if he doesn't make the right decision here,
the Attorney General's office
and remove him.
handle this. Yes, Mr. Gray is an elected official, but that doesn't mean that his office doesn't have a conflict of interest. Conflict of interests arise.
There's no conflict of interest
Prosecutor
inherently
decides
with
to
it.
become a judicial
Who cares?
officer. That's actually where most of the case law comes from. Prosecutor decides to become a judicial officer. That's actually where most of the case law comes from.
How does having a
That's
family
what
member
it
there
is.
a
The
conflict
defense
of
attorney
interest?
changes careers and becomes a prosecutor. There has to be a
ridiculous.
screening. The case law is very clear that the screening has to be adequate. There's been no screening here because Mr. Gray decided we don't think there's a conflict of interest. And what we're saying is it's not a needle in a haystack. It's not a tactic. It's not a fiction. It's not a thin reed. The evidence that the court has suggests, number one, that there's a very good possibility that as a legal matter there's a conflict of interest. That's why we need to have an evidentiary hearing, because the court doesn't have all the facts. And number two, that
Let's
County
reimagine
Attorney's Office,
judging.
because they decided early on, without consulting with anybody, that they didn't have a conflict of interest, didn't put any screening mechanisms in place. And so I understand that they want to defend the decisions that they've made, but the question is, shouldn't the state be represented by somebody else in the course of this court resolving whether those decisions were right? Because to quote the law and to quote the ethics, the Utah County Attorney's Office is now serving two masters. I don't like that word, but that's the word in the doctrine. They're representing themselves and they're representing the state of Utah. And that's why the Attorney General or somebody else designated by the Attorney General should be representing them in this matter. And I do want to say one more thing, if I may, Your Honor, and I appreciate the court's patience. I think that the way we raise this issue in our reply brief is not as accommodating to just letting it go as counsel suggests. What we said is we asked the question is whether it is even appropriate for the UCAO to litigate this issue on its own behalf. While the UCAO may have provided this court with the information that it has deemed relevant to this issue, the scope of the disclosures and litigation of this motion should have been assigned to another state agency, such as the Attorney General. We didn't suggest that this court should appoint a special
Yeah, but that's
prosecutor
irrelevant,
for all
K and May,
purposes,
because
or that
that's not what it's about.
the filing of this motion means that the Utah County
Why would it be
Attorney's Office
even if the
is
family member
automatically
hated him?
disqualified from the litigation? That's the point of the motion, is whether they had a conflict of interest, and if they did, whether they handled it. And it's our position correctly, and it's our position that the answer is yes and no. So I understand there are witnesses
maybe you're
here,
right, I don't know.
people are ready to go. We think that the court should either accept briefing.
I see what you're saying.
Or
like if you
agree
liked
with us
Charlie
that the
Kirk, why would
referral
it
is
be
appropriate. And I want to cite, if I may,
a conflict?
the citation by the Supreme Court in Jimenez. So this is 588 P. Second. It's 707, but this is at 708. This is the statute quoted by the Supreme Court. If at any time, after investigation by and a finding and a recommendation from the district judge involved, that the county attorney in any county is unable to satisfactorily
I don't know. I don't think there's a conflict of interest either way if the family member
without additional legal assistance,
doesn't seem
the Attorney
related.
General shall provide such assistance. That's very broad. What that means in this case is it's inappropriate for the Utah County Attorney's Office to represent itself when it is also representing the state. And that for this motion, this court has the discretion, we would say, respectfully the obligation, to designate the Attorney General to represent the state, the people of the state of Utah, in this motion. And depending upon how the court rules on the motion, then we have to see what happens next.
So is it your position that the court has discretion to make that decision?
I think that the court has the discretion to say to the Utah County attorneys, you shouldn't be representing yourself in this case at this stage as to this motion only. Continue to do what you do while this motion is pending, and we will resolve this motion. I am not suggesting that they should stop the work that Mr. McBride talked about
I would think there'd be conflict of interest if the
having their agents interview witnesses.
If the prosecutor
we want to get this motion resolved in a timely way. It is not a
had made statements,
but
like pro
I'm not
Kirk
saying,
all over the
let me be
place.
very careful, 'cause
that would be.
I don't want to.
But not a family member. That shouldn't be relevant.
I'm not saying that whatever this court decides is the right decision because the court has discretion. We believe that the law requires that the county attorney's office be represented by somebody else for this motion. What I'm saying is the legislature gave the court the authority to compel that when the state attorney and the attorney general haven't done anything about that yet. I'm not saying that the court, I mean, I don't know what the standard of review on appeal would be, so I'm not just saying it's an abuse of discretion standard. What I'm saying is the legislature gave this court the authority to direct, refer to the attorney general representation in a criminal case where there's a showing of a potential conflict of interest. And I've been a criminal litigator, although on this side for a long time, so I understand what counsel's talking about is sometimes defendants come up with questionable grounds and move to disqualify. And I don't think that that's a finding that the court can make in this case. It was actually, as I said before, the Utah County attorneys who were concerned about this enough that they brought it to our attention. We have profound disagreements about the significance of the conflict and the way it was handled. Okay? Right. And otherwise, I think I would be repeating myself if I said anything more without.
Let the prosecution come back.
All right. I just have a brief question. Do you have your witnesses here today?
All the witnesses are here. We have no problem as a pragmatic issue going
Oh, he might
forward.
not. He's going to do it.
Our witnesses are the subpoenas that we served, which were filed with the court.
He might do it then.
So to be clear, I don't think the court is inferring this. We're not unable to proceed if that was the court's conclusion. We are prepared, and the witnesses are here. I'm just saying we think that it would be improvident and it could result in errors of law, and it could result in problems.
See, that's what I was just saying in my comment.
Do you need any additional time in regards to your argument to continue this hearing based off the citations you've provided, the authorities you've provided the court?
1 second.
Ooh, I think the judge might actually go forward here. Let's see. But what I said up above is I think the judge might cave because that avoids appeal issues in the future. You kind of, a lot of times you want to give deference to the defense team just to kind of...
All right, thank you. What this court intends to do is, this is an important issue, and I realize the totality of what's been presented. And my
Take a break.
question in regards to your witnesses is it was informatory. I just wanted to see if depending on what the court rules, if the parties, I don't want to disadvantage either party in that. So this is an important issue, and this court wishes to take a brief recess.
I told
want to
you,
look at
a
what's
break.
been provided
Yeah.
and make see where the court needs to go. I want to inform myself, take a moment to look at it, and as opposed to just making a snap decision and taking into consideration all parties and the constitutional rights of all parties as well. With that, we will be in a brief recess. I always hesitate to give a time because sometimes
we'll be here.
I appreciate you being here. Court is in a brief recess. Thank you.
Yeah, boy. Hold on. I don't know, man. Not really. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, wow. Maybe I'll turn on, let me turn on the audio just in case. All right, right there. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe the judge, I like what he's doing here though, because this might avoid the, appeal thing in the future if he gives it some time to look at the case sightings by the defense team. I'm just going to go look at those and see if they have any relevance to what's going on here. I don't really think it's a conflict of interest. Maybe you guys can talk about that. I mean, if you have a family member that just happened to be at the event, how is that a conflict of interest? So somehow this family member is going to say, hey, give him the death penalty. I mean, I just don't understand where the conflict is. Now, if the defense attorney had made comments like, right after the event, or even before that he loves Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk is, things like that, and it was really open about it, and then maybe immediately after said, oh, this guy should get the death penalty. Oh my God, I became the prosecutor. Okay. That would be, I could see that being a conflict of interest. But, people have family members, and, there was 3,000 people there. Where does it end? I mean, what if you said, well, this guy's daughter's best friend was there, so... And then you just keep going down this stupid rabbit hole of conflict, and then where do you actually find... And they are doing it they want to get rid of this prosecutor because this prosecutor said they are going to trial, they're not going to accept the deal, and they're going to go for the death penalty. The defense team wants to have a prosecutor that's more open to those ideas. And so, of course, that's what they're doing here. It's obvious. All right? And I don't know. What do you got? Let's see. I'm going to do a poll here. Thank you, Phyllis. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And anybody else out there wants to help support the channel with channel memberships. I always like when people give out channel memberships too. Those are it's always neat when maybe some people might come back. It's hard to say. All right. There we go. There's the poll question right there. Yeah, it sort of seemed like that. The question when he said, "Are your witnesses here today?" That really wasn't how he tried to explain it after that. That question was like, "Hey, you know, they're here, they're ready to go. We're wasting time. This is really a... I mean, how are you going to prove that it's a conflict of interest? Are we saying that judges, I mean, attorneys, you know, it's not like his family member got killed. Like, I would say this, if the judge had a family member that was the victim, the one who was killed, then of course that would be a conflict of interest. But just having a family member, whether that's their own kid or a cousin or whatever the hell it is, at the event, what relevance does that have in terms of being able to be fair? What relevance does that have? That's ludicrous. Can you guys come up with something? What do you guys think? All right, we've got 65% think he'll proceed today. He could. You know, he's a lot different than I thought he was, this judge. He seems sort of weakish, like when you hear him, just because of the way his voice is. But I got to tell you, like, he's not like that. That's not how he is. He isn't like that at all. And in the last couple hearings, he's totally different than what a perception might be of him by the way he talks. And I can tell you, this is sort of funny, I've told this the last couple times, but during one of the earlier hearings, I was trying to see how it all worked, how you log into the systems and everything. So I saw that he had another hearing with a different case. So I clicked in, and I was sitting there waiting, and the judge said, "Hey, who's Gray Hughes?" This is Judge Graff. He goes, "Who's Gray Hughes?" And I go, "Oh, I'm just here. I was, going to watch, and I meant to be on your earlier." I don't know. I just started mumbling. I didn't know what to say. So I said, he goes, "Oh, it's okay," and everything. You know, he was totally different, not as, kind of serious seeming. He was like totally cool. So I left that hearing, but I felt like it was just some random case that you could go watch. But somehow I got into it. I don't know, but it was pretty funny at the time. All right, so it looks like about 60% think we will proceed today. Awesome. Yeah. I just don't understand what the quote conflict is by having a family member that just happened to be at the event. Everybody's seen the videos of what happened. I mean, that's the same thing, right? I mean, what difference does it make? I really don't understand. Well, because secretly the family member was saying, "Dad, go for the death penalty. Hey, Dad or Uncle, go for the death penalty. Come on, come on, come on." Yeah, no, it's idiotic to me. I don't think there's any chance that prosecutor will be taken off the case, nor do I think there's ever been, I don't think there's precedence for something similar like that. Oh, let's see, there was a concert and a gunman came into the concert and shot up people. Hey, it turns out that the prosecutor's daughter was at the event. Oh, they can't do it now. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. What different? How is there a conflict or a bias created by the fact that a family member was there? How about that? Does anybody have an argument for that part? How is he? Well, he's doomed because he's the killer. That's why he's doomed. That's the thing. Yeah, Tyler, this case, so if you're somebody out there that's somewhat new here and you've only watched idiots like Candace Owens and some of the nut jobs that are covering the case, this is one of the strongest cases I've ever seen in all the years I've covered true crime, which is thousands of cases. This case is just unbelievably strong. So I think the defense team is just going to try everything they can. They realize he's likely going to get the death penalty given the current situation, and they probably think, okay, if we can somehow get a different prosecutor that's more open to the fact that, for an appeal, or I mean, not an appeal, a confession, not a, what's the word, a pleading of guilty is what I was looking for. Let's try everything that we can do. So they're going to try to get a different prosecutor, and then they're going to try to, every piece of information, when they found the gun, how did they collect it? Did they, they're going to try to get everything thrown out that points right to them. But if they can't get anything thrown out, it's almost a waste of time to have I mean, the trial is going to be great, but it's just a slam dunk. You got to be kidding me. I mean, you have parents who said, yeah, that's our kid in the stairwell there. They track that person to the Losi Center building, walking a specific way because there's a gun in his pants. Then they see the same person walking on the roof, walking the same way, and then he climbs over a little wall, and then 5 minutes later, the limp is gone because the gun was taken out of his pants, put back together. The scope was already on the barrel the whole time. And, then he shoots, and then he exits the roof. It's the same guy the whole time, the one that the parents said was our kid. He goes into the wooded area. In that very same wooded area that he goes running into, they find the rifle, a rifle that had, I think it had 4 bullets in it. One was fired, and all 3 of them had inscriptions on them. And there was DNA on the bullets themselves. There was DNA on the gun, on different parts. There was DNA of Tyler. All this was Tyler Robinson's DNA on the towel, etc., the gun, the bullets. And then there was DNA on the screwdriver found on the roof. And even if it was found in the woods, either way, his DNA is on there. And the fact that his screwdriver was found in the woods doesn't mean he was trying to reassemble it or anything again. It means he lost it there. Because he never put back together the rifle after shooting Charlie Kirk. He never put it back together. And then you have all the text messages. And by the way, on the roof, remember how I showed you his fingers drag across? I guarantee you they have DNA of Tyler Robinson on the roof, the corner up there, and they likely have his foot impression on one of the ledges that he put his foot on when he was jumping. They have all that stuff. Okay? It's a slam dunk. This case is... And then they have the note left behind. Now, I don't know if they have the note itself, but a picture was taken of the note by Lance Twiggs, I think. And then they have all of the conversations that Lance Twiggs allowed an officer to do screenshots. And now I think they probably have the official versions. That was what they did at the time. And they probably have the official versions of the same conversations. And it's just, where's the out? Oh, that's right. The Egyptian planes and the Israeli Mossad are really the ones. Give me a break. Yeah, who cares if it's the prosecutor's child? Ah, jeez. The kid has nightmares. Give me a break. Hey, thanks. Perpetual Concepts for gifting a membership. Would be called as a witness or was interviewed by police as a witness. I don't know why he took a picture of it. I don't know if that's exactly what he did, but what if he did take a picture of it? What difference does it make? Maybe he wanted to send it to some people on Discord and say, hey, this is what he left here, you guys. You know, maybe something like that. You ever thought of that? All right, I'm going to go. I got to eat something or something, but here we go. I'm going to play this. There you go. What do you mean the sound's not right? Oh, maybe, let's see. Maybe when I went over to that hearing, let's see, hold on. Nah, it's all good. Sound is fine. Thanks up there again to Perpetual Concept. I don't know what your other comment is. I don't know what you're saying. Oh, maybe. I don't know, Lynn. If one of the juror questions will be, do you have a family member that was there? You seem really interested in that. You've typed it in twice now, Lynn. Let's see, assuming that there is a conflict of interest, it will chance the evidence. Change, you mean? Yeah, I don't think. Well, they're just hoping there's a Bill Thompson in the waiting. That's what they're hoping for. We're going to have to try to get rid of this prosecutor. We need a Bill Thompson type, you know? One that'll look past the payback of society just to get a quick conviction. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they might ask that question, but I don't think it matters if somebody knows somebody that was at the event. It doesn't mean that you can't think. I think the shooting, the images of the shooting, everybody's seen them, you know. They've been out there. Everybody's seen. I think the more damaging stuff are people like Candace Owens and, Valhalla, all these dipshits who put out stuff that is completely false information, fake information, and a lot of people believe it. So you might have these people that are watching, or being selected for the jury that actually believes some of this absolute garbage that these people put out over and over and over again. It's just the same shit, day in, day out. How could a 30-06 not exit the neck, man? Well, you know what? None of us know what type of ammunition was used. And bullets do crazy things. All right? They just do. And they just keep saying the same thing over and over again because they need it to be a conspiracy. That way they can keep making video after video after video after video after video. And it's just, that's all it's about for them. If we can make this a conspiracy, we can make endless videos. If it's not a conspiracy, you're sort of stuck where I am, where I know the case inside and out. That's been presented out there, and stuff I figured out on my own. Yeah. So if people go, Gray, you don't investigate the case, you bastard. Yeah, I've done it way more than you have. Okay, I'm the one that got the full footage from this house right here of Tyler Robinson walking by. I'm the one that figured out that at 10:10 or 10:08 is when he walked by here, likely during a dry run, when he walked by with the maroon shirt. I'm the one that figured out the exact time of the gunshot right up here in the public sphere. The first day of the shooting, within 20 minutes, like I go on the air, I looked around and I said, look where he got shot in the front of the neck. And I picked this spot right here. I go, God, that looks like the spot. Turns out I was wrong by about 30 feet because it was like right there. All right, so we even had that location. Then the reason we were able to determine the exact location is because a person filming from right here up there, it shows them on that top ledge, so then I was able to sort of go back, and then I go, oh wow, I had it right there, and it was actually on the roof in that location. See what I'm saying? And then we just put all the pieces together, right? I mean, you have the surveillance footage on the final run where he's walking by right there. Given that, you wouldn't want to walk too far. I mean, how far do you think this guy walked with a gun in his pants? Probably not too far. So he definitely walks by right there. And then that continued on to here. So we know for certain that he walked like this. This whole route here is just dialed in. 100%. I would think if the defense has family members. Yeah. Here, let's see. So this is, let me open up some more of these for those who haven't seen some of this stuff. Let me try that one. Right. Oh yeah. So this is that spot right here. This is the spot where I think he may have parked the car originally. See that? It's so perfect. There's very little, especially if you're on this side of the passenger side when you get ready. So I'm walking on the streets over there. This is the this is right here is where the surveillance was, where the Dodge Challenger was spotted, and where I'm walking right now is almost exactly where Tyler Robinson walked. He walked on the sidewalk though. And then I'm just going to walk all the way around. Currently from above right now we're probably right there, and then we'll take a left to go this way. I'd already walked all the way around like this. Now let's go to the street, turn left. Now we're coming down. Currently we're about like right in this area. This is the sidewalk we walk down. And then that house across the street, they pick him up walking about right here-ish. Maybe about right here, because remember the fence up behind him looks just like that. These little step fence. So he's walking.
Right here on the left is
I think it's this house right here, actually.
Wall.
No, the second
that's
one.
Next to
Not
him,
this one.
Newer
this
surveillance footage that came out. And the camera's obviously across the street over there.
But hey guys, if you want to help support the channel, that would be awesome.
And right here is where the
so if you went
SUV slowed down, but as you can see.
Yeah, so if you went left down there, that's a dead end, but that's the same area where he's running at later. That's a dead end though. And there's a fence, so he likely wouldn't have been able to, he probably could have climbed over that, but just didn't want to on his way back. And then you come down here and then take a left on the next street, and then this is the final street before actually going into the tunnel. And these are where the different people shot videos. So this is where he came running out of, right there, and the camera that picks that up, believe it or not, is the one right over here on this house. You can just barely see him on the side running through there. The shot where you see him walking back behind there is right through this opening. So he's walking back there and then he runs out over here to the left. And that was filmed on this camera right up there. And here's where the second camera was. Right up on this building at the top. Right up in there. And that's one of the ones that law enforcement removed. I almost went over and asked that guy, but he just, I don't know, he looked kind of busy. And then this is on the final run. He cuts across the grass right here. I mean, if you haven't seen this before, you'll just see how absolutely simple this whole thing was. Let me get rid of that. I'll go back down there again. Alright, here it is. Cutting across, and then goes over this little bridge here. I just crossed it. It was back up there. And look at this is how he went, because this avoids having to go upstairs or anything with the gun in his pants. And then I walked that way, but then I go back that way, so I'll just skip forward until we go back the correct direction. I think he went through this left side up here. And then he comes down. Now you could walk up above up there on the street, and then there's stairs right over there, but see he's avoiding stairs because it's hard with the gun in his pants. So he wants to stay on flat surface, or even sloped as much as possible. And see, there's the stairs that come down there. There's no other way out of here other than go through this tunnel. And then right up there is the camera that filmed him come into the tunnel. Let's see if we can... Gonna try to find that folder that had that in there. 12, 13, stills. Yeah, right here. So that's him just as he's going into the tunnel there. And this one is him walking down this tunnel here. So watch this. And then right in this area here, you see how this wall, see how it's different down here? These walls don't look like this one, just this particular wall right here. And that's the one behind him in this shot right here. Hold on. What did I do with that picture? Oh, it's over here. Right there. That's this one. Okay. And the camera that filmed that is right there. See that camera right there? That filmed that. Then he goes up these, goes just around the corner and then up these stairs. And that's where we have the next shot. This one. He's just going up those stairs. Now that person there is that person, and it's this person. It's the same person, all filmed in order, and it's the same person. So you might go, oh, it looks different. Oh, it's just the camera or whatever. Same shirt, same hat, glasses. And then this is him continuing up the stairs. And we see the sideburns, etc. And then he goes around the corner and then goes up the stairs. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing in this. So he goes up the stairs. There's the camera right there that filmed this. Goes up these stairs. And then around that corner right there. See? Boom. So that's all on camera. That's all video. We just haven't seen that video yet. And then this is what he did. He walked out here. He was limping. Now notice how nobody stops me, and I have this weird camera. Nobody says a damn thing. And nobody's going to stop somebody who's limping and say, hey, how come you're limping? Nobody does that. Unless you're Anya on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She might ask that question. And then you go down this direction right here. And you just walk like this. I think I've got this one dialed in. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to use Lance Twiggs. Yeah, I'm actually re-watching the whole show again. It's a good one. It is a good show. I don't know why. It's just the way it was written, the characters, etc. But yeah, Anya just says whatever the hell pops into her head. It's a little bit like how I am normally, but not quite as bad. Like, she's just horrendous. Anyways, so look how on this little sidewalk here, there's no steps that you have to go up. Just one set. But in general, you're just walking here. Now, I think he may have gone up that way, like this. Yeah, so that's what I did do. So you did have to go up that little tiny 3 or 4 sets or steps. Yeah. And then see how this way avoids this entire set of stairs there. You just have to go up another small 5 or 6 steps. Gray, it's really 7. I counted, you bastard. Get your facts straight, you. All right, then around this corner. And but just look how easy this was for Tyler Robinson to do. Not only that, everybody on campus was in that little area where the event was taking place. So out he was this evil presence walking around where there's like probably very few people even moving around because everybody is over there waiting for Charlie Kirk. So we come up here, and if you go right through there, I think I walk right over here. Yeah, so this is the Losi Center building. See how easy this is? Let's see if we can get 6 channel memberships, you guys. That would get us at least... Right now, we're not even at like 40% of a goal, if you can believe that. And then right up there is where he came down, right there. See that? And on the window is still the tape there of where they were marking things. You know, different elements. There's the handprints up there. There's his footsteps, etc. Well, cool, Pat. I'm glad you found it. You haven't seen any of this? Wow. Yeah, and then look at this. And here is the Losi Center building. And then he goes inside this door over here. Right there. And look at. Hey, why do you got that camera? Nope, nobody asked. I just walk right through. Hey, thanks, Phyllis Watson. Very kind. And then there's the stairs that go to the roof right there, you guys. And now when I went there, they had taken down a barricade that was there for other people that showed up just after because they blocked it. But see, I'm walking right here. And then this is how simple this was for Tyler Robinson. So when you listen to idiots like Candace Owens trying to tell you how he had to be a gymnast and do all this crazy stuff, she's absolutely lying right to your face. Okay? Hey, welcome, Eagles, Stars, and Stripes. Now look at right at the top of the stairs here. This fence right here was not there at the time. This was put up after the shooting. You could walk right over to there. You see that? See that area? That's just a little wall. You know, just visualize this where the fence is not there, just like this. So he could stand right over there, and he stepped over this wall. This wasn't there either. They put this after. And in this position is where he put together the rifle, and then he ran over to that corner of the roof right over there. Isn't that just the easiest thing you've ever seen in your life? We just did the entire walk. Every bit of it. And it's just so simple. He puts together the rifle here. Everybody's attention is down there. It kind of reminds me, like I said before, in Lord of the Rings. Remember that when, I think they were trying to give time for Frodo and them to put the ring into the Mount Doom, and so they created this diversion, a battle going on, while they were able to sneak in and do that. So it's kind of reverse energy wise, but like the Charlie Kirk event itself was a distraction for every single person on the campus, basically. And outside of that ring of distraction was an evil person, and that's Tyler Robinson, who, behind all of that, came in and snuck in, put together the rifle. Nobody's watching him. He goes over to the roof corner, which is just really right over here. I think you step down and it's like right over in that area, right over there. There's a little space there, but you run right over there and in that corner back there. Not right there, but back there. And so what we're looking at from above is, you know, he came up these stairs. This is that same spot where he went over the wall. And then he ran all the way over to that corner right there. Yeah, now check this out. This is me right after that, going over to the Losi Center building. I got a huge pole. I don't know what made me think of doing this. But it was so incredible. Look. That's Tyler Robinson's 4 fingers as he was letting himself off the roof. They're exactly in the exact spot. Why am I need to go to jail? What happened? What happened? And then right over here, I made a video that shows precisely where each one of these marks are. And then right there, there's some of that tape. I think down here is a foot impression that they were able to get. I think they were able to get DNA from up here. Specifically right there, they were able to get DNA, and maybe even up a little higher. It's so funny. I put that camera there, and I didn't know what the hell I was just... it just happened to be there. You know, so look, those 2 pieces of tape. And it's sort of interesting. It almost looks like there's a foot. I don't know if that's light or that's probably just light, a thing, but I think there's a footprint right on the side of this. They didn't get one from the ground. They got it from right there. Yeah, we know it's new fencing. I just explained that. Alright guys, if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. Got to keep moving forward here. We just keep having these massive lulls where it makes it really hard. Also, I wanted to say thank you to, let's see. It was Melanie and then also Deborah on Patreon. Patreon, I wish I had more time. I'm not able to do a lot over there. You know, it's just one of those things that takes up a ton of time. It's hard to figure out. Maybe one day I'll do something where I take all of the FOIA stuff and put it over there for people. I don't know. I'm trying to think about that. Hey, thanks, Eagles, Stars, and Stripes. Happy Friday to yourself. And then after he jumped down, this is where he went. It looked like this when he's running across the grass. And that's the wooded area where he put the rifle. So you see how simple all this really is? It's not complicated or anything. He's got the rifle sort of next to his leg, swinging it, covered in a towel. Then he makes his way over there and quickly darts into the woods across the street. I think I do go across. And see, this is what it looks like. See how it goes way down there? So you could hide something in there and then walk along here and not really be noticed very much because you're way down below the road. And so I think he went down in here and he put the rifle and a towel in there, and I think when he exited, he actually walked along here and then cut across to the right over there. It's resuming?
Attending turning
Okay.
at UVU on the day Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. The family member texted the prosecutor almost I can't speak today. Contemporaneously.
What?
Pretend I said that word right. With the event, and shared that they had heard the gunshot and that they had run with the crowd, and other observations, feelings, and reactions. Thereafter, the prosecutor went to UVU and investigated how far away his family member was to the shooting. The family member had left a backpack when they fled. The prosecutor determined that the family member was approximately 85 feet away from Charlie Kirk when he was shot. In my view, those are the alleged facts that the court must consider to answer the first question. Does the prosecutor, by virtue of his relationship with a family member who witnessed the shooting, have a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7? And in turning to that, just looking at my notes, I appreciate your patience. And so turning to defense, if I accept the facts as you have alleged in your motion as true, is there any reason to call witnesses to answer the first question before the court? And before you answer that, I understand that there are other relevant facts that pertain to the effect of the alleged conflict. Those facts would include whether the prosecutor was properly screened from the case, what conversations he had with other prosecutors, and whether the family member's experience impacted the state's decision to seek the death penalty. It is the defense position, as I understand it, that those facts may need to be explored through witness testimony. But if we're just talking about the first question, whether the prosecutor has a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7, is there a need to call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand that the court is trying to get to the threshold question that we have put before it with respect to who should be representing the Utah County Attorney's Office in this motion. But the answer to the court's question is yes, because it's not just the mere transactional event that this that the offspring witnessed the shooting.
So it was a child.
It is,
as I guessed.
The evidentiary development will get at, and again, we were only provided with an affidavit, which was very, if I may, narrowly drawn, at communications that happened after that between that offspring and their parent, between that offspring and other family members that may have been communicated to the parent, communications between the parent and other people in the office, the impact. Okay, so now I'm going to just say, if I had found out that my child was at an incident where somebody was shot and killed, I would have an incredibly strong emotional reaction, even if they were safe.
Okay, that's you. And who cares?
Okay, so
everybody had an emotional reaction.
Give me a second. Okay.
To what happened to Charlie Kirk.
There was a horrible shooting incident at Brown University a few weeks ago. And I have a child who lives within 20 miles of there who was in Providence that day. And everybody in our family was really freaked out until we knew that they were safe. And then even when we knew they were safe, the question was, what did you see? Did it affect you?
Oh.
Turned out everybody's fine.
Wow.
But it's not just, oh, I was there, right? And my family member didn't witness
Well,
the shooting.
you can bring in psychological
Wasn't
witnesses.
in a crowd with 3,000 people
Feel free.
who all had to run and take cover.
This is just going downhill quick for the defense. This is
in case
stupid.
there were some other harm that occurred. Okay? So it's not just the fact that this person was 85 feet away from Mr. Kirk. It's that begins to that scratches the surface, if I may, of the
it's a little different.
The totality of the circumstances, which we think created
this was a targeted
conflict of
shooting.
interest.
Where the other one was
the answer
random.
is yes, and that's why both
kind of random.
the parent and the offspring are here and are under subpoena and agreed to be here and agreed to testify. Obviously, it's the court's proceeding, but nobody's moved to quash, and I think it's obvious that that's because we need further factual development. And our reply brief, if it did anything, it communicated to the court the case law, which shows that this is a fact-intensive inquiry and that affidavits are required. And here we don't have affidavits from the parent or from Mr. Gray. We have argument in a brief. But we also believe that testimony from the offspring is necessary, and they're here, and they agreed to be here. And they agreed that Ms. Visser could sign an acknowledgement of service of a subpoena. So the very, very long answer to the court's question is yes, definitely. We need to have an evidentiary hearing.
But isn't the defense required to make the threshold showing from the facts that you're asserting? Isn't that where we begin? Not necessarily the state's response, but don't you have a responsibility to show that you've made a threshold showing of what you're asserting would rise to what you're asserting in your motion?
So the state, so the Utah County attorneys informed us that this offspring was present in a crowd, was caught up in the ensuing chaos, heard a shot fired, had to leave their belongings behind, witnessed the trauma of other people. We can't really get beyond that without fact development. I mean, if what the court is saying, hypothetically, is I want you to go sit down and interview people, that's one thing. But if the court's saying that we somehow should have more information than the county has given us, we can't do that without evidentiary development. Okay? We have questions about whether there were more non-recorded communications that we haven't been told about. I think we have a good faith, and the court could imagine that a family would talk about such an incident, and it wouldn't just be the text messages that the court has in the exhibit. And I don't purport to say anybody should run their family the way my family operates. I'm just talking about what I think would be natural, which is families talk about these things because we want to take care of our kids, and we want to make sure they're okay. And then we need to make sure that our responsibilities to the public and to justice aren't impacted by our personal experiences. And I think that we can only get at that, Your Honor, through evidentiary development.
All right.
And that's why, and I think that the state would agree with that, because that's why they provided the court with some affidavits and some fact in the course of argument. So I think that it needs to be fully developed through the very limited number of witnesses that are present.
I understand. Let me turn to the state. What's the state's position?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. The question is, there's two layers here, right? The first layer is, when an alleged conflict arises, does in this case, the county attorney's office have to conflict the handling of that allegation to another special prosecutor, attorney general's office, right? Your question is, doesn't the defense have to make an initial showing before that first conflict has or occurs that requires that delegation?
Yes.
Okay. My answer is yes. I mean, otherwise we have to have a hearing to determine if another entity has to handle the substantive issue, and then you have to have another hearing to determine if there actually is a conflict. I think there has to be at first a showing that there is a basis for a conflict. Otherwise, someone can come in and say, I think there's a conflict without any evidence whatsoever, or not evidence that's credible. I think, and for that reason, I think the court should be able to make this threshold showing based on the affidavit, right? The affidavit and the facts that have been proffered. I think there's enough there for you to say, yes, the county attorney's office can handle this motion on its own, or no, this motion needs to go to the attorney general's office, whoever else, to handle the substantive issue of whether or not there's a conflict. I mean, I want to be clear. I don't believe under any of those circumstances that the issue needs to be conflicted out. I believe that until a conflict has been found, the county attorney's office or whatever entity has been accused of a conflict can litigate that issue without litigating that issue.
All right. In regards,
Did I make myself clear?
I appreciate that, Mr. McBride. A follow-up question in regards, they're proposing calling witnesses to make that threshold showing. What is the state's position?
No, I mean, my position is no. I think witnesses should be called one time in this case, and that should be to determine whether or not there's a conflict, not to determine whether or not the issue of whether or not there's a conflict should be conflicted.
Okay. I think there may have been a little bit of confusion there, and I'll take responsibility for the question. In regards to the threshold showing about the conflict, so the threshold showing of a conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. So the AG's it seems to follow after in time to see if there's a conflict initially. So in regards to establishing that, defense, and I don't wish to speak for you, but my understanding is you wish to call witnesses to put that evidence on.
Then I misunderstood the court's question. I don't think we need to take testimony in order for this court to make a finding on under 1.7 that conflict-free counsel should represent the state in this motion. I am not suggesting, and I didn't mean to, that there should be 2 hearings. That's not what, so if I misunderstood the court's question, I thought the court was saying, do we even need an evidentiary hearing on your motion to disqualify? Isn't it enough for the court to just read the papers? But that was not, was that your question?
Well, and I'll take full responsibility on my question. That was really the push on it, because my understanding is that determination needs to be made based off what you told us in the beginning, that a showing of a conflict of interest, there has to be a very good possibility of a conflict or showing of a conflict is the very first step before we go down the further road of addressing the AG's office. And so I was alluding to, based off that, does that require an evidentiary hearing from your perspective?
I don't think that it requires an evidentiary hearing, but I don't want to predict or make assumptions about the court's view. I believe that the Utah County Attorney's disclosure to us on October 20th of this situation and our assessment that it creates a conflict of interest is not frivolous. It's not taken for the purposes of delay or tactics. It's a real potential conflict. I don't know what the threshold showing is that permits or requires the court to exercise its authority under what is now in juxtaposition to the Utah legislature changes its code so often, like we have to figure out all the new code numbers, but it's now section 17-68-304, which gives the court the authority to appoint the Attorney General in this situation for this purpose, 17-68-304, as opposed to the code section cited in Jimenez. The law is the same, but the code sections have changed. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to predict or gamble with what showing this court thinks is necessary in order to appropriately exercise its discretion to make that referral. And so if the court says, I need more, then we should have an evidentiary hearing, because the important thing is to get it right, not for me to bargain on whether our papers show enough. The only thing that we know that we can show in our papers is what we were told and what we were given. And we were given some text messaging between family members and maybe some other people. I mean, the court has that, it's an exhibit. That's all we really have. And so I don't want to just say, oh yeah, there's enough there, and then have the court say, no, there isn't. Because it may be that the court wants to take some permit us to take some preliminary testimony in order to make that decision. But what I really think, instead of starting an evidentiary hearing on a motion to determine if there should be a referral, I think that there's a sufficient showing that there should be a referral by this court because of 1.7, under the court's authority under Utah Code Section 1768-304, before we even begin to take testimony. I mean, the fact that Mr. Gray is going to be the first witness we call already, and that the state hasn't moved to quash because it's a frivolous subpoena, or it doesn't have, there's no basis in the factual predicate to examine Mr. Gray about these things, suggests that there's a problem here. That Mr. Gray's office is representing Mr. Gray while also trying to represent the state. And that's an inherent problem. And I understand it's a thorny question. It's what's the showing that's necessary, and does the court have discretion, or is the court compelled to? Is the court going to commit error if it doesn't? That's why I think that maybe some thoughtful briefing is an appropriate thing to do. Before we start an evidentiary hearing and then realize that we got off on the wrong foot, because there should be somebody else seated at counsel table when two members of the state's attorney's office, who are members of the prosecution team, are two of the 4 or 5 witnesses in this hearing.
All right.
So I'm not trying to dance around the court's question. What I'm really saying is, I don't know that we can be stuck with only being able to give a court a showing based on the evidence we've been given, when all we've been given is a memo that says, this person was there, we don't think it's a problem, they were 85 feet away when Mr. Kirk was killed.
And so, and I appreciate what you're saying, counsel, but what I'm trying to determine is, in your regard, in your understanding, I want to address this, the sufficiency of the showing. Is it your request for an evidentiary hearing for you to present to the court enough evidence for the court to make that determination, or something else?
If the court doesn't believe that the papers themselves sufficiently demonstrate that for purposes of the motion to disqualify, the state should be represented by somebody else, then the answer is yes, we want to have an evidentiary hearing up until the point where the court reaches that conclusion. Because that would be the only way for us to satisfy whatever showing the court deems necessary. So I'm not going to waive an evidentiary hearing if the court's saying, well, I don't think you have enough evidence here. Obviously, the answer is yes. What I'm really just saying is, I think that based on the papers, the court can say, yeah, this is a significant problem in a serious case that has really, really serious consequences for Mr. Robinson, for the people of the state of Utah, for the victim's family, and we should do this carefully and correctly. And I think the way to do that is to have the Attorney General of Utah designate somebody in their office to represent the county for this limited purpose until the court determines the scope of the conflict. We think the conflict requires disqualification from the case, but ultimately, obviously, that's going to be a judicial determination.
All right. Anything further from the state before the court makes its ruling on this issue?
I just want to clarify, you're talking about the need for an evidentiary hearing in order to determine whether or not the county attorney's office can handle the motion to disqualify?
No, I'm determining just an initial showing of a conflict that exists here. Like
Well, for what purpose? To disqualify the office or to have the Attorney General's office step in and handle the disqualification motion?
To disqualify the office.
Can I take a crack at it?
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Gray, just stepping to the lectern, just so the record picks you up. Sometimes these microphones are a little
If
long.
I could take a crack at it. Basically, I think what you're saying is kind of like a Frank's hearing where you have to allege sufficient facts so that based on those facts, if the court takes that as true, then you would need whether or not there would be a legal basis to conflict it out or find a conflict, right? And so if they don't make that showing, then the court can rule straightway. But if they do make that showing, if what's alleged is true, then we go to an evidentiary hearing. Is that?
Mostly, it's the initial showing of a conflict, and what happens after that will be determined because they're bringing this up for the first time today.
Basically, like a prima facie showing initially. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's. Yeah. I'll let you.
No, I appreciate your clarification, Mr. McBride.
Nothing else.
All right, it's the court's, and I've read the briefing by all parties and listened to the argument today, and I don't believe a sufficient showing has been made for the court just relying upon the briefing itself. And so I can't make that finding based off, well, I would find that that threshold showing hasn't been met based off the briefing. And turning to Mr. Novak, based off that finding of the court, what is your position?
Our view is that if the court has concluded that the briefing does not yet rise to the level of proof that the court should at this time make a referral, then the court should begin to take evidence. And there may be a moment where the court says, okay, I've heard enough, now I'm ready to make a referral, and we're going to stop and pause and wait for the Attorney General to engage, and then we'll have to see where that goes, but it may be that we have to finish the evidentiary hearing. But, and I think all of us can attempt to prioritize the portions of our examination so that the court can make that finding as early as possible. I'm just trying to avoid doing the hearing twice.
I understand.
Because right now, it's our view, the state is not being represented by the attorneys who should be representing it. And so if the state's going to come in later and say, well, we want to redo the evidentiary hearing because the state wasn't represented by the right parties, I mean, it's just, or by the right lawyers, that's something that we would want to avoid. We want to do this once out of a courtesy to the court and to a couple of the witnesses.
No, I appreciate that. And can this be accomplished by proffer?
I don't know what the witnesses are going to say because they've only given us very limited information. The state elected to give us information in their briefing, some of which is, like I said a few times now, is not sworn by affidavit or declaration. It's in the nature of argument. I mean, there are portions of Mr. Gray's brief, he signed it, where he makes many, many assertions of fact in the course of arguing the legal issues. And none of that is sworn. And I mean, I'm sure that, and I think, so I don't think that there can be a proffer because I don't know what the proffer is. I know that I have a lot of questions about things that that the court was not told about in the briefing and the affidavits. So the answer respectfully is no, it can't be done by proffer.
All right. And which witnesses are you intending to call today? And I understand you're saying you wish to just put on enough and focus on the key issues, but just if I were to grant, I'm just trying to understand the scope.
Well, I think Mr. Gray is the first witness. The second witness.
We may approach.
Yes. Parties to the bench, please.
Okay.
Come on, come on, Mel. You know I'm pretty close right there. I think I nailed it, Mel. Yeah, see? That's right. That's what I was saying. That's how it works, man. That's how guys get through it. You have to pretend that you wanted to go to a shitty place, but you know it's the place that they want to go to, but if you suggest it, there's no way in hell you're going there, right? So guys, just learn from that. Yep, I just got done with my popcorn. Yeah, I figured out you have to cook popcorn for 1:45, or it just sucks.
Thank you, counsel. In regards to the question of what witnesses do you anticipate calling?
Mr. Gray, I'm going to get his title wrong, but Mr. Christensen is an investigator with the county attorney's office. The prosecutor, who we believe is conflicted off, and their offspring.
Okay. All right. Any input from the state at this point? All right. I'm assuming the next portion that we need to address is your motion in regards to the hearing itself, the evidentiary hearing, whether it's closed or open. Correct?
Is the court looking over my shoulder?
Probably going to want to close because of the daughter or the child.
Sorry, there is someone behind you, but I was trying to look at you. That monitor's in the way, but I appreciate the clarification.
When the county attorneys informed us of this factual issue, and we told them that we thought that there was a disqualifying conflict, we had an agreement that we would file our motion privately, I think is the correct term,
sure,
so that certain identities were protected. And that was at their request, and we've continued to accommodate that, and we have no problem with that. So we are not pushing for this hearing to be closed, but we totally understand why it's appropriate to do so. And it is, and Mr. McBride has verbalized this very well in conversations among counsel, the record is going to be very, very muddy if we can't have examinations that use names and identities. It's just going to be super, super awkward. And so that's why we are fine with the hearing being closed, which I think it's fair to say we view as an appropriate deference to the requests of the county attorneys.
All right. To the state.
Given the extreme publicity and the issues that surround this case, we would ask that this portion of the hearing be closed.
Right.
We've had communications with counsel.
We're not going to get it here.
We believe
Jesus,
they agreed
all
that,
this.
after taking a balancing test of the public's right to know and the right to an open proceeding and the privacy interests at issue.
The judge sometimes overrules these people.
One of my concerns that I have, is there any other parties weighing in?
I think there may be, Your Honor, both
Your Honor.
and here in person.
All right. Well,
Your Honor, this is Jeff Hunt. Can you hear me?
I sure can, Mr. Hunt. Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you.
We can hear you, Matt.
Accommodation and courtesy to allow us to appear remotely. With me is my colleague David Ryman. We represent the Deseret News, KSL, KUTV, and other news media. We would like to speak briefly to the closure issue, if that's okay.
All right. I'll hear from you.
We did meet and confer with counsel for the state and counsel for the defendant concerning closure. And counsel has explained that they believe it would be impossible to conduct this hearing or even portions of it in open court without causing prejudice to the privacy and personal safety interests of the family member witness involved. They've told us they believe it would not be feasible or practicable to approach this on a witness-by-witness basis or an issue-by-issue basis because they believe the names of the prosecutor and the family member would be used throughout the examination of witnesses. So we have no reason to doubt the statements and representations of counsel, and in reliance on those would not be objecting to closure of the evidentiary hearing on the disqualification and the referral issues unless the court has a different view and believes that we could parse this on a witness-by-witness or an issue-by-issue basis.
I thought this guy was going to be
That
helping.
said, Your Honor, we understand that counsel for the state and the defendant have agreed to review a transcript of any evidentiary hearing and make limited and appropriate redactions so that a public version of the transcript could be released.
Ah, jeez. This guy's
And
what a
with that,
sellout.
there are just a couple other brief points I'd like to make. First, we think that this should be the rare exception to conducting these proceedings in open court. There's a strong constitutional presumption of open and public court proceedings, and of course, enormous public interest in this particular case. That openness and transparency is an institutional value that serves this court, the participants, and the public well. The facts and circumstances of this particular motion, given the fact that it concerns a family relationship of the prosecutor, makes it a very extraordinary and unique situation that we feel, given the representations made, can justify the closure. Although we do believe in most cases, just the fact that a motion implicates a witness will not be grounds for closure. Second, we just wanted to get on the record that we believe that release of a transcript is not an adequate substitute for the ability of the public and the press to attend and view the proceedings themselves. For this particular evidentiary hearing, that may be the only practical mechanism for the public to obtain some information about the case. But again, we would expect this would be the exception and not become a regular practice. And finally, Your Honor, it's our position that any oral argument on the disqualification motion or the referral motion should be conducted in a public hearing. As this hearing itself has shown, a lot can be done and argued without disclosing the names of family members
Yeah, who's representing the
or
public
the witness
here?
at issue and jeopardizing those interests. Counsel can refrain from identifying the prosecutor or family member to protect the asserted privacy interests. And we have experienced counsel. They could be mindful of that issue during oral argument, and it's not unduly burdensome for them to take those steps. And any burden
Why did
would
this
be
guy even
greatly
come on?
outweighed by the public interest in learning more about the motion and having at least an open argument. So
He's trying to
we do
be
believe that the argument, and I understand
like
the
butter up
argument
the
made at a
judge
later
for
date,
future.
not today, but that should be done in open court. That's all I have, Your Honor.
I mean, that was the attorney representing the media.
Anything further from the parties?
The hell was that?
Your Honor, as to the oral argument, it is our request that it be closed, and the reason why is that we're not perfect. Names slip. It's happened in trials. It's happened in arguments before, and I'm concerned at the risk that could have if one of the
The
parties
judge
or the
was
attorneys
about to
would slip and
have an argument against
identify,
it being closed.
those who ought to be protected. With that said, a fallback position could be not live stream.
Right, it was a media attorney. He-
Redaction should an inadvertent mention of a name be made.
He's trying to have goodwill for a future.
Counsel, one of my biggest concerns is I
Trial.
have to make findings of fact that are very specific. I can't redact my findings when I issue an order. And I will have to cite to the relevant facts. And quite honestly, the name of the prosecutor is a relevant fact. I can't simply glaze over that and make an assertion. It's important because it relates to various factors that you may address, and which has been brought up in briefing.
Come on, Judge.
And so this court is going to deny the request to close the hearing as it relates to, and I will take this motion witness by witness. I understand that there may be a witness that this is applicable to, and the court will entertain that, but because this court has to make findings and has to cite to the facts, I need to be able to do that. And since I'm going to do that anyway, which I will, I'd rather address it in an open court. And again, I will entertain any motions, witness by witness, that are going to be called, and be respectful of that. But going to Mr. McBride's point, you both have that duty. It's in regards to how you present, and if you're talking about a name that needs to be protected, that's on you, on how you speak. I can't. It seems inappropriate to create a safeguard to prevent you from making a mistake.
He did the same thing in a recent hearing too.
I don't believe
that was
that's
pretty amazing.
That would be a proper reason to close the hearing just for that. And I understand the pressure, counsel. I know it's difficult, but I cannot accept that as a reason to close the entire proceedings for the evidentiary hearing portion. But again, as the witnesses are called, I will entertain the motion whether to close the hearing per witness, and we will address it as we go. Mr. Novak.
Yes, Your Honor.
With that, how would we like to proceed? Well, first, is there any clarification needed on this court's ruling as we're proceeding into the evidentiary hearing?
I just want to clarify. Are you
I thought
going
that,
to
the
entertain
judge,
motions to close
his
at the
comment
outset of
was,
every witness? Is that what I understand?
you know, he had an argument
motion is
against
made,
it, and then
yes.
Okay, thank you.
the media attorney came on trying to suck up for future viewers
May we have a moment?
Yes.
and almost tried to sell it the other direction. And so this judge just said, no, we're going to do this. That's pretty amazing. They probably will close the hearing when the daughter or son or whoever it is shows up. Is that what it is, or is it like a brother of him? I don't know. I'm kind of confused. I thought it was a child. Oh man, just hiccuped. But hey, you guys, any chance you guys can help support the channel during this live stream? We've had these massive lulls going on, and we're just not really, still not even close to just a regular daily goal, and we've been on here for 3 hours and 54 minutes so far. Yeah, he should have just said, let's get going. We didn't need to give them another chance to try to say something. Yeah, it'd be cool to get some gifted memberships, you know.
Oh, looks like I'm off. Would it be easier just to go into a brief recess? I don't want to make you feel rushed. You have obviously important conversations. So it's the court's intent to enter a brief recess to allow the parties sufficient time to discuss whatever you need to discuss.
I think I'm comfortable moving forward, making a proffer right now, and asking you to reconsider that motion. And the reason is because courts, the Supreme Court of Utah, appellate courts refer to witnesses by their initials all the time. In our pleadings, we often refer to witnesses by their initials. In Supreme Court of the United States opinions, witnesses are referred to by their initials. And that's because there's a privacy interest. In this case, I don't think a privacy interest could be greater. This case has polarized the nation in many ways. And there have been death threats made against other witnesses. There have been death threats made. My understanding is there's been threats against counsel. Our office has received threats. Doxing is a real thing. You know, finding people online, harassing them online. With the technology that we have now, it's not that hard to find out just about every detail about a person through internet searches, paid subscriptions to programs that do background checks. And we are extremely concerned that we will have a person that does not need to be subject to death threats, to harassment, to doxing, to all of those things that can be avoided. We're very concerned that that will happen, and happen to this person for no other reason than this person's father is a prosecutor on the case. Your Honor, I think that there's a way around this, that we can avoid those threats to her, those risks to her, and I think it's by referring to substitute names.
What if he changes his mind?
In the public pleading.
No, I did not meet the
Your Honor,
goal.
I would just really
As I
ask
just
you to
said.
please reconsider your opinion. There's stipulation from the media to shut this portion of the hearing. There's stipulation from the defense. I think the court in its ruling can refer to the prosecutor as the prosecutor. I think it can refer to the child as adult child. I think that that would be adequate. I think in a sealed record, there can be references to names. That would be my request, Your Honor. I can't ask more adamantly than I am now, Your Honor.
To defense.
We take no issue with anything that counsel has said. That's why we completely deferred to the the county attorney's initial request that all of the briefing, as much as possible, be under seal and then redacted.
Thank you. One of the points that when I was considering this as a potential issue is that both parties filed a public version of your motions, and you used a mechanism to convey that same information. And I understand that that makes it tricky, but it was the choice of the parties to do that, to publish those public versions. And the court is fine in regards to particular witnesses referring to those terms that were used in the motions, but this court does not agree that the entirety of the evidentiary hearing needs to be closed. And it is a very broad approach to a narrow issue. And I understand and I respect the concerns made by Mr. McBride, and I understand that, and the court is willing to go witness by witness. If you feel that a particular witness, that needs to be closed, the court will entertain that. I understand the issues of safety, and the court feels the urgency and the importance of that has been stated, but this court cannot find that the closure of the entirety of the evidentiary hearing is proper, given the motions that have been filed publicly online. And I have to leave it to counsel in deciding how you present the evidence, how you state the names. I'm willing to abide by the format used in those public motions, but this court denies the request to close the evidentiary hearing. And again, we'll take witness by witness a motion if that particular witness needs closure that particular witness's examination needs to be closed.
Just move forward. Do it. Get started.
If the court's ready to begin the evidentiary hearing, we would call Jeffrey S. Gray as the first witness.
All right.
If the court wants to take a little break,
I'm sure the daughter will not be.
Can
He'll be
move
closed.
forward. If parties need a break, I'm happy to.
100%.
to
And
give
probably
a
should be.
break. I know we're switching gears here. Yeah, go ahead. In fact, let's go ahead and take a brief break. We need to relocate our court reporter, so this is a natural spot to take a break.
Can we have 1 moment of sidebar?
Absolutely. Hold on, counsel.
Man. This is way longer than my normal shows, and we're not even at the goal, you guys. So if you guys can help support the channel, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Get some channel memberships. I think we need about, let's see, we need, geez, 11 channel memberships just to reach the minimum goal. And anybody out there able to help out the channel like that, that'd be great. There he is. The smiley face killer. See? These are him. All the different shots right there. See that? That's him. Yeah, the judge made another decision that was sort of shocking a few weeks, a couple months ago maybe, that went against the grain of what the attorneys were saying. So I was kind of hoping that he might do something like that in this one. And then when he was about to say, my problem with this, and then the guy defending the media's interest came in and was trying to be, PC, like, hey, yeah, we totally get it, man. If you could just make it available in a transcript, because he wants to seem like what he's really trying to do is sell to the judge how careful they want to be for the future of there being a trial that's filmed. So he's trying to make it seem like he cares so much, and that was garbage. And then the judge, even after hearing 3 different sides say they wouldn't mind if it was closed, just said, no, we're gonna. That was pretty cool. You almost never see that. There's no way in hell Judge would have done that. That guy was one of the weakest people I've ever seen. But hey guys, on my channel, every single month, last year my channel donated $46,000 to true crime related charities. We've already donated $500 this month.
Court is back in session.
So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel,
counsel,
which allows us to do that as well, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
I believe the exclusionary rule is being invoked.
Yes, Your Honor. We'd ask the court to exclude all witnesses during the testimony of other witnesses.
All right. And to the state, any input?
We agree.
Okay. And at this time, would it be convenient to just take a brief recess?
Yes, please.
Exclude all witnesses? What does that mean?
It's 3:20. How about we come back at 3:30 and resume on the record?
Sounds good.
All right. Court is in recess.
So 9 minutes? What does that even mean? Exclude all witnesses. What is that?
Exclusionary rule is being invoked.
Yes, Your Honor. We'd ask the court to exclude all witnesses during the testimony of other witnesses.
Oh, I see.
And to the state.
They can't be there, is what that means. Okay. They can't be there while the others are testifying. I see. Yeah, so that one attorney was just trying to, like, hey, Judge, we're with you, man. We're with these guys. We're really looking out for everybody. The safety and security, all that stuff. Don't worry about us. We're for closing it down because they want it later. Well, they've been so reasonable. What a joke. But yeah, we need 11 channel memberships, you guys, just to reach the goal. We've been doing this for 4 hours currently, and we're way short. We have these, I'm not sure what the deal is. Maybe you guys, aren't interested in helping support my channel, but we're trying to keep moving forward here. I would like to avoid having to do a show later, but apparently now I'm going to have to. Further live coverage is expected. Actually, more than 11. Yeah, we're currently at about 170, and we're just not even. It's not even close. But they just did it. Yeah, they had a break. Now they're going to be coming back on here in a few minutes. Hey, thanks, Mary Mellon. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I don't, if like I said before, if you can't afford to help support my channel, then don't do it. You don't need to explain in the chat. Nobody's looking at you going, oh, whoa, ooh, ooh. I'm just trying to make it happen. You know, I don't have any other options. I do not have ad revenue that comes in. I'm not doing conspiracy theory videos. That seems to be all the rage. Nobody wants to watch regular videos. And do live streams. There's no ad revenue on those. So it really just comes down to people who want to see my channel succeed and survive, helping support it while I'm doing shows. That's it. It's unfortunate that that's where people who put out the factual information are relegated to, but that is what it is. All right. Who are these people over here? Messages against prosecutor will demand toddler's text. Yeah, I mean, so what if the daughter text messages and says, "Hey, man, I was at the shooting." You know what? I mean, I don't know. I just, you know, if the dad said something like, "Man, I can't wait to get the case, and I'm going to go for the death penalty," maybe that would sound a little bit, you know, a little bit bias in the text message exchange. Yeah, nobody has to be send in a nickel here. Nobody's required to, etc. I'm just asking, and it gets a little depressing when you ask, and people just kind of go, yeah. Just keep doing, you know. And it's just I've been on here for 4 hours, and it's gonna be another 2 or 3 probably. We'll see how it goes. Hey, thanks, CCon 235. Well, today's been a day where the defense team tried for a long time to try to sell that it needs to be a lot more in depth. This whole they're trying to exclude one of the prosecutors from the case because they think he is biased or conflict of interest because his daughter was at the Charlie Kirk event when he got killed, and he was about 85. She was about 85 feet away, and somehow that makes somebody biased. I don't agree with that. And he went on and on and on. Then he started talking about, I know how it would affect me, which is absolutely irrelevant. And then the prosecutors came on and, you know, sort of made good points, but wasn't really related to that. And then the judge was like, man, I think we, you know, then they wanted to have, the judge said, no, we're going to do this today. Then they said, well, we want it to be a closed hearing. The defense team, the prosecutors, and even the person representing the media said the same damn thing. And the person representing the media was just selling their soul to try to be able to cover the trial later on, acting like they were so concerned and interested and being very careful, you know. And even after all three of them said that, the judge says, no, we're going to do this hearing, but you can object for each witness that you don't want on camera. We'll close that portion of it if I agree with you, you see. So that's kind of the breakdown of what's gone on. And the judges, I mean, I got to be honest, I'm kind of pumped. He seems like he's somebody that's really about being open and just, this is what we need to do. Hey, thanks so much, Pat Brooks. Hey, no problem. And thanks again, Tammy McDonald. Thank you. Well, in the first couple hearings with the judge, I was like, I don't know. But like I said before, after I accidentally joined a hearing, he was totally different. So I thought, man, okay, he's different. And then the last couple of hearings, he's made decisions against the prosecutor and the defense team for openness. And so that was pretty interesting. All right, so what are we at? I think we still need... Now we need 11. I did the math wrong before. Yeah, like the judge, they're supposed to be starting up here in 2 more minutes. It's going to be fair. He knows the magnitude of the case. Thank you, Maggie's. Is it Madge's Head or Maggie's Head Tea or I'm not sure, man. You guys come up with some crazy names for me to try to break down. I just want to know, do you guys see this part the way I see it here? So in this conversation they were having, right here where Robinson says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude. They interrogated someone similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle. See how he's changing the topics? Then the roommate says, why? And then Robinson was confused and said, why did I do it? Because he didn't know what she was referring to, or he was referring to in this paragraph up here. And then the roommate says, yeah, like, why did you do it? And then he went and explained why. But see, this portion here to me means that's what authenticates it to me. Because if you were just sitting around writing up a script that you wanted somebody to see, why would you put this portion in here where you're confused, where you say, why? And when he says why, you would think you would just immediately go in, I had enough of his hatred. But you literally said, why did I do it? Meaning, because you didn't know what they were saying why to because of this long, drawn-out sentence here. And so that, by itself, to me, authenticates the entire thing. Now, are there perhaps some self-serving things written around in there from time to time? Sure. I mean, who knows? But I think that was an actual conversation that they were having. Yeah, that's one of the strongest cases I've ever seen. Unless you're Candace Owens, who thinks, or these other lunatics that cover the case, they all disagree with every single thing. Once you go, it's all a cover-up. Well, that means the probable cause, the charging documents is all bullshit. Every bit of it is fake, and that way we can come up with all kinds of real stories. Hey, the bullet came from the magic bush. Ooh, it came from a drone flying by. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, it came from this other balcony over here. Oh, look at that. It wasn't really Tyler Robinson at all. What's weird is if Tyler Robinson's a patsy, what was his job? Hey, Tyler, listen, guy. I know this is going to be tough for you to do, but would you mind? We're going to hand you a rifle, and we're going to fire a bullet somewhere, and we're going to hand it to you, and you're going to run up on the roof, and you're going to lay there, and then you're going to get up and run, but you won't actually be shooting anything. It's a blank that we gave you. We're really shooting from another area, and we want you to then send messages to your your boyfriend, whatever the hell you want to call it, and we're just going to have it all blamed on you. You know what I mean? Just because we don't like Charlie Kirk. But you're going to take all the blame. We're just going to get away with it. Yeah, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. Of course, she's always been accusing Erica Kirk. She does it in a passive-aggressive way, insinuations. That's where Megyn Kelly has it totally wrong. She doesn't listen enough to know. Well, I guess I'll come back on later this evening and I'll have to do some kind of recap show or do something. Don't know. Sure, Lynn, go ahead. Megyn Kelly did a show where she defended Candace Owens, saying she never accused, and that just wasn't true even when she said it back then. If you watch Candace Owens for the entertainment value, that's great. If you watch her believing her or thinking something she's going to say is going to be true, you're an idiot. Okay? That's just a fact. I don't mean to offend you, but that means you're an idiot. Or you might need to go, go back to school or do something to try to get your brain to actually function correctly. That's not cool, Gray. I'm never watching again. Well, see you later. Let's see. Do you think invoking the Insurrection Act would be good? Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you look at it, Tim Walz and the idiot mayor of Minnesota have been inciting their own citizens to act violently against ICE, who's literally removing people from the country who are criminals and bad people that shouldn't have been here. So I don't have any problem with what ICE is doing. And in fact, if people would just do what they're telling them to do, everything would be fine. But these people aren't doing that. Tim Walz and the mayor of Minnesota should be put in prison at this point. What they're doing is absolutely insurrection-like. It's ridiculous. It's you're literally telling your citizens to uprise, and here's a special little website. Now take videos and send them in, and it's just sickening. And and they were wrong too. I mean, the girl, the lady with last name Good. What an ironic last name. It should be shit. She took her car and aimed it at an ICE officer. Well, she was turning gray. Who cares? The officer was right in front of her car, and she turned and hit him. And she got shot for it. You know what she should have done? Was when the officer showed up, she should have got the hell out of the car. Okay? That's what she should have done, because that's what they asked her to do. Her wife said, drive, drive, drive. She's the one that encouraged her to drive, and she gunned it. Okay, now the one then Oregon happened. Then they go ooh 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 ooh. It happened again in Oregon. Ooh, look at that, look at it. Well, it turns out that they were two Venezuelan Tren de Aragua individuals who tried to run over the officer with a vehicle as well, probably inspired by Minnesota. And then another incident in Minnesota where, let's see, the officers were pulled up to somebody. I think he ran away. The officer chased him. And then people came out of the apartment complex that he showed up at with brooms and shovels and started attacking the officer. And then even the guy that he was chasing grabbed one and started hitting him. Then the officer shot him in the leg. Thank God he didn't kill the guy, right? And guess what? They were also Venezuelan Tren de Aragua types. You guys are people that aren't defending ICE are morons. That's all there is to it. Hey, thank you, DRPIV. We all want illegal alien criminals out of this country. Do we agree? Right, and Good, whatever the hell her last name, she's a violent person. Her kids were removed because she's a pile of crap. And do I wish that she was dead? No. I mean, I don't like when people get killed. However, all I can say is she wasn't a good person, and she was there intentionally to provoke law enforcement. All right. Now, I'm sure there's people watching that go, I don't like Gray anymore. I'm just telling you what the truth is. You can believe whatever the hell you want to. But like I said, we use facts, logic, reason, and common sense over here. And if you're not one of those types, you might actually be one of the ones that think, I don't know, Gray. The cop could have done this or that in it. Well, he didn't. And he had his right to defend himself. She used her car as a deadly weapon. It's not even a debatable thing where you watch and go, the body camera footage, or not body camera, his cell phone that he was holding in his hand, pretty much tells you the whole story right there. And then there's 2 other videos where show that the vehicle actually hit him and he rolled off. The cops might be. Minnesota is just like Portland. Same garbage leaders, just absolute trash. Gray, I come here to watch true crime, not listen to your version of events. It is absolutely... sometimes there's a political crossover in true crime. It is a crime, and it crosses over. Tim Walz is a horrendous person, you guys. I mean, he literally, we are so fortunate that we didn't get him anywhere near the White House. I'm hoping his career is over. They absolutely, I think Tim Walz was a beneficiary for some of the billions of dollars stolen, and that's why he kind of, always turned the cheek the other direction, Yeah, they said he got internal bleeding. God, Tim Walz, he's just such a terrible person. God, just think about it. Well, I was a coach. Well, you were an assistant coach. You barely even did anything. He just is just one of those sickening liars that you see that just kind of... what was all the other stuff, man? My brain's just fog. I've been focused in on this case over here. I thought it was starting right away. Are they actually literally waiting like an hour? Or, because we're already at 2:41 right here. Who? Oh, I must be really loud. I forgot. See, my filter is on up 16. I must be just blowing out your guys' shit. This is what I'm supposed to sound like right now. Testing 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm audio level's supposed to be, but I had to boost it up 16 decibels because of how low the audio was in the hearing. But hey guys, if you're watching, if you want to help support the channel, we're still about, I'd say, 8 channel memberships short of just reaching the minimum goal level. We've already been on here for 4 hours and 26 minutes. So if you guys have the ability to, not required, of course, but if you can, that would be great. I think the mayor of Minnesota is a horrendous person, too. And he keeps showing up all the time because they have so many problems over there. I thought it was hilarious, though. The one in Portland, they had this whole press conference with the governor, the mayor, these city leaders, and they were crying. Oh, God, look what's going on. And then when the facts started coming out, boy, did they spin, man. Whew. Wow, the police chief spun as hard as he could. I think his head almost fell off. And you haven't heard a damn thing since, because every single thing that the Border Patrol said happened. They were associated with Tren de Aragua, or members of it. The female was involved in sex trafficking. It just went on and on and on and on. It just, their first instinct is, in these types of cities, Minnesota, I'm sure Gavin Newsom would do exactly the same type of thing. He's begging there to be something over there. He needs his name out there. They just do the same thing. Their first instinct is to claim it's some sort of Nazi propaganda, just crazy shit. Not propaganda, but just like Gestapo tactics. And it's nothing like it at all. Okay. These are people that shouldn't be here. They're criminal, and the ones that are criminals. I'm for focusing on getting rid of criminals first. Now you could say, well, breaking into the country, well, okay, but we get it. We get that part. But if you're here and you've stolen something from a store, or you have any, maybe not a speeding ticket or something, but a felony of some sort, you should be sent back immediately, just out of here. All right? And I would say this, too. If you go to a soccer match between the United States and Mexico and you're waving the Mexico flag, we send you right back home, too. I'm just kidding. But doesn't it seem absolutely ridiculous that you would leave a country that treated you so badly, and yet you're still waving the flag of the country that treated you so badly, and you're in a country that is at least, you're able to survive in, and you can't wave their flag? Wouldn't it? I think it would have helped so many more people out if you saw them waving the American flag, but they never do that. They're always waving the Mexican flag as if we're supposed to say, oh, okay, well, if you're waving the Mexican flag, why don't you go back to Mexico? Okay, because this is the United States. No. You're wrong, Bart Madness. You're absolutely wrong. Tim Walz is one of the worst people on the planet, and you're absolutely wrong. Sorry for your ignorance. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Just naive. He was just naive. Tim Walz was just naive. Give me a freaking break. Oh my God. That's one of the dumbest comments I've ever seen on YouTube. Tim Walz was just naive. I'd take him, though, over Trump any day. Because, Tim Walz was just naive. When Trump does something, he knows exactly what he's doing every single time. That's why Orange Man bad. Yeah. Gets really old after a while. Gotta be honest. All right, let's see if... is it going on? It's not going on, yeah. But hell, you can think whatever the hell you want to think. You're just wrong. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, you're just wrong. Yeah. I think it's... I am absolutely pumped. Do I like every sentence that Trump says? No. The way he words things sometimes? No. Do I like the actions that our country are doing? Oh God, I think it's the greatest shit I've ever seen. It's so good. It's so amazing. You know, it's incredible. And I'm just absolutely, you know, think it's amazing, the stuff that we're doing, getting done, etc. I just don't know how you, when people, they just don't see it because they never can. I think there's a lot of people that are just like Rosie O'Donnell. Like literally the same mentality, you know, where they just can't see anything because it's Trump. Over and over and over again. Let's see. Hope they discover a cure for... They can't. They can't do it. Yeah, it's okay if you... listen, Bart, all I can tell you is you're wrong, but you can have whatever opinion you want to have. People are crazy. So is this like they give an hour and 10-minute break, or what? But man, you guys, I need your guys' support to keep this channel moving forward. And I'm not sure why we're struggling so hard today, yet again.
To articulate what this first clip shows.
Here we go.
You know, I think the clip
Finally?
shows that the camera is zooming in the first
What
clip.
the hell's going on here?
On Mr. Robinson's lips as he is trying to communicate with me sitting next to him.
Oh, they're bitching about a camera angle.
Thank you.
If I may reapproach with the second video you're on.
Ah, jeez, here we go.
Yes.
Like most in
looks
the
like-
country. You're foolish, Bart.
And Your Honor, the second video is a clip from a court TV posting showing Mr. Robinson's lips moving as he's attempting to speak to Ms. Nestor.
But the camera's on the other side of the room. They were just filming over there.
And Your Honor, one last thing I'd like to add, if I could, which is I think the court very correctly and very cautiously admonished the cameraman about your December 23rd order.
I didn't miss
before this
anything.
hearing
That's
began.
just when it came back
And
on.
he said he understood the order, and I think the order is very clear as to this lip reader provision. And I can elaborate further why it's damaging, but I think it's obvious to the court if the media is allowed to interpret the conversations between counsel and his lawyer, it creates all sorts of problems in terms of Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
And just one more question. I apologize. Just for the benefit of the record, from your position, citing to the standing decorum order, the violation itself, so we can connect it all from your arguments.
Yes, Your Honor, I forget the paragraph, but there is a paragraph in the court's latest December 23rd decorum order.
It's
I think
paragraph 48.
48. And it's been a feature of every decorum order. I think we're on the third one. But from the start, the court has prohibited zoom-ins to allow lip readers to interpret what's being said between counsel and the defendant.
And finally, I think you led with this in regards to the sanctions being requested. You cited to the court sanctions, and then there was a second one referring to, and I want to make sure I wrote it down right, because
Sure.
Something along the lines of not showing Mr. Robinson at all. I want to make sure I understood that request.
Sure. The request was either to exclude the cameras for purposes of this hearing in its entirety because of the violation and because we can't be assured that the cameraman's going to comply with the court's order. The second request is if the court is not going to exclude the cameras, then it should, at the very least, order the cameraman not to shoot any footage of Mr. Robinson. That the camera should be focused on the court and the witnesses if the court permits that, but it should not be zooming in on Mr. Robinson. His demeanor, his conversations with his lawyers have nothing to do with the newsworthiness of this case. And what it's allowing is very prejudicial information to be leaked to the public through these lip readers and body language interpreters, and it's creating massive prejudicial publicity for us. So that's the request.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
I'll hear from other parties if they wish to be heard.
Get to the hearing, for God's sakes. God, this stuff.
Yes, Your Honor. Michael Judd on behalf of the media entities. I want to take the court back to that specific paragraph of the decorum order because I do want to make sure we're on the same page about this. It's the second sentence of paragraph 48 of the decorum order that I understand is at issue here. It does say no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader during conferences involving counsel, at counsel tables, or bench conferences with the judge. The zoom in language that you have heard referred to previously doesn't fall in that sentence. The zoom in language comes in the next sentence, which says no one may zoom in on anything on counsel's table or the bench to identify any writings. So those are two separate things. The first that we learned about this was during the break. I briefly reviewed the two videos that the court has reviewed. I understand that those were 9 seconds and 5 seconds long. I identified the provision of the decorum order that I believe applied here, spoke to the pool cameraman about that, ensured that the rule about capturing conversations involving counsel at counsel's table or at the bench so that they may be decipherable by lip readers was an important provision in the court's decorum order, that it should be followed. I understand that the cameraman understands that rule, that any capture of those conversations was inadvertent. I understand the concerns raised by defense in this case about potential prejudicial effect of something that is intended to capture conversations. I don't believe that that's what occurred in this case. I believe that the court's order should be understood and applied as written and done so strictly. But I don't believe that there's been a violation here. We've been now on the record for 3 hours. I believe that the total length of the two videos that were shown to the court were 14 seconds long. Whether or not either of those conversations rises to the level of capturing the movement of somebody's lips so that it can be decipherable from a lip reader, I'm not in a position to judge. But I can assure the court that the media is aware of that provision, of defense's concern about the potential violation of that order, and that they will take that seriously. That's already been raised, already been discussed. As far as the remedy sought here, I think that excluding all cameras from the courtroom for this important part of this important proceeding would be broader than any sort of remedy would be necessary here, as would the direction that the cameras not show Mr. Robinson in any way. I understand that potentially any shot on a still camera, on a video camera, of a defendant in a criminal case could potentially be twisted or used by some to try to impute some sort of thought or some sort of idea. But I don't believe there's anything in the court's rules. I don't believe there's anything in the ruling so far to date that suggests that the way to address that kind of concern is to say that a defendant, a critical figure in a case like this, and one that the decorum order clearly allows to be photographed and videoed, be kept off camera altogether. The media continues to take this seriously. Before every single hearing, we speak about the decorum order and what it requires. We recognize the importance of doing it and that there can be consequences if that's not kept. The media understands and hears that and do not believe that any further reprimand or any sort of further exclusion is necessary here.
Thank you. Well, before I turn to you, I want to turn to the stage. I want to give all parties an opportunity, and then that allows you to respond to whatever they say.
Your Honor, we have nothing to add. We'll submit the issue.
All right, Mr. Burt.
Judge, the problem with that explanation, that's the same thing they said last time on December 11th. And on December 11th, there was same violation. Lip reader. I can pull up for the court what the electronic media did with the prior violation. They hired a lip reader. The lip reader purported to derive a confession from the incident, and they posted that. It's still up there. So it's great that they apologize, but once this kind of damage is done, it is irreparable. And we can't continuously have violations where the media gets up and does this mea culpa, and they just continue to do the same thing. And I point out to the court, this is the same pattern that happened in the Kohlberger case that's discussed in the motion we filed today. And eventually the court there had to order that all coverage of Mr. Kohlberger's face was prohibited. And we attached that order to the motion that was just filed with the court. And I understand the media's desire for dramatic coverage. I understand how they want to incriminate Mr. Robinson. But that process is supposed to happen in a trial, not in the media. And it's a serious violation. It's one that the court should not just blink away and say, I accept the apology, especially after the court was so clear this morning. Calling the cameraman up, asking if he had read the December 23rd order, and his response was, I'm good to go. Meaning he had read it, and presumably he read that provision about zooming in on lips. There's no excuse for it. The court should take some action.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Anything further from any of the parties before this court makes a ruling on this issue that's before it?
No.
I just want to make one note, Your Honor. Those clips that I showed you are just small portions of much longer footage that was available in the live stream. That was just what we needed to compartmentalize to get it to Your Honor, but it was a much more extensive period of time.
All right. All right, I appreciate this being brought promptly to the court's attention. This is an important issue, and the court takes it very seriously. As it relates to today, well, first, I did put on the record very clearly that there would be potential consequences for any violation of the court's December 23rd, 2025 standing decorum order. For the first part, well, and I've also had a chance to view the two clips that was presented. It was shown to all parties. The first appeared to show an attorney and Mr. Robinson speaking for about 9 seconds is what my memory tells me, reminds me. The second clip was for about 5 seconds. I believe it was from a slightly different angle, but it also captured that. And in both instances, I could see Mr. Robinson's lips moving, and I don't remember about the second clip, but I believe in the first clip it also showed counsel's lips moving, but notwithstanding, that was in place. I also refer to the statement made by the counsel for the news media, and going to it is paragraph 48, and I will read it in its entirety. No audio recording is permitted of the conference involving counsel at counsel's tables or during bench conferences with the judge. No visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader during conferences involving counsel at counsel's table or bench conferences with the judge. No one may zoom in on anything on counsel's tables or the bench to identify any writings. Now, in regards to the zooming, I know there was a representation, and it's easy to, as you're reading, to kind of combine it, but I'm not finding that zooming in relates to the lip reader portion, but that's not material. I do find that, and I'm not a lip reader, so I don't know what the standard is for lip reading, but I do note that 9 seconds in that first clip, one could see his lips moving, and it is a significant time as it relates to this particular issue. It wasn't a passing shot. It was focused on these two persons, and so I find that the decorum order, as it relates to paragraph 48, as it relates to no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader, I find that has been violated. In regards to the second clip, 5 seconds, where it shows Mr. Robinson and I believe one of counsel, that I was able to view Mr. Robinson's lips moving. It wasn't a passing shot that it just so happened to capture. It was focused on them. I find that that is a violation of paragraph 48 as it relates to no visual recording is permitted of a person's lips so as to be decipherable by a lip reader. Turning to the next section, finding that the violations have been shown as the court has reviewed the purported evidence of these 2 violations. I turn to the sanctions. Previously, I stated that under Utah Code Section 78B-6-310, if the court finds a person guilty of contempt, the court may impose a fine of up to $1,000, order incarceration in the county jail for up to 30 days, or both. I find that applying this sanction would be disproportionate to what the conduct was in those 2 clips. And the court notes that it is the court's discretion on whether to apply it or not. I find that the court will not issue this sanction. In addition, the other sanctions the court stated earlier today, in addition, the court may impose the following remedial measures if warranted. Immediate suspension of video transmission of the hearing, with proceedings continue only on an audio-only basis for this proceeding where the violation occurred, and disqualification, if necessary and narrowly tailored, of the news organization that filed the request in order for the electronic media coverage of the court proceedings for the hearing in which the violation occurred from providing pool camera operator services in this matter where the court determines such a measure is required to ensure compliance with the standing decorum order and protect the rights of the parties. The court also stated that before making a decision, it would allow counsel to make argument or statements, in which the court has done, and that the court's actions are not intended to have a chilling effect on the open and transparent courts or on responsible news gathering, and that the court is fully committed to the presumption of open proceedings under the applicable rules. That being stated, and as the court was listening, Mr. Burt has suggested that one of the potential sanctions is that for the camera for the remainder of the hearing, and not to show Mr. Robinson at all as a sanction for the remainder of today's hearing. And so the court considered that as well. This court does not wish to make a disproportionate decision on the actions, and it does note and does not minimize the violation. Therefore, this court will take up the suggestion by Mr. Burt that during the remainder of this hearing, that the camera shall not photograph Mr. Robinson at all, and that will be the sanction of this court. I will allow the pool camera operator to reposition the camera to adhere to that. First, sir, I'm going to ask you to come forward because I want to make sure that's even a possibility. And again, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm simply, I don't want to set anyone up for failure. I don't want to make an order, and if it's not possible, then further sanctions could apply. And I recognize that it wasn't your anticipation to be on your own camera. But as it relates to not showing shots of Mr. Robinson for the remainder of this hearing, what are your thoughts?
I can do that. From where I'm positioned now, I can shoot this lectern, I can shoot the bench, and I can avoid the attorney tables altogether if that is what is desired.
All right. Do you need to do any repositioning of the camera to accomplish that? And I'm willing to give you that time to accommodate that. I just, again, I don't want to set you up for failure given what's happened. And so what are your thoughts?
No, I think the position I'm in, I am okay to avoid the attorney tables at this point and just shoot, this forward part of the courtroom.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Turning to the parties, any clarification needed about the order of this court and the sanction that is imposed?
Your Honor, I only have one. It sounds like this issue is specific to video coverage and that the order not to take any imagery of Mr. Robinson would not apply, for example, to the still photographers. Do I have that correct?
Well, I'll hear from the parties before I offer that clarification. Do you wish to weigh in on that issue?
Just to indicate to the court that one of the problems is not just with the audio, with the video coverage, but most of the coverage is not covering the proceedings so much as close-ups of Mr. Robinson and comments about his demeanor. So if they catch him in a moment speaking civilly to his attorneys and he happens to smile, that then is twisted into evidence that he's some sort of a remorseless killer. So that applies to the still photography as much as what's going on with the video. So we'd ask the court not to permit still photography, at least for purposes of today. And I think after the court sees the motion, we'd be in a position to talk about the future. But I think for now, that's our request.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
To the state.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And any other inputs? All right. This court narrowly tailors its decision as to the violation, and the violation comes from the camera, the pool camera providing live feed. It doesn't come from the photographer. The photographer is the still, I don't know what the exact term is in this moment, it is eluding me, but the person who's operating the camera to take still shots is under the same requirements for this decorum order. I am not going to sanction them because what was before me with the 9-second clip and the 5-second clip doesn't apply to them. And so I'm going to limit the sanction as it relates to the pool camera photographer, again recognizing that the standing decorum order applies equally to the still camera photographer. Thank you, counsel. I appreciate you bringing this to the court's attention and the seriousness and professionalism that you presented this to the court. So thank you to all parties. And again, to the camera operator, do you need time to test out to ensure that there is any inadvertent capturing? I'm willing to do that. I just want to make it clear as day that Mr. Robinson is not to be captured in a sweeping shot in any form for the remainder of this hearing. All right. All right, counsel. With that in mind, how would you like to proceed?
Where is he?
We'd ask the court to, and the clerk to swear in Mr. Gray.
Mr. Gray, if you would approach and stand before the court clerk to be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can sit down.
Mr. Gray, if you'd like, have a seat. Usually we have water bottles. If not, there's one right here. All right. And Mr. Gray, I'm sure you've heard this before, but if you could position the microphones close to you, just to ensure that the record picks up your testimony today. Thank you. Mr. Novak.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, how long have you been associated with the Utah County State Attorney's Office?
3 years.
Okay, and was it 3 years ago that you were elected to be the chief prosecutor of that office?
Yes.
All right. And had you ever previously been associated with the Utah County Prosecutor's Office in any other capacity?
I've defended on criminal appeals. I was a criminal appeals attorney for the state of Utah for 23 years, so I represented the state of Utah on those criminal appeals, which would include Utah County.
Okay. And Did you ever have any professional relationship with the Utah County Attorney's Office in any other capacity other than the appellate work you did before you were elected?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. Because we're in an open session and based on some of the guidance from the court, I'm going to ask you questions. Well, let me back up. How many prosecutors are in your office right now?
Well, that are with our courts, that are actively engaged in our court system is 30, and then we have screening prosecutors as well, and that would be another 7 or 8.
Okay, so I'm going to try to...
I should stop because I also, my executive team, they don't have courts, so there's another 5 of them as well.
Okay, so let me ask a better question. How many prosecutors in your office represent the state in felony matters?
Well, all of them that I just described.
30?
I mean, even the screeners. Yes, the screeners, my executive team, they are assigned to special cases. Usually my executive team, for example, aggravated murder cases, some homicide cases. So they also are prosecuting and represent the state in trials.
Can you explain what you mean by the executive team?
The executive team would include, obviously, myself. I have 2 chief deputies, 1 chief deputy, another chief deputy's general counsel, and then I have a division chief over major crimes and a division chief over general crimes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that there are at least 24 prosecutors in your office who have substantial experience prosecuting serious offenses?
24? I don't know that I'd go as far as 24.
Okay.
Certainly all my SVU attorneys have that experience. Most of my violent felony attorneys have that experience too, but not all.
Okay. And do you know how many attorneys in your office have actually participated in homicide litigation?
I don't know the exact number, but I would say maybe 15.
Okay.
Man, if he was my dad, I'd be gray.
Clarify, not all of them have the experience in aggravated murder cases, and that's why we specially assign those attorneys.
Understood. And how many do you believe have experience in aggravated homicide cases?
Probably 7 or 8.
And are all 7 or 8 assigned to this case?
No.
I hate this part here. You know, just such a waste of time.
Are the 5 other than you who are assigned to this case experienced in aggravated felony cases?
4, well, either 3 or 4.
Of the 5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to ask you some questions about a specific member of your office. And because the court may or may not ultimately order that attorney's identity remain sealed, you know what I mean by the word sealed, right?
Yes.
I'm going to refer to that person as Prosecutor A, okay? You all right with that?
Sure.
Okay. So how long have you known Prosecutor A?
About 3 years.
In your work as appellate counsel for the state, did you have any contact with Prosecutor A?
I may have.
Objection, Your Honor. What's the relevance?
We generally send something out when we get an appeal, we generally send, the AG's office, we send something out to the prosecutor, ask them to fill out anything that we should know. More often than not, they never send us anything. And because it's an appeal, I mean, we're bound by the record. So There's not usually an occasion, but sometimes there is. But I couldn't say for sure that I've never talked. I certainly don't remember ever talking to him, though I could have.
Okay. Is Prosecutor A member of your executive team?
Yes.
Okay. And did you select Prosecutor A to be a member of your executive team?
Yes.
And that was at the beginning of your
Yes.
tenure as the Utah County Attorney?
Yes.
All right. And so you've had close working contact with Prosecutor A, who's a member of your executive team for the past 3 years?
Yes.
So Prosecutor A must
And
be the
that,
person in question.
Unless you're out of the office traveling or on vacation, that's basically every work day of the month, correct?
Yes.
All right. And have you met members of Prosecutor A's family? Ever? Let's just start with ever.
What's that?
Ever. Have you ever met members of Prosecutor A's family?
I have met his wife.
Okay.
I don't know if I've met his kids. I may have in passing, but I don't really. If I did, it was like at a function, they say, "This is my family," and introduce me. But I don't remember.
Have you socialized with Prosecutor A and his wife?
I think we went out to dinner once after a conference in St. George with some other prosecutors and their wives.
Okay. Have you ever been to Prosecutor A's home?
No.
Has Prosecutor A ever been to your home?
No.
You engage in recreational activities in any way with Prosecutor A?
No.
Whatever you do, running, pickleball?
No. I need to do more running, but unfortunately I don't.
All right, understood. Okay. Now, Prosecutor A has an adult child who was at the September 10th rally at Utah Valley University, correct?
That is what I mean, I don't have personal knowledge of that other than what they have told me. So like, I never saw that adult child, but I'm assuming, yes, that's true.
Okay, but on September 10th, 2025, at the moment that Mr. Kirk was shot and ultimately died from that shooting at Utah Valley University, you were in Davis County, right?
Yes, I indicated in the motion that it was Ogden, but it was actually Layton. So it was Layton.
Layton?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's Davis County.
All right. That's what I thought. And Prosecutor A was with you?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that while you and Prosecutor A were in Davis County, you learned from Prosecutor A that one of his adult children was at the rally and was texting him about their experience?
Yes. I mean, we had just broken for lunch, and he showed me the text, Charlie Kirk got shot.
And that was a text that he showed you was from one of his children, right?
Yes.
And you knew at the time that it was a text from one of his children, right?
Yes.
What did he say to you? So I'm talking about Prosecutor A.
He said, look at what my child just showed me. And that's about it. And then he said, I should be getting down to UVU.
Okay. And then he left.
Yes.
And he, as far as you understand, he drove down to UVU.
Well, he drove towards UVU, yeah. He drove in the area.
Okay.
Ultimately, I met him, and then we drove together to UVU.
Okay, so you, according to the pleading that you authored the pleading that was filed.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that, for the court's benefit, that's the state's opposition to the motion to disqualify. You
Yes.
authored that, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in it, you said that 10 to 15 minutes after Prosecutor A left the event that you were at in Davis County, you left.
Yes,
Did you also head in the direction of UVU?
Yes,
Okay, and then you and Prosecutor A met up somewhere?
yes.
And then traveled to UVU together in your vehicle or in Prosecutor A's? I guess there's a third alternative, which is you met somebody else and traveled with them.
No, I don't remember whose vehicle it was.
All right, did you talk to Prosecutor A?
It was my vehicle, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So,
And was that just about logistical convenience, like let's just go in one car, or was there some specific reason?
yes, no, that was no other reason.
Okay. And on your way to that, what I'll call the meeting point, did you have any conversations by telephone with Prosecutor A?
Well, yeah, because we needed to meet. He left. I thought I would get some lunch first before I went to the command post. I got about halfway through that and said my mind was not on it. I needed to go to there. And so then we called. I believe I called him or he called. I'm not sure who called who, but then we met. We hadn't arranged that when he left.
Understood. But did he convey to you any more information about his child's experience in those conversations?
No.
Okay. And did you inquire, like, how's your kid or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. And so you met up and then you went to the command post, which was established near the university, correct?
It was at the university.
Okay. Was it inside one of the buildings?
What's that?
It was inside one of the academic buildings.
Yes.
All right. And did you see Prosecutor A's child there when you were there?
No.
Were you introduced to that person?
No.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Prosecutor A about whether they should stick around and wait?
No.
Okay. Did you?
My understanding, based on, my understanding was that everybody had left. We were told that most of the students had left. They had not, or attendees. So.
Okay. So as far as you know, Prosecutor A's adult child had left the university before you arrived.
As far as I know, my understanding was that, most of the students had fled. That first they went into buildings or whatever, and then they made their way out.
You are aware, I'm sorry, that's not a question. Give me a second, Your Honor, if you would. Okay, so did you spend time with Prosecutor A at the command post on September 10th at UVU?
Yes. We were going different places, but there would be times that we would meet up. But off and on is all I can say.
Okay. And did there come a time, either on the 10th or shortly thereafter, where he provided you with some information about how his adult child was doing, having been at this rally?
I don't remember him ever saying anything about that, and I never asked. I probably should have, but I don't remember any conversation regarding his child.
Was there anybody else at the rally who you are friends with, or is a relative of yours, or a close coworker that you're aware of?
I know that there were some people in my LDS ward whose children were there.
Okay. And when you say some people, could you be a little more specific? Like how many different families?
Just members of the ward.
Sure, but do you know how many different families that would be?
I think I was told about 2.
Okay. And who told you that?
One of the families.
Okay, so one of the families in your ward informed you that one of their own children had been there, and then another one had been there?
And that somebody else from the ward had been there.
I see. And do you know You know who those people are by name? I'm not asking you their names. I just want to know if you came to learn who they are.
Yeah, I came to learn who they are. Yeah.
Okay. And are you close with those people?
I mean, we're casual friends with one of them. But I don't think I learned that until well after we had filed the information.
Understood. When did you learn that?
Sometime after. I don't know.
So the information was filed obviously in mid-September.
Yeah, just in 6 days, so.
Right. Okay. And do you know, like, if you saw the children of the families in your ward who you understood were there, if you saw them on the street, would you recognize them?
I would recognize at least one of them.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with them or their parents about their experience?
I tried to stay away from that, other than they told me that the one was doing just fine and the other one was shook up.
Okay. And the other one was shook up. I mean, is that the term used, or is that just your way to summarize?
That's my way of summarizing. I mean,
What did they tell you?
Having a hard time with it or something of that nature.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. So somebody told you, somebody who you know from your ward, told you that their child, is their child a student at UVU?
Probably. I mean, they're young adults, so I'm assuming that. I really don't know for sure. Yeah.
And I think what you said is that they told you that their child was having a hard time with it.
What? That not their child, but the other family's child.
Other family's child.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was like a secondhand thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know if either of those young people who were at the rally, well, I'll put it this way, do you know where they were in terms of in what I'm going to refer to as the amphitheater area?
I have no clue.
The one who was having a hard time with it, did you share that information with the prosecution team?
I may have. I don't remember. I may have in passing.
Did you ever suggest to any of the law enforcement officers that that person be interviewed because they were impacted by what they experienced?
No. We don't interfere with the investigation. We try to assist, but law enforcement, they identify who they want to locate and who they need to interview, and I leave that to them.
Did the person giving you this information, so this is another adult in your ward, tell you more specifically about what their child and the other child actually saw and experienced?
No.
Okay. So you don't really know much more about where they were, what they saw. All you really know is one of them was having a hard time with the experience that they had.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand you said that you don't interfere with law enforcement, but if you learn, even if it's somebody you know through your community, that somebody has suffered some emotional harm as a result of a criminal act that you are responsible for prosecuting, that's not information you would give to an investigator so that they could determine whether or not, so that they could go interview that person?
I didn't consider that as really relevant to the investigation, so no.
The fact that this young person was having a tough time with what they experienced is what you're saying isn't relevant? And when lawyers use the word relevant, we got to.
Well, it's relevant to them. As far relevant as to our case, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, understood. Now, there was a point in time in October, I think it was October 20th, where Prosecutor A sent Mr. Robinson's counsel an email disclosing that his adult child had been at the rally, providing us with some information.
Yes.
And so my first question is, were you part of a decision to disclose that information?
Yes.
Okay. And were you part of a decision as to how that information would be disclosed or how much information would be disclosed? Like what led to that email?
Well, there was no decision needed as to how much. The decision was to provide the information that we ultimately provided you. And that is not because we believed that there was a conflict of interest, but that was out of an abundance of caution.
I understand it's your position that you don't think that there's a conflict of interest. But I think that's clear. All right. Did the entire prosecution team, as it was constituted on October 20th, discuss this bundle of information that was being disclosed, or was it just you and Prosecutor A?
I know that me and Prosecutor A discussed it, and he may have discussed it with others. I don't believe anybody else was there.
When you discussed it?
When we discussed it, one of them may have been, or two, I don't know.
But the information that you obtained, sort of if I may, in the heat of the moment back on September 10th in Davis County, that Prosecutor A's child had this experience. And the text messages that went back and forth in the family, that information was shared with the prosecution team, correct? Everybody knew eventually.
Eventually.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, eventually.
Okay, so.
I mean, I only knew the fact that she was there. At the time, I only knew that she was there and that she left. That's all I knew.
Okay, but is it fair to say that you didn't set up any, but I'm going to use a term like firewall, to keep the rest of the prosecution team isolated from this information that one of their colleagues' children had this experience at UVU on September 10th?
No.
All right. Is there a written policy in your office, either that existed when you arrived or that you've prepared since then, for how to evaluate whether one of your prosecutors needs to be screened off from a case?
You know, I'm not sure. I mean, we have those conflicts that come. I mean, the biggest thing on screening for us is if there's a potential conflict where information that the defendant has, one of our prosecutors has, because that's why you screen cases, is to make sure that shared confidences aren't also disclosed to, shared confidences with the defendant aren't shared with the prosecutor.
But you could agree with me that there are other types of conflicts that can arise other than what we might call the, privileged communication.
There may be. I mean, I think there can be. I can't think of any right now, but I think the rules are pretty clear with respect to shared confidences. You can't, screening isn't the end all of of how you treat conflicts. I mean, generally speaking, we will just conflict out to another office if we feel like we need to. One example, well, I won't go into that, but I mean, we've been threatened before, and there was an investigation, and of course, we conflicted it to a different prosecutor's office, because in that case, we were potential targets of this individual.
Understood. Okay, so you're not sure if there's a written screening protocol, but what you're saying is when we know it when we see it.
Well,
sort of what I'm hearing you say.
Sometimes we do. Sometimes I've had attorneys that felt like they they couldn't talk after they've been conflicted out to at least know the victim, but notify the victim that that we were going to switch the prosecution. But there may be, I just honestly don't know. We keep an eye on those things and rely on our attorneys to notify us when there is a conflict.
But you knew as of September 10th that Prosecutor A's daughter attended the rally, correct? Was in the crowd, correct?
Yes.
Heard a shot fired, correct?
That, at that moment, I don't know that I knew that.
Okay, but you know it as of today.
Sure, I know
because
it
you
now.
read their affidavit,
Sure.
which says that.
Well, I knew it. I knew it once all of that information was disclosed to me.
Okay. And that they had to, with many hundreds of other people, run for cover and get out of the open space where they were, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that they had to, but that's what they did.
Well, you've seen the video you've probably seen many videos of that day, right?
Yes.
And weren't there law enforcement officers basically directing everybody to leave the open space so that they could
I don't know that I remember seeing those videos of the students or attendees leaving. I mean, I know that they left. I know that they ran away. What we learned later is that the shooter left immediately after the shot. So,
Right, but at the time of a shooting, you don't know
Sure.
how many shooters there
Absolutely.
are, if there's going to be
Absolutely.
follow-up,
Right.
if there are explosive devices, like all those things, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let me ask you these questions about, well, instead of giving you a headline, I'll just ask the question. Once you had all of the information about Prosecutor A's child's experience, okay? What they saw, what they heard, what happened to them, the fact that they were separated from their personal property, all those things, okay? What I'm hearing you say is you never really discussed that with Prosecutor A and his family.
No. I mean, I did discuss, I don't know if it was day 2 or day 3. Law enforcement was there on the day of the shooting, the next day, and I think into Thursday or Friday. I don't remember exactly which day. And at some point, I was told that Prosecutor A's child left the bag there.
Okay. But if you never really talked about it with Prosecutor A, about the impact on his child and the family.
I didn't say that. Not on the day of, or, I mean, in the intervening time, he reported a couple of times that he talked to his child and said that she was doing fine. She reported to him that she was not having any issues.
Did you ever ask him, well, what about you? I mean, your kid was at this.
I didn't. Okay. Not that I recall.
Did you ever consult with anybody in the Attorney General's office concerning whether Prosecutor A's child's experience raised a potential conflict of interest for your office?
No, that's what I did for 23 years with prosecutors, is consult on that. And so I didn't feel a need to go to those folks. I mean, I know how to try to figure that out.
So when one of your responsibilities in the Attorney General's office was to consult about ethical issues? Different matters.
It could be a variety of things.
Okay.
And I mean, if you're talking about ethical issues in particular, I don't know that the Criminal Appeals Division was the right folks to consult, but I'm not even sure of who from the Attorney General's office would. So,
Okay, but you worked in the Attorney General's office for a couple decades, right?
yeah,
And what you're saying is that in your role as an appellate lawyer for the state, you would talk to prosecutors, I guess it's somewhat more informally, about ethical issues.
yeah, every once in a while, yeah.
Sure. And so my question is whether you reached out to anybody in the Attorney General's office about this particular issue.
No,
Okay. Did you, and when I say you, I really mean you or anybody in your office on your behalf,
okay.
okay? Because you're the chief prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
So when I say you, I
Yes.
mean you and
Okay,
people who work for you. What about the Utah State Bar?
no,
I mean, they give ethics guidance to attorneys on all kinds of issues, right?
yes.
Okay. But no
No.
reach out. Other county attorneys in Utah, in other words, your colleagues who are elected chief prosecutors in their counties, did you discuss this with any of them?
No,
Are you a member of organizations of what I'll call chief prosecutors?
I'm a member of the Utah County and District Attorneys Association,
Okay.
UCDAA. I'm actually the president of that organization. I'm a member of SWAP, which is the statewide association of public attorneys and prosecutors. I'm actually the president-elect of that organization. That's a lobbying organization.
Okay. And do these associations have any mechanism for providing ethical guidance to their members?
No. I mean, when we have questions, we may shoot out an email and ask about things.
Did you do that in this
No.
situation?
I consulted no one other than my team.
Okay. I'm going to ask you 3 more categories just to be clear.
Okay.
Did you reach out to any law professors who
No.
purport to be ethics experts?
No.
Did you speak with any judicial officers
No.
about it? Court reporter get the question and the answer? Oh, there you are.
Well, I just said that I have talked to
understand.
no one other than my team, so.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Prosecutor A whether his child should or should not be interviewed by law enforcement?
No.
Are you aware of any?
Maybe, I don't remember.
Okay, so that may be important. You want to take a minute to think about that?
What's that?
That may be important. Would you like to take a moment to think about it?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I do not remember.
The brief that you filed on behalf of the state, I'm sorry, the opposition to the motion has a couple affidavits attached to it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those is the affidavit of Cole Christensen.
Yes.
And which for the court's benefit and the record is addendum C to the opposition. Special Agent Christensen writes in his affidavit that you and he in mid-December, so that's after the motion to disqualify was filed,
Yes.
went to UVU and basically conducted some observations and measurements, right?
Yeah, he was investigating that part. I did go with him because it involved our It doesn't involve trial. It's never going to come out in trial. So I did go there and assisted him. But he also had another officer there so that anything that I did could be corroborated by that officer.
Okay, but isn't it fair to say that basically what happened there is you said generally, Mr. Robinson's defense counsel have filed this motion to disqualify. I want to have some measurements done because I want to figure out what risks there were to Prosecutor A's child based on where they were and where you believe the shooter was, right?
Yeah, we have very good evidence of where the shooter was.
Okay, so I want to...
And it was based on Prosecutor A's child indicated where the location that they were, I'll use they, and based on the evidence of where the shooter was. So we wanted to confirm that. Now they didn't know where, obviously where the shooter was, but we wanted to confirm based on, we knew where the shooter was, and so we wanted to confirm that that they weren't in the line of fire. And that was important because that's critical to the state's case, is whether or not someone's in the line of fire.
Okay, so there's a few things there I want to try to make sure I cover. And if Your Honor, if there's any point in time where the court or its staff need a break, just tell me, because I can break whenever the court needs that.
We'll be taking a break shortly, but I appreciate that. And if any of the parties do need a break, please indicate it as well. I want to be respectful to all parties.
Thank you. So the first thing I want to address, Mr. Gray, is that you knew that the defense had filed this motion to disqualify based on the relationship between Prosecutor A and somebody who was at the rally.
Yes.
And had the experiences that the court has already heard about. And so you basically went out with a law enforcement officer and you did an investigation and took a number of measurements.
He did, yes.
Okay, but at your direction, right? Because you're the one who
I asked him to do that, yes.
Okay. You say in connection with that there are some uncontested issues in this case.
Yes.
That's a term you used in your brief, right?
I'm sure that you will tell me where they're not contested, but.
Well, every issue is contested, right? I mean, the
So
state
is it, okay, go ahead.
I'm not trying to have a argument because the court reporter doesn't like
I
to
stopped,
speak over each
so
other.
I'm not.
And I'm bad at that too, and I have been for a very long time. But your measurements, as documented in Mr. Christensen's affidavit, Special Agent Christensen's affidavit, are of things that you say are uncontested, but I just want to make sure.
So can I clarify that? I never said that the measurements were not contested. I said what was not contested is the fact of the things that Child A could testify to. That's what I was referring to as what's not contested. Child A, as demonstrated in the affidavit, can testify that Child A was there, that her Child A's location, and what the crowd did, what she did, and then what she ran in. That's what's uncontested.
But aren't these also uncontested things which you contested issues which you seem to suggest to the court are uncontested, and that is that the shooter was on the roof?
No, I didn't say that was uncontested. I said what she could testify to is uncontested. And if there was something different than that, that's certainly what I meant. I understand that all those other things could be contested.
Okay. You've made yourself a witness to evidence that you've used to try to advocate to the court that there's no conflict of interest, right? I mean, you basically, even though you're representing the state, you went out and you participated in a what you hope is a systematic way to measure whether Prosecutor A's daughter was in a line of sight from the place where the state alleges the shooter was, right?
Sure.
Okay.
But as far as making myself a witness, I was careful to make sure that there was Cole Christensen and then an officer from UVU. If you look at the case law says that prosecutors can participate in these interviews and so forth. What we do is make sure that someone else is there so that we don't have to testify. And the defense can't force the prosecutor to testify under those circumstances. That's the case law.
And it won't surprise you that competent defense counsel have the same practice. We don't interview witnesses without investigators present.
Right. And this was no different than that.
Understood. Okay, I do want to address another aspect of this line of fire situation. Okay, so it's the state's theory of the case, if I may, that the shooter was on a rooftop, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the name of the building that the state believes the shooter was on?
I don't recall.
Okay. And so these measurements that are in Special Agent Christensen's declaration, you're saying were designed to basically, if I may, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, rule out whether the child of Prosecutor A is in some ways a victim of this incident.
Not as far as a victim. We already understood that, based on where the buildings were, that the child was not in that line of fire, but we wanted to provide the measurements for this motion.
So what is the significance of the measurement? What is the significance of whether the child of Prosecutor A was or was not in a physical position where they could have been shot? What is the significance of that?
The aggravator, as you know, is that we're alleging that when the shooter killed Charlie Kirk, that he placed others in grave risk of death.
And you've
so
now,
anybody within that zone, if you will, was placed in grave risk of death.
Okay, and so you've now gone out and you've done these measurements from the place where you believe the shooter was, and anybody who's positioning at the rally, there's no line of sight, you're basically excluding all of those people from being among those referenced by that aggravator.
That's our understanding. We'd have a very difficult time proving that others beyond that point were also in that line of danger. I mean, we could, I guess, we could make the argument, but that would be difficult to prove.
And so is it your position that because this adult child would not fall within the category of people to whom the aggravator applies, there's no other connection between those people and the prosecution?
Not the crime. I mean, again, depending on whether, again, I rely on law enforcement to provide us with whether they have something helpful or not. We were able to determine based on what the prosecutor's child, there was nothing useful. There was no need to provide anything. We make those determinations when they provide it to us all the time.
Did you work with Special Agent Christensen on his declaration?
On what? No.
On his
no,
declaration?
I didn't.
Did somebody else?
Yes.
Another one of the members of your prosecution team?
Yes. That's generally the practice.
Okay. Was it Prosecutor A?
No.
Okay. Now, we've also, I should say, you also filed with the court Addendum B to your opposition, which is the affidavit of the child of Prosecutor
Yes.
A, right? And this person is a young adult who is a student at the university, right, at UVU?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm told.
Okay.
I have no reason
Did you
to doubt
speak
that.
with this adult child in connection with the preparation of their affidavit?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I do.
Who was that?
It was Mr. McBride.
Okay. And do you know whether Mr. McBride consulted at all with Prosecutor A about that?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know.
Okay. Did you read the affidavit?
Of course, I wrote the opposition. I better read the affidavit.
Did you play any role in the shaping of the affidavit in any way?
No.
It was just given to you, here's the affidavit.
Well, we were aware of what the student, I'm going to call a student now.
It's fine.
We were aware with what the student had said as far as what the student was aware of. And so we obviously, as I started writing based on what my understanding of that was, and I'm sure that Mr. McBride covered those areas to make sure that we were accurate.
Are you saying that the affidavit followed from your briefing and your briefing was based on your?
No, that's not it. My briefing was based on what the information that the student provided. And so to that extent, I'm sure when Mr. McBride talked to the student, that he would cover those things.
Okay, so what I'm missing is, where did you get the information about what the student experienced if you had not seen the affidavit?
That was from the prosecutor that is the parent of that.
Okay, so Prosecutor A told you this is what happened with my kid.
Right, I think that's pretty established.
All right, Mr. Novak, this
Yes,
might
sir.
be a good time to take a brief break.
Whatever works for the court.
And just not meaning to pressure you, I'm just trying to anticipate how much more time for questions you have for Mr. Gray, just for housekeeping purposes.
It's 4:06 according to this monitor. Oh, that's not right. It's 5 o'clock. The monitor says it's 4:06. That must be some time zone that somebody else lives in. At least another 20 minutes.
All right. So we'll take a 10 to 15-minute break, and perhaps council can confer in regards to housekeeping, how we wish to address the remainder of the witnesses, whether in a setting today or a different setting. I'm not saying which way, but if you wouldn't mind consulting, and we can discuss that briefly when the recess is over.
That's fine. Do you want to give us some
Because
guidance
he
on
wasted
what
so much time earlier
works for
that now
court
there's
and
not
staff?
time.
Because, I didn't know it was 5 o'clock, but it is.
Right. Go ahead and discuss that, and I'll talk with staff as well. That it gives me time to speak with them, and then we can confer
Very well.
with that. All right.
Thank you.
Court will be in a brief recess for 10 to 15 minutes.
All right. Well, there you go. I guess we got to wait another 10 minutes. But hey, guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. You know, I do these shows. This one's incredibly long. We're at 5 hours and 46 minutes. And believe it or not, we're still not even at the minimum goal level. Isn't that crazy? After all that time. So if you have the ability to help support the channel, maybe buy channel memberships, etc., that would be great. Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to try to eat one of these. I was going to have a marshmallow. Look at that. I was just thinking, man, that might be pretty good. Use one of those lighter sticks, you know, just, you know, like this. Let's see. Haven't had one of these in like 20 years. Yeah, so if you guys could please help support the channel, it would make it feel like it was worth doing. And for the future, you know. Hey, thanks, Carol. I'm not really even sure what they're proving here. It just seems... Okay. So what? Hey, that's pretty good. A roasted marshmallow. Thanks, Carol Silva and Monica Reeves. If we get about 5 more channel memberships, we'd probably be at the... I'll tell you what, if we do... Let's see, where are we at? Yeah, we need... That's amazing. It just... It hardly moves all day. It's crazy. We need 7 more channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5. How about that? So if you guys as a group can do 7 channel memberships, I'll donate 5. I know the big channels out there, the really big ones, they don't care because they have so many people watching and it just doesn't make any difference to them. But my channel pretty much survives on you guys, the people watching. I wish I had 1,000 Megazoid channel members and then I wouldn't really have to worry too much. Even though, you know, that still wouldn't be get there because YouTube takes their 30%. And the next person is probably going to be the... Well, they're going to still talk to him for 20 minutes. I like it when they're burnt, kind of, don't you? Hey, thanks, Tammy McDonald. Not really sure. There we go. Yeah, I like it when they're burnt. Almost like they catch on fire, you know. We need 6 more of those, and then I'll donate 5. There it is. All right, let's see. Not bad. All right. No? Hey, thanks, Teresa. Very cool. Yeah, so we need, what did I say, 5 more? We need 7. So we need 5 more of those. And then I'll donate 5, and then we'll have given out 40. That'd be pretty cool. Nah, never had one of those. Yeah. You can smell it, huh? Yeah, we're on a break, so I'm just trying to use roasted marshmallows. We'll see if they're any good. Hey, thanks so much, Monica Reeves. Just 4 more, you guys. Will the freaks do it? This will be a good one. All right, here we go. That was a good one there. Pretty good. All right, any chance the rest of you guys we can do 4 more channel memberships? Five would be good too. Let's see, what are they going to do when they come back? They're going to finish this off, and they're going to have to continue the hearing to another day. That's how stupid. That's what that attorney was doing earlier. It wasted the entire day. How come it's never easy in here? Come on, you guys. We need to get 4 more channel memberships, and then we'll reach the number where I can donate 5 myself. So right now it's 4, and I'll donate 5. I think Prosecutor A should have known this would happen. How does the lead prosecutor avoid it? I mean, what's the big deal? The daughter said, oh yeah, I think the shot came up from... I'm sure it didn't lead investigators up there. She's just one of the people that said, oh, look, it's up there. There's a whole bunch of people. Man, it's like pulling teeth. And actually, one of them was one that I did. Oh, shoot. I guess I'm out of flying. Yeah, but it's not, though. How would I don't understand what the prosecutor... I mean, how is it tainted because a daughter thought, oh, maybe it's up there. And then there's video showing that the person was up there. You know? It's like, okay. Good. Hey, at least somebody in the audience saw something. You know? I mean, what if he had known somebody that was inside the flag building who happened to look out the window when you see him get up and run? And that happened to be a family member. Is that a conflict of interest? No. It's just somebody. It doesn't matter. It's not invented information. It's information that turned out to be accurate, and you don't even need that person's testimony to show that he was on the roof. Yeah. Yeah. Any chance we can get those other 4 channel memberships? Hey, there's one. 3 more to go. Thanks, KM or KME. Getting to the Missy Beavers case. Oh yeah, it must have been a long time ago. I did a good surveillance breakdown on that one too. We need 3 people. That's the goal. We're waiting for court to come back in session. Bart Madness, 2 months. All right. Wasn't the prosecutor did what? That doesn't mean anything. Everybody has a witness that tells somebody something. Oh, you mean the defense found out about the daughter in the crowd. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it has a chance in hell of removing the prosecutor. Hey, look at that. It's Bart Madness. Only 2 more to go. It's a miracle. Thank you. Anything, any combination of 5 counts as it's the same thing. It doesn't have to be a membership. Not checked in on. I'm not sure what that means, man. On Babor for a while either. Haven't checked on Babor for a while. Should be coming back on here pretty soon. I mean, it kind of gives you a glimpse into how the trial will be too, right? Like it's going to be I don't know, though. I think the judge is going to get really tired really quick. You can already tell he's trying to be polite about it, but you can tell he's frustrated already with this stuff. So he's like, hey, I don't mean to suggest, but how much more time do you have on this witness, for God's sakes? Yeah. Well, and then earlier, your witness is here? Oh, well, we're going to do something with them today then. They're going to come back, they're going to finish the witness, and then they're going to have to continue it on some other day. That's what's going to happen. But hey, guys, we need 2 more channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5. Can we do it? Can the freaks do it during this marathon 6-hour show where we'd normally be almost double where we're at, but we're just trying to get to a goal of some sort? I don't think it was abolished. What are you talking about? Yes, Utah has the death penalty. It's happening. That's what the whole thing is about. Thank you, Tammy McDonald. 1 to go. Who's going to be that one? It's not... I just looked it up. Yes, Utah has the death penalty with lethal... You might have looked up Idaho or some other state. I don't know. But with lethal injection as the primary method, but it remains the firing squad as a backup option. Wow, crazy. And it says right there in Wikipedia, capital punishment is legal penalty in U.S. state of Utah. Oh, you looked up Colorado on accident? Okay. No problem. That just didn't make sense to me because I know death penalty is sort of like the reason they want to get this guy off the... the defense wants this guy off the prosecution side because, he wants to go for a death penalty, and I think he's made statements that they're not going to settle, they're not going to allow a plea deal of any kind. And so this person's like, ooh, no, we need somebody a little more open to the idea, because they know how shitty it already looks. They already know that their client has 0 chance of beating this. He is absolutely the killer. And I can't wait till May when they actually have the... hopefully they have it televised. They should. A preliminary hearing where the case is actually made by the prosecution. All right, you guys, we need one more channel membership. Right? Or was that the one? No, one more. We need one. Wait. Was that it? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that was 6. Right? I don't know if that was the one. I said we need one more after Tammy, right? Valid facts in this case, Ginger, so don't feel bad. What do you mean? Valid facts. I like this channel is the channel you want to be at with the valid facts, okay? We've put them all forward. I've been there. I know exactly what it would take to get on the roof. Very easy. Everything's simple. I filmed the whole thing with a 360-degree camera. This is where you want to be. We have the facts here. Hey, thanks, Tammy McDonald. Well, there you go. And here we go. And as I promised, there we go. No, I was just kind of following up on what you're saying. This is where you want to be. I can't be I'm just somebody that, this case is not, there's nothing in it that is like, that's weird. There's nothing like that. All of the people who say that there's something that's weird are people that want it to be a conspiracy. All right. Anyways, thank you all there for reaching my gifting membership level. I mean, the amount, so I was able to do that. I know Idaho has a firing squad now. Yeah, Pro Burgers. There's a lot of cases like that. I would say the same thing for like Richard Allen. Richard Allen's case, though, is more, I could see arguing, like, it's more ambiguous to the people. I mean, for me, it's just absolutely obvious because Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. There's no escaping it. Factually, he's Bridge Guy. Therefore, it really kind of almost doesn't matter anything else after that. At all. It just doesn't matter. Once you know he's Bridge Guy, he's the guy that told the girls to go down the hill, then you know that you've got the killer. It just doesn't matter at that point. Now, if he wants to implicate that there was somebody helping him, he'd still go down for felony murder. And Richard Allen confessed 1,000,000 times, and he didn't confess only when, he was mentally deranged, he was crazy. No, he wasn't. Go listen to it. Go listen to Richard Allen's confessions. They are clear, concise. In fact, he wouldn't even allow them to say, no, you didn't. He goes, no, I did it. He didn't sound crazy whatsoever. Oh, man, I think that some of that marshmallow got stuck. Jesus. What the hell's going on? Wow. Have you been involved with the... No, I've never been involved in the prostitution of any cases. I had to get rid of the... YouTube wasn't allowing that comment. Prosecute... yeah. I have, actually. I created an... I think it was... God, what year? Probably 2010 or so. Somewhere around there. An animation for a criminal case in Brooklyn, New York. They flew me out there. It was a negligent elevator repair person who removed the safety mechanism that would make it so that an elevator cannot open its doors while it's moving. And it cannot move while the doors are open is a better way to say it. And he just turned it off and then started doing stuff while people, you could see it on different levels, open up and then move with the door open. And so this lady stepped on and went up, and then the door started closing in as it was moving, and it created kind of a guillotine on her leg, and it dragged her leg up She was happened to be in a hospital when this happened, believe it or not, and drug her up 8 floors with her leg going in that little gap between the elevator and the door. I mean, like a ½ inch. And when she got to the top, I mean, she was like barely alive or whatever. And then a paramedic showed up and asked her, "Are you alive?" You know, it's a pretty crazy story. She had to. She kept the leg. I always thought she should have just let that go. There was nothing, you know, it's not going to work or anything. Yeah, she won a big lawsuit against the hospital. But the guy actually, my video is why he got convicted. That's what the jury said. They go, "Oh yeah, that animation really showed what happened." And it was weird. I was supposed to have to testify, but the district attorney and the defense team, the district attorney played the video before trial started and the judge could see it. He wanted him to see it, and then the judge goes, "Oh, what's that?" And he goes, "Oh, we're going to..." And so the judge was sort of excited about playing it. And then they had a little argument, like a debate beforehand, and the defense agreed that that's what happened, and I didn't have to go testify. I was there, though. I had a suit on and everything. But man, the preparation for testifying was terrifying. They take you to this place that looks like a trial room, and they just start bombarding you with questions. Like, "You worked for the state, right?" "Well, yes, they hired me for this animation. Crime, reconstruction here." "Well, you would do anything that they said, right, to please them?" And I'd say, "Well, I'd like to please my client, but at the same time, I'm not going to put out inaccurate information just to please my client. If my accurate information somehow pleases the client, that's great." That's what my answer would have been. Shit. Man, they're taking a hell of a long break here. Maybe they're actually talking about postponing it or something at this point. I mean, what's the deal here with this? It's not back up and going, is it? No, looks like it's still trying to play here. And then they hired me for another case where a guy was putting tar on the top of a roof and fell off, and I built that whole animation too. That never made it to trial though. Yeah, here's this one. I thought it was pretty good if you look at it. I mean, this thing was made back in, let's see. Is it going to play or what's going on there? Uh-oh. Are you guys still there? Something froze up. Oh, there we go. All right, here it is. Here's the one I made. Look at. Ding, ding. See how it was only 1 frame a second, so it was really shitty. So what I did was take the same thing and made like an exact replica. Look at that. Ding, 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 ding. Here they are. They're coming there. Guy gets off. They get on. And then the elevator was like, just like that. Ah, it was sick. Right? And then this is from inside the elevator. This is the mom getting on. She falls down and the leg gets stuck. I mean, it's just gross. And then she kept trying to pull it out, I guess. And went all the way from the first floor to the 8th floor. I just kind of kept looping it around, but changed the floor levels. So all the way up to there. And then I guess kind of combining stuff together, it kind of looked like.
He can't go for the pin. It's got to play to the left side of the green. Well, he could play.
I don't know what the hell that was. But anyways, there you go. That was what was used at trial right there. Just kind of showed exactly how it went. Something so simple. Did only one of you even watch that? It's like the only comment is one. Jesus. It's like people are getting way more sort of flaky these days. It's bizarre. Hey, thanks, CR. Hey, how's it going? I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you so much. Well, you can always rewind it, Ginger. It was a criminal case I did back in 2010, an animation I made. He got 2 years in prison. You can eat some marshmallows. All right. Well, I'll play it as many times as possible then, Paulette. Why do you think it's still on delay over here? This trial. I mean, the hearing, whatever the hell you want to call it. Like, what's going on? That's right, 20 minutes Utah time. Yes, you too can watch Candace Owens on a nightly basis. Well, you'll learn absolutely nothing about the Tyler Robinson case. You'll sure learn a lot about narcissism and how to trick people. Watch Candace Owens on a nightly basis. Thank you very much. Yes, you too can watch Candace Owens, where you can learn to be an absolute idiot and believe complete conspiracy theories replete with Egyptian soldiers, the Israeli Mossad. Oh yes, and for an extra $1.99, you too can believe that Turning Point USA, run by Erica Kirk, are behind the entire thing, hiring the Israeli Mossad and deploying out the Egyptian aircrafts. Now that you say it out loud, it's the most ridiculous shit. I mean, come on. Hey, thanks, Marty's Bar and Grill. Thank you. God, I'm out of liquid. Oh, man. She's crazy, man. I had a dream. You know, an interesting element about that I have a dream speech was that he wrote it down, and then when he got up there, he sort of quit reading, and that's when he delivered those amazing lines at the end. But great. That's crazy. That music's so perfect, right? What's this one? Oh, yes. That seems like somebody sneaking around, right? And this one. Dun, 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 dun. Watch the Candace Owens Show while you'll soar high mountains into the oblivion, what we call conspiracy theories. Yes, you too can join in and watch the incredible show every single day where your brain turns into mush. Come on! All right. Correct. You know what's weird about this? What is this saying, you guys? Correct. The program I got it from said it says cracked. Cracked, like C-R-A-C-K, you know, like, no it doesn't. Correct. Correct. Nobody says it like that. It says correct. Correct. All right, let's see.
They call the rising sun.
You know, this show's been going on too long now. My brain is... But, yeah, if you're out there, you guys, you want to help support the channel, I don't know if I'm going to be doing another show. I've already been on for 6 hours and 26 minutes. And we're just sort of in the ho-hum average type of night. So it'd be great to, you know, get some support from the freaks out there that are watching the show. That's what makes us go around. Last year, my channel donated $46,000. Over the years, we're at 270... What are we at? 275,500 since January of 2020. And we've given 100,000 to our DNA fund and 20,000 plus, 30,000 plus to NCMEC, RAIN, and the Texas EquiSearch. and then a whole bunch more to other places. So, you know, my channel does need income to survive, but at the same time, yeah, what was in the marshmallow? But at the same time, I try to find a way to give money, and we've already given $500 out to RAIN, which is violence against women, this month. So we've gotten the RAIN, NCMEC, Texas Sex Search, all over 30. Yeah, I like this one and this one. And I think there's another one. Isn't it another one that kind of looks like this one? Yeah. That one doesn't need any dialogue. You just play it, you know. Like when the defense attorney's talking, you just go. I think you would go. Let's see. Remember that one? This one? To the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and birds and flowers and chirping birds and basket weavers sit and twiddle their thumbs. They're coming to take me away. Remember that song? That song was like on the top of the charts back then. I mean, what a ridiculous... Where basket weavers sit and twiddle their thumbs and toes, and they're coming to take me away. Ho ho, hee hee, ha ha, to the funny farm. Where Candace Owens should be going. Where life is beautiful all the time. Yeah, whenever she'd be speaking, I would play that.
Bitch, please.
Just when you thought it was safe to come outside, Candace Owens began her show on YouTube, claiming that Charlie Kirk was killed not by Tyler Robinson, but by a band of merry nutjobs from the Egyptian military to the Israeli Mossad. It's one of the most fantastic stories ever laid out in modern history, and Candace Owens is on top of it. She knows the real facts of the case. The rest of us are just lackeys in a world story of idiocy. How do you think of that, huh? That might be a great movie trailer, wouldn't it? I mean, if that wasn't worth super chats, I don't know what was. Come on, you guys. We got to get the ball rolling in here. Yeah, that's an old song. Let's see. What year was I'm Coming to Take Me Away song written? I think that's got to be what it's called. Jerry, 1966, was a popular, albeit controversial, novelty song that peaked at number 3 on the billboards. That's what's crazy. They're Coming to Take Me Away, Ha Ha, was the name of the song. 1966. That's crazy, huh?
Stupid as being...
Yeah, it is ominous. It's sort of a curious. This one is like people doing pranks. This one is sort of like people moving around erratically. I like that one a lot. Yeah! This is PIR, Portland International Raceway, where the biggest thing since a Pinewood drag. We have Rod Laber, a retired astronaut with his hydroelectric car. Yes, it's guaranteed to rip up the road right in front of your face. We also have Jim Hansen with his beaver mobile. The only car that'll knock down trees at 200 miles an hour. Trials from 6 and 7 be there. Come on! Yeah, I didn't even know when I heard it when I was a kid. I think I heard it when it was in the 70s, so I didn't even realize that it was all the way back when I was like a toddler. But hey guys, if you're out there, if you could please consider supporting the channel. We really, for this many hours on here, we just didn't really do that great. So if you have the ability to, that would be fantastic. If you like, what we do over here. Maybe we can get a challenge of some sort. I don't think they are coming back. Well, why not? I mean, it's still sitting here. They've got to come back and say something. I mean, yeah, it's 550 over there. I don't think so, Susan. But, yeah, somebody tell a joke in the chat. All right, I'll read it back out. Who's going to tell the joke? Yeah, it's still waiting. Nobody? Oh boy. Come on, who's got the joke? Type it in. All right, so it looks like we're dead as a doornail. All right, thank you. Let me get out of here. If I can't get responses, it's not worth being here. Maybe there's people typing. Let me see if I can. I don't know. Maybe my Windows froze up or something. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. Everything locked up. So is there any chance, you guys, we can get another challenge going by somebody out there and try to get us to some reasonable numbers for this many hours on the air? Any chance at that? Oh, yeah, now I can see it. I think everything froze up on my screen. Let's see. I have one. A mushroom walks into a bar, which is already funny because a mushroom can't really walk, right? And the bartender says, "We don't serve your kind." And the mushroom goes, "Why not? I'm a fungi." What? I'm a fungi. We don't serve your kind here. Why not? I'm a fungi. A fun guy. I get it. Okay. Jeez. Yeah, I'm a fun guy. That's pretty good. All right. Marty said, "What's the difference between a doctor and a bartender?" I don't know. What is it? Yeah, I got it. I already got the joke. What's the difference between a doctor and a bartender? Let's see if we can get at least 5 more channel membership. A doctor only has to look at one asshole at a time. That's pretty good. Let's see. We seem to be... Yeah, it's another one of those massive lulls, as Mark wants to say. I'm sure he's a troll, but... Yeah, we're in one of those massive lulls, you guys. Kami said, "Here's one that my students told me. Why is your nose not 12 inches long? Because then it would be a foot." Oh, come on, Marty. I was hoping other people would jump in on that one. Yeah, but thanks, trolls. Mark Bates, thank you. Got the ball rolling there. Because I'm not on the screen. Who else? Who else has a joke? I like doing the drum roll for some reason.
Evil can never be dead enough. And some of you, you make shit up.
Candace Owens. And Candace Owens?
And some of you, you make shit up.
My, I'm just... What? It looks like it might be something happening over here. Oh. What do lawyers wear to court? Lawsuits. You get it? A suit of law. These jokes. How does an attorney sleep? He lies on one side, then he lies on the other. That's right. Why did the Scarecrow win a award? Because he's outstanding in his field. You get it? He was standing in the field. Why do gorillas have big nostrils? I don't really get it, man. And the next one is gorillas have big fingers. Oh, because, I see. They made their nose, yeah, because they dig in their nose, and because their fingers are big, their nostrils had to be big so they could dig in them. Let's see. Why don't skeletons fight each other? I don't know. Because they don't have guts. Get it? Skeletons don't have guts. Is this not, they're done? I mean... I guess it's done. I mean, I don't know what the hell happened
The
there.
judge is hearing arguments today in the capital murder case against the man accused of killing.
Now, there you go. That's, I guess that's it, you guys. Jesus, what a joke. Yeah, I guess since I'm still here, I could do a, maybe we'll just make it an earlier ending show. Should we do a cold case or something? Or we got about 50 of them in here. Let's see, what do we got? I don't have any more to add to that. Elma Defee. How about we do that one? Elma. New charges in Tempe. What are the charges? You mean the Tempe case? Not Tempe. Oh, it says clerical error. Reopen the Tempe McKee divorce case months before killings. Wouldn't that be interesting if that's what sort of set him off again, though? Like it reminded him. On Wednesday, Columbus police said investigators had located. Yeah. I don't know. It was just root beer. I do this. I mean, every once in a while I just goof around, because we're just waiting for something. I don't know what the new charges are. I don't see it. Anyways, thanks, Marty's Bar and Grill up there. Where'd you go, man? You disappeared after the... You got your joke in. Yeah, well, they've already had the 2 aggravated murder charges. It's been there for a long time. That's what it was. That's not new. Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy if he was triggered by just a clerical error? Anyways, let's just do this. Alright. There it is. 1983 Elma Lee Defee from South Carolina, Florence. Probably somebody in here from there right now. All right, here we go. It must be the sign in. Okay. There we go. That's kind of a weird picture there, man. Look at that. That's crazy. I don't know what that is. Effington woman reported missing. The Florence County Sheriff's Department is searching for an Effington woman. Probably effing. Yeah, Effingham. So it's probably really the other word. They're just... Who was last seen on her way to Florist Tuesday afternoon. A Sheriff's Department spokesman identified the missing woman as 52-year-old Elma Lee Defee. So let me put that in there. we go. And right there. Yeah, I was like, that's pretty big. All right. All right. Let me just get, where is this taking place? This is in Florence, North Carolina. That's when I get over there. Florence. Or South Carolina. Yeah, somewhere around in here so far. Miss DeFee reportedly left the sporting goods store. So she was an employee of Irby Street Sporting Goods on North Irby Street. Mrs. DeFee reportedly left. I wonder if that's still there. Do you think Irby, or an employee of Irby Street Sporting Goods? It doesn't say A. Say Irby Street. So right over here. And then Sporting Goods Store. That's right, probably right there. Oh, well, that's it. That's actually where she worked. Still there. It's called Irby Sporting Goods on Irby. It's right there. That's crazy. It's still there after that many years, huh? All right, so there you go. That's the place where she worked, and she's missing. She was driving a brown 1972 Chevrolet Impala with a beige roof. The car had South Carolina license tag FA7 or J308. She is described as being 5 foot 3 inches tall, weighing about 135 pounds, with brown hair and hazel eyes. Anyone with information is requested to contact the Sheriff's Department. That was the first one. Then the second page, or second day. Right there. Mrs. Elma Lee DeFee is described as a home person. She's 5 foot 3, has brown hair and hazel eyes. Mrs. DeFee is 52 and married to Morel DeFee. She lives in Effingham and works at an Irby Street sporting goods store. Mrs. DeFee, who has been reported missing since Tuesday evening, is the mother of 5 children, 4 daughters, and a son, all of whom said they do not believe she just got out of the car and walked off. There was no indication that she had there was no indication that she had any overwhelming personal problems, said her daughter, Mrs. Sherline Ostrander. She never worries about herself, just is concerned about other people. She was energetic and concerned about the people. There is just no reason for her to have left. She was on her way to get some flowers for a friend sick in the hospital, said Mrs. Ostrander. My mother is a home person who does a lot with the church and helps her elderly mother quite a bit. Her main things are the home and church. Mrs. DeFee was a member of the Lebanon First Free Will Baptist Church, where she was reportedly a very active member. She is a very fine Christian woman, said a friend. According to her employer, Lonnie Welsh, owner of the Irby Street Sporting Goods. She is a number one. She's number one in every category I've known. A lot of people, and she is one of the finest. Welsh said he also does not believe she left her on her own will. Left on her own will, yeah. I've worked with her almost 50 hours a week in the neighborhood of 5 years, so I know her really well. Welsh also said that Mr. Fee managed the store, was dependable, courteous, the best. All right, then right here we have a reward is offered. Mrs. Elma Lee DeFee was last seen Tuesday about 4:40 p.m. on her way to Florence florist shop. Her car, a brown 1972 Chevrolet Impala, was found abandoned in a parking lot behind a dentist office in the 400 block of West. That's interesting. All right, so let's go there. 400 West Cheeve Street. And let's see if there's a dentist office anywhere near there. And if there is, it's likely... let's see. Dentist office. Those places usually stay around. Is that what that is right there? DMD. Is that a dentist office? Cosmetic dentist. That's got to be the spot, right? I mean, what else could it be? That's the only one right there. So probably took over that spot. That's what. So her car was back here. See that? So that's interesting, right? I mean, I'd like to know, like, where was the flower shop she was going to? Does that make sense that the car... She was going on her way to a Florence florist shop. So where's Florence again? Jesus. Florence. All right, well, that's kind of in the area there, right? I mean... Let's see, flower shops. There's one right there. Two of them. One over there too. But these ones are right there. And I don't know. I mean, this is 1983. I'm pretty sure the dental office, those things usually stay the same. Alright, let's see. Lawrence County Sheriff William Barnes said Friday afternoon that his investigators, aided by the Florence Police Department and State Law Enforcement Division agents, were trying to find anybody who seen her in the neighborhood where the car was found. He said they had been unsuccessful. The 52-year-old woman was last seen at the intersection of Colt and Elm Street by her husband, who had been driving a car behind her. She had reportedly left the Irby Street sporting goods store on South Irby Street, where she was employed, to go to a Palmetto Street florist shop. Okay. Is that what... Let's see. Palmetto Street. Yeah, so that's Palmetto Street. Ding, ding, all the way up like that. And then... Let's see. Okay, well that's doesn't say. Yeah, I don't see one right there. I mean, there was some here, but this is the street that they're talking about. Let's see. Was last seen by her husband, had been driving a car behind her, and that was Colt and Elm. Let me just put that. Colt and Elm. Colt Street and Elm Street. Jeez, is there even an Elm Street here? God dang it. That's crazy. Alright, so yeah, maybe if she worked here, here's Elm. Or let's see, which one is Elm? They have it called Irby. But they also said Colt, right? So if that's Elm, then let's see what Colt Street. I could see that one being changed over the years because, you know, Colt is generic. Yeah, I don't know where state, or man, they call them state roads, all these side streets. How weird is that? Alright, guess we don't have that. Yeah, I mean, her husband was driving behind her, so who knows what that means in the story. Barnes said the car was found unlocked and Mrs. DeFee's purse and keys were gone. He said investigators processed the car and found no evidence of foul play. Barnes said the car had apparently been in the parking lot since Tuesday night. Barnes said that there is no evidence of foul play. Mrs. DeFee is described as being 5'3", with brown hair and hazel eyes, and weighs 135 pounds. All right, that was May 28th and May 31st. Her husband, let's see, let's go down here. I don't know where it begins above her. Florence County authorities have no clue of the disappearance of an Effingham woman, but say that foul play is suspected. Her husband last saw Elma Lee DeFee, 51, driving to a Florence florist shop May 24th at about 4:40 p.m. Her car was found 2 days later, abandoned in a parking lot behind a dentist's office. We have no evidence to indicate foul play. There's a $1,000 reward being offered. All right, then we go to June 2nd. Missing woman's purse found. See, it gets kind of weird. I remember just kind of reading the titles, but I didn't get to read the article. A purse found Wednesday near a dumpster belonged to a missing Effington woman. The purse belongs to 52-year-old Elma Lee DeFee, was found about 1 p.m. near a dumpster by the Big Star grocery store. Well, where the hell's that? Yep. There's Star. I guess would they say where it was? Maybe if they had the address. At 5 Points. At the Big Star grocery store at 5 Points. What is that? What's 5 Points? Okay. Here's something. So like right in here. 5 Points. This is all pops at 5 points. Yeah, so there it is. 5 points. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's 6, but I mean, I think that's what they're talking about. 5 points. So they're a grocery store right in here. What are these called? Bake shop. Rainbow Square. Church. 5 Points Seafood Market. That could be it at one point. I don't know, we'll just say her purse was found generally right in here, you know. Purse found. And yes, you guys, if you're watching, if you could please help support the channel, that would be great. We're just, I mean, to be on the show for 7 hours and 2 minutes and then have it be, I don't know, just sort of really average for an entire normal night, you know. Let's see. So Mrs. DeFee was last seen about 4:40 p.m. The purse contained the missing woman's identification. Miss DeFee was last seen at 4:40 p.m. May 24th at the intersection of Elm and... Is that Colt or what? What is that? Oh, it's a street. It's C-O-I-T, not Colt. So that's interesting. All right. So this is Elm, remember? And so it's right there, C-O-I-T Street. So last seen right here. Hey, thanks for the coffee. All right. Save. All right. So that said, she had reportedly left the Irby Street sporting goods store on South Irby Street, where she's an employee, and was on her way to the florist shop on Palmetto Street. Her husband followed her part of the way in a second car. Her car was found 2 days later in a parking lot behind a dentist office in the 400 block of West Chevis Street. The car was unlocked and her keys and purse were missing. Barnes said at the time the investigators checked the car thoroughly but found no sign of foul play. The car had apparently been parked there the night she disappeared. Investigators could find no evidence that she had ever reached the florist shop. A discovery of the purse represents the first concrete indication of foul play, Barnes said. An intense investigation has been underway because family and friends convinced authorities that she was not the sort of person to disappear voluntarily. Sheriff's Department investigators, aided by the Florence Police Department and State Law Enforcement Division agents, having been searching for witnesses who might have have seen something. You know, there's also a reward again. All right. So that was on June 2nd and June 4th. And then now their glasses are found. You know, so a pair of prescription glasses belonging to a missing Effingham woman were turned into the Florence County Sheriff's Department Friday afternoon. Sheriff William Barnes said a man he described as dumpster scavenger apparently found Mrs. Elma Lee DeFree's pocketbook in a dumpster and removed the glasses for his own use. Barnes said the man found the purse shortly before another person notified investigators that the purse was in the dumpster. The purse was officially found around 1 p.m. Wednesday beside a dumpster near the Big Star grocery store, so right next to where the, I guess that's right where the purse was found. It contained the 51-year-old woman's identification and other personal belongings. Miss DeFee disappeared the afternoon of May 24th on her way to the Palmetto Street florist shop to pick up a floral arrangement. She was last seen at 4:40 p.m. at the intersection of Elm and Coit Street. That's 440. Her husband, who had known her or followed her in another car, she had left the Irby Street sporting goods store on South Irby Street, where she was an employee. So was that like a planned thing? Like her husband was making sure she went the right way, or like how do we know this? Mrs. DeFee's brown 1972 Chevrolet Impala was found abandoned and unlocked 2 days later in the parking lot of a dentist office in the 400 block of West Chevis Street. And investigators discovered that the car had been parked there the night she was reported missing. The car was thoroughly checked, but Barnes said there was no sign of foul play, and investigators found no evidence that Mrs. DeFee ever reached her destination. Wednesday's discovery of the purse represented the first concrete indication of foul play, according to Barnes. Barnes said Friday night that Miss DeFee has not been found despite law enforcement efforts and a $1,000 reward. Hey, thanks, Jim Lawn. Yeah, he said if she's found, the family will be notified. All right, let me go to, that was June 4th, then June 8th, 1983. The Free family makes a plea for information. Gail Hubbard, the daughter of 51-year-old Miss Elma Lee DeFee, who had been missing for 2 weeks, spoke to members of the news media in Florence County. So I think this is the family right there. That's the entire family. The DeFee family issues appeal for information on missing woman. Mrs. Hubbard said the family realized they might not see her again. She said that her mother's disappearance 2 weeks ago is tearing the family apart. She said the family was appealing to the public for any individual who may have caused harm to her. Authorities have been searching for Mrs. DeFee since she was reported missing May 24th. Mrs. DeFee's purse was found in a dumpster beside a grocery store at 5 Points June 1st. It contained identification and personal items. This is 6. Yeah. Glasses belonging to her were turned into the sheriff's office 2 days later by a man who said he found the purse shortly before the investigators did and took the glasses for his own use. The car was thoroughly checked, but Barnes said there was no sign of foul play. The purse was sent to the FBI laboratory. Barnes said Tuesday that so far the FBI tests on the purse have not revealed any clues. Barnes said again, what if they have that purse now? They could probably find some DNA on it. Barnes said again Tuesday that there was not any truth to the many rumors concerning the finding of Mrs. DeFree's body. We don't have any idea where Mrs. DeFree is. The sheriff said the rumors are hurting the DeFee family. Mrs. Hubbard put the family's grief into perspective Tuesday when she called on other people to look at your mother and see what we are going through. Yeah. So that was the June 8th and then June 27th. So quite a ways in between there. This one says, information on woman sought on Tuesday afternoon, May 24th. Elma Lee DeFree left her place of work at Irby Street Sporting Goods at about 4:45 p.m. She traveled north up Irby Street to Elm Street, where she was seen turning left onto Elm. Does that make sense? So this is her. I mean, this already is Elm. Like, why would you... You mean left on... that doesn't make sense. Elm Street. So there's Elm. Oh, okay. So... that's really weird. Well, that's also... Oh, and there's... Oh, I see. So it went here, and then there's that street. Wow, that's crazy. All right. So this is Elm, and then that is Coit Street. So that's where it was. So that's interesting. She drove up like this. Like, you could actually draw it. Like, from here all the way up to there, and then turn left here. And then that was the last time she was seen, apparently, by her husband, who was behind her. But where did he go? Where she was seen turning left onto Elm in the direction of Coit Street. There you go. Oh, so that's where he saw her. He just sort of drove by her on Elm, or right at that intersection, in the direction, and she was heading towards Coit Street. She has not been seen since that time. Her car was found abandoned in the Dr. J.J. Richardson dental office parking lot. I wonder if you did a go back to newspapers.com, 1983, Dr. J.J. Richardson's dental office, something like that, in South Carolina. Is that going to show something? More adults seeking orthodontic treatment. I mean, that mentions him right there. That has nothing to do with that. Man, he's in there a lot. That's the one I was looking for, that. But I was hoping to get an address or something. Just to get the exact place. Now that's part of the case there. I don't think that's it. Nope, that's not it either. Okay, so forget that angle. I'm sure if I worked harder right there, I could probably find it. And June 30th, family suffers another blow. Look how crazy this is. A family suffering from uncertainty over the fate of their missing mother suffered another blow Wednesday morning. Morel Washington DeFee's 54-year-old husband of Elma Lee DeFee, who disappeared 37 days ago, died of an apparent heart attack about 10:45 a.m. So her husband died. So now it's like, here's the family there. I don't know. The husband's not alive either. He died. The guy that was following. So it makes I did think like, did he do something to himself? But I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. DeFee, who had a history of heart trouble, had been hospitalized twice since his wife disappeared the afternoon of May 24th on her way to pick up a floral arrangement. The surviving members of DeFee's family gathered in Florence County Sheriff William Barnes' office Wednesday afternoon and issued an emotional plea for their mother's return. The DeFee family held a similar press conference in June. Right. Or just stressed out that his wife died. Yeah. Florence County Coroner Jimmy Gregg and DeFee died while cooking chicken bog with his son. I mean, he was just doing nothing. Eddie DeFee and several other people, they were at a hunting club in Mars Bluff community about 10 miles east of Florence. Mrs. DeFee, a 51-year-old Effingham woman, had been the subject of an intensive search since her disappearance. Mrs. Hubbard said her mother and father would have celebrated their 37th wedding anniversary June 4th if they had been together. Mrs. Hubbard said that her father had been well pleased with what law enforcement was doing to find his missing wife. She said the family had been grabbing at every straw. Another of Mrs. DeFee's daughters, Wanda Farley, urged that anybody who might have information should call. She said that if they were worried about a call being traced, they would give just anybody an anonymous call. They should give just anybody what does that mean? Anonymous call with instructions to pass the information to law enforcement. Dlive was apparently the last person to see his wife. He had followed her from a sporting goods shop on South Irby Street and saw her turn at the intersection of Elm and Coit Street. She was reportedly on her way to a Palmetto Street florist shop. Mrs. Dlive's car was found abandoned 2 days after she disappeared behind a dentist office in the 400 block of West Chevis Street. It was about a block and a half from the florist shop. Oh, let's see. Let's do that again. Now we can check. Florist shop in Florence. Okay, well here's one. That's Palmetto right here. And there's a, I don't know. Yeah, it's got to be like right around in here. The car was found. This is the 400 block of that street. Floral shops could change really quick though. So a block and a half would be like right there or right over here somewhere. So I guess we don't really get to know that. 2 days after she disappeared, or it could be the other, north or south. Oh, now it's on Palmetto Street. The car was unlocked and investigators could find no sign of physical violence or any clue to show how it got there. A pair of glasses belonging to the missing woman was turned into the sheriff's department 2 days later. It was determined that a man had found the pocketbook before authorities did, and he took the glasses to his own, took it for his own use. There's a $1,000 reward. That was June 30th, and I guess there was another. That's the same thing, same day, same plea. And then 3 months after that, yeah, I think I saw that earlier. Somebody just said in the Tepe case a suppressor was used in the case. And so when they come up with the exact time, then perhaps they used like the surveillance camera on the street and they saw like a light, a sound of, like the visual lighting, although suppressors usually kind of dampen that too a little bit, but maybe they could still see the firing of the upstairs. So I don't know how they got the precise time, but hey, you guys, any chance you could help support the channel tonight? It's just, man, what a long day. Yeah, who knows? Nobody knows, man. Yeah, maybe there was yelling, whatever. They just probably know around the time. It's just, I don't know. That case is so slow. They should just put out the probable cause instead of having it hidden. Then we could all see it. So this is 3 months later. The wait goes on for the children of Elma Lee Dlive. We feel our mother is still alive, but we have that grain of hope still. Is not alive, but we have that grain of hope. Yeah. There's that one. Then 2 months after that, November of 1983. And then it says, body of missing woman since May 24 is found. So they literally found her. Oh, is that where that is? Man, what is this? I'm not sure why that picture is there. The body of a Florence County woman missing since May was found Sunday in Darlington County. Elma Lee DeFee of Effingham, who was last seen May 24th before going to the post office, I thought it was the floral shop, was the subject of a manhunt by law enforcement officers and appeals by the family. A man and his grandchildren found her skeleton and shreds of clothing and jewelry in woods near a cabin that is about 75 yards off of the, let's see, Louders Lake Road. All right, well, just right over here somewhere. So that's Louders Lake. Wow, that's a lake. It looks like a swamp. It's actually not, it's, that's Lowther, though. We're looking for Louder. Let's see, maybe they're not saying it right. Maybe they meant to say Louthers. I don't know. That looks like just water. So let me try the other one again. Louder Lake Road, Darlington. Nah, that's not it. I don't know, man. I don't know where that is. Louders Lake Road. That's Louthers. It's not what they said. I mean, it seems like they might be just making a mistake. Let's see if we can get more information. 75 yards off of Louders Lake Road, about 2 p.m. Florence County officials were called in to assist in the investigation. They notified Mrs. DeFee's family. The body was sent to the Medical University of South Carolina. Mrs. DeFee, 51, worked in Florence Sporting Goods and Tackle Shop. She was last seen driving in Florence about 4:40 p.m. Her car was found 2 days later in a parking lot behind a dentist's office. Florence County Sheriff William C. Barnes said the remains were found 10 to 11 miles from where the victim's car was found. Barnes said the location is 15 to 18 miles from where Miss DeFee lived along US 52. Miss DeFee's purse contained her identification and other personal belongings. At the time the woman disappeared, Barnes said foul play was suspected because her friends indicated she's not the type of person to leave without saying anything. Mrs. DeFee's husband, their 3 daughters and son offered a $1,000 reward. The children issued another plea after the woman's husband, Morel Washington DeFee, 54, died of an apparent heart attack. The daughter, Charlene DeFee Ostrander, said that according to the family doctor, DeFee just couldn't take any more stress. There you go. Whoever took your mother or whoever might know something about this, Mrs. Ostrander said, please call the law enforcement people or anyone so we can lay our mother to rest beside our family. All right, that was November 7th and November 14th. The funeral is being held. The family will be... It doesn't say anything. It just says where the funeral is going to be. And then, let's see what this is. So they found the body, but they still were trying to do a positive identification. Authorities are certain the skeletal remains of a woman found in neighboring Darlington County are those of Elma Lee DeFee. Where is Darlington County? Yeah, so I have a feeling... let's just see where it is. Hold on. There we go. And let me put the... Yeah, see that thing is in there. That Louder, Lowthers, doesn't say louder. It's like Lowther Lake. Apparently that's the lake. And that looked like, I don't know. That's just, the county it's in is up here. That's where her body was found. Yeah, let's just not worry about the Tepes case. Yeah. The body of a woman found dead November 6th near Lowther. See, now it's Lowthers. They got it right. Lowthers Lake in Darlington County has been positively identified as Elma Lee DeFee. So when they said Lowthers Lake Road, Lowthers Lake Road. So her body was found somewhere. We'll just put a pin just generally, like out here somewhere. Alright. That's weird. Had been missing since May. Miss DeFee, 51, was the manager of Irby Street Sporting Goods. Her body was found by a man and his 2 children who were walking in the area of Norton. The area, Norton said, not the area of. Norton said. Mrs. DeFee died as a result of a blow to the head by a blunt instrument, according to Florence County Sheriff William C. Barnes. Foul play is suspected, Norton said, but an inquest will not be scheduled until a suspect is found. Mrs. DeFee may have been abducted from the city of Florence and taken to Darlington County, Barnes said. The Florence Police Department, let's see, Florence, Darlington County Sheriff's Office, etc. Let's see, authorities withheld information pending positive identification. And then they did identify her. Helps to know others' care. I guess this was on Wednesday, February 10th. The children of Elma Lee DeFee had the opportunity to meet with the new sheriff of Florence County, along with 2 detectives that had been involved with the investigation of our mother's murder. May 24th will mark the 10th year of our mother's mysterious murder. 10 years seems like, well, yeah, this is 1993, so this is 10 years later. And they're having them like review the case, etc. In 1993, family keeps up search. So this is 1993, May 25th. DeFee was found near Lowthers Lake November 6th by a man walking his grandchildren, but wasn't positively identified until December 6th. A Florence pathologist had to be flown in to identify DeFee. It's going to be tough, but there's always hope, said Elvington, who was the primary investigator 10 years ago. And then the husband died of a heart attack 4.5 weeks after his wife disappeared. And that's just the picture of the family. But that's all there is, you guys. I mean, isn't that sad that there's cases like that where, I mean, there's little parts all over the, she was working over here at the sporting goods store, and then at 4:40 p.m., she's turning right here, heading in this direction. Then they, interestingly, that sort of heads up towards where her car was found. And then over in this area, her purse was found, and then in a dumpster was found her pocketbook and glasses and everything. And then from there, the killer must have driven up all the way over, somewhere over near this lake, and put her body. You know, it's interesting that the husband was driving behind her, but that's all there is right there. And the husband's not alive anymore. I'm sure they were suspicious of him originally. But anyways, guys, that's going to do it for me. Man, what a crazy day. Really long day, and it was just so hard to get the support from people watching. It was just like a pulling teeth the whole day. So thanks to Old Grandma, then we had Judy Floor 2170, April Star, and then we had My Allie 80 gifted 5, then Susie Clue, and then Tammy McDonald gifted 1, then we had Rose Stinky gifted 1, and then K Me, then Sherrick, and then 95 Burns, and did a super chat. Justice for Charlie, and then Tammy McDonald, Perpetual Concepts gifted 1, then 95 Burns gifted 1, and then Part Brooks did a super chat, and then Kay in Maine did a super chat, and then Lisa Valenzuela super chat, then Sharik new member, then K Me gifted 1, Phyllis gifted 1, Perpetual gifted 1, Lee Hilliard 2 months, Phyllis Watson gifted 1. Eagle Stars and Stripes became a new member. Then we had Eagle Stars and Stripes. Christopher Marshburn. Mary Mellon gifted 1. Then we have C. Con. Then Pat Brooks. Tammy McDonald. Maggie's Head. Then D.R. Dr. Piv or something. And then Teresa J gifted 1, then I gifted 1, then Teresa J, then KMTX. Silva, let's see, Silva is here, then Carol Silva. It's kind of weird. 2 in a row like that. Those all of them gifted 1. Teresa gifted 5 up there, but Monica Reeves, and then we had Tammy, Teresa, Monica, K-Me, all gifted 1, then Bart Madness gifted 1, then Tammy gifted 1, and then I gifted 5, and then CR gifted 5, then Marty's Bar and Grill gifted 10, 5 and 5, and then Jim Lawn, and that is it. And then we had a coffee from Lisa. And then Melanie, Venmo, and Deborah on Patreon. Yeah, wasn't that crazy though? Just so slow. I mean, we're talking 8 hours and we barely had just sort of a normal day, you know. It's just hard to afford to do that. Yeah, I don't watch other people's YouTube channels. All right. So anyways, thanks everybody for being here. At least we did get to a goal of some sort. Guess we'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, hope you guys, well, at least I hope you guys thought the cold case was mildly interesting, even though we only got 58 people watching. What a joke. All right, thanks everybody. See you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector, fool deflector, interceptor, and
and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temper fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later.